Pleasant good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. Once again, I want to say good morning to my colleagues, good morning to the central staff, good morning to our testifiers, the Office of the Adjutant General, OTAG, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Today, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will be hearing from three agencies. Of course, we have this morning, we have the Office of the Adjutant General, and they'll be followed by the Office of Veterans Affairs, and then later on today, we have the Department of Education. Long day alert. I hope you had your Wheaties. So we're looking forward to our continued effort in moving along these budget hearings. And tomorrow, of course, we also have hearings going on. So we have a busy week, despite we're going into the Independence Day holidays later on this week. So at this time, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Present. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Present. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, present. Mr. Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you. Please recognize the presence of Senator Maurice James, Esquire.
Mr. Chair, 6 present.
And please recognize the presence of Senator Marvin Blyden, the Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, 7 present.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We also have with us this morning non-committee members, Senator Angel Bocas Jr., Senator at Large, as well as Senate Secretary Avery Lewis. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will meet on Monday, June 30th, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 noon, Office of the Adjutant General. Invited testifier, Kojo S. Knox Limbaka, Adjutant General. Block 2, 1 to 3 p.m., Office of Veterans Affairs. Invited testifier, Patrick Farrell, Director. And Block 3, 3 to 5 p.m., VI Department of Education, Honorable Deanne Wells Hedrington, Education Commissioner. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Is there any correspondence to be read?
No, sir.
Very well, thank you. Good morning, TAG. Good morning to our Major General, Kojo Knox Limburger, and welcome to your budget hearing. At this time, I'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourself as well as your staff.
Good morning, Senator. Thank you for the invitation this morning. My name is Kojo Knox Limburger, the Adjutant General and Commander of the Virgin Islands Army and the Air National Guard.
Good morning, Senator. Colonel Deborah Lobben-Meyer, United States Property and Fiscal Officer for the Virgin Islands National Guard.
Morning.
Good morning, Senator. Nikita Ward, Executive Director for the Office of the Adjutant General.
Good morning. At this time, you could go ahead and present your testimony.
Okay.
Again, you're defending the governor's submittal of your budget in the amount of $3,243,939.
Yes, Senator. Thank you. Good morning, 36th Legislature Finance Committee Chair, the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Vice Chair, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator Kurt A. Vele, other non-committee members present in the Senate chambers, family, friends, and the general public viewing and listening locally and abroad. Major General Kojo Knoxenbacher, the 15th Adjutant General and Commander of the Virgin Islands Army and Air National Guard, serving at the discretion of the Commander-in-Chief of the Virgin Islands National Guard, Governor Albert Bryan, Jr. It is an honor to be sitting before this esteemed body to discuss our proposed fiscal year 2026 operating budget for the Office of the Adjutant General. My teammates joining me here today to provide testimonies are Nikita Ward, Executive Director of the Office of the Adjutant General, and Colonel Deborah Laubenmeyer, the United States Property and Fiscal Officer for the Virgin Islands National Guard. My team and I thank you for the opportunity to provide our testimony today. As I testify today, it's in the backdrop of Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Iran, and other global conflicts. We know we must deter China and be postured to defend the homeland in this environment. To do so, our Army and Air National Guard men and women continue to increase their readiness and lethality. Our soldiers and airmen have recently returned from the Middle East combat support operations in Qatar and in African Djibouti, Africa. Others are postured to deploy to Japan and Kuwait in the near future in support of the United States interests abroad. While the remainder stands ready to support requirements in line with the United States National Defense Strategy to deter our adversaries and defend our nation's interests abroad and while defending the homeland. Our Air and Army National Guard forces will continue to build and sustain warfighter readiness and increase lethality to be prepared to project combat power, defend the homeland, and respond to natural and man-made all hazards in the territory. We look forward to answering your varied questions after articulating our mission, strategic vision, and priorities continued to support the territory and our proposed budget. During my testimony, I'll provide the bottom line up front: agency overview, executive summary, context of our operating environment, our responsibilities, and my team will address our prioritized financial strategy to our bottom line up front. Our bottom line up front. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 is $3,243,939 to sustain a ready and relevant, responsive, and lethal Army and Air Guard joint force with worldwide force projection capabilities. The proposed budget requested from the Virgin Islands government is 16 times less than the federal projected contribution of $46,956,770. These funds have enabled us to meet our dual mission to prepare us for large-scale combat operations in support of combatant commanders' requirements supporting the national military strategy and defense support to civil authorities here in the territory. The fiscal year 2026 budget of $46,956,770 of federal funds will be received and controlled through the United States Property and Fiscal Officer on the behalf of the National Guard Bureau. This is an increase of 2% over the last fiscal year. The OTAG's proposed budget of $3,243,939 is to execute the cost share of $396,000 of federal funds for the fiscal year 2026 Master Cooperative Agreement Program. As outlined in our Master Cooperative Agreement, the territory is required to provide matching funds for expenditures that are not 100% federally funded. For example, 25% GVI with a 75% federal requirement for maintenance cost shares for St. Croix Armory, of 15% GVI, and 50% federal for St. Thomas. Ms. Ward and Colonel Laubenmeyer will provide the details of such expenditures later in our testimony. The Office of the Adjutant General's plans, coordinates, and implements support of territory emergency support functions, responders to natural and man-made disasters, civil disturbances, foreign and domestic threats, and weapons of mass destruction. The Office of the Adjutant General was established in Executive Order 30-1987 to support the Virgin Islands National Guard, which was established in October of 1973. Pursuant of federal law, and all states, territories, and District of Columbia appoints an Adjutant General and an associated agency to provide the necessary infrastructure for the National Guard in their respective jurisdictions. Pursuant of the Virgin Islands Code, annotated Title 23, Internal Security, and Public Orders, Chapter 19, National Guard, Subchapter 1, General Provisions, Section 1508, Adjutant General of the Virgin Islands establishes the responsibility of the Adjutant General. Per this statute, the Adjutant General shall keep and administer all funds appropriated and shall be in charge of all the property entrusted to the National Guard of the Virgin Islands, and shall render to annual report of such funds property to the Commander-in-Chief and the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Additionally, make annual estimates of funds and prepare budgets required for the operations of the National Guard of the Virgin Islands, exclusive of federal funds. Our mission statement: execute the day-to-day administrative, maintenance, and security requirements, ensuring the Virgin Islands National Guard is a ready, relevant, and responsive, as well as lethal joint force. Our strategic vision for the Office of the Adjutant General is to provide first-rate support to the Virgin Islands National Guard's federal, wartime, warfighting, and territorial defense support to civil authorities requirements. The Office of the Adjutant General will provide the administrative, maintenance, and security requirements for the training, manning, equipping, and leader development required to execute the United States Army and Air National Guard warfighting and territory domestic civil support missions. The Office of the Adjutant General priority is ensuring the Virgin Islands National Guard achieves the readiness required to be a ready, relevant, and responsive joint force. As you know, the United States Army and Air Force exist for one primary reason, which is to be the guardians of American freedom and our way of life. The Guardians of the Eastern Front are part of the Operational Combat Reserve of the total warfighting force. With this reality, we have worked hard to sustain our new posture of an organization that exceeds the standards. We know the call to deploy, fight, and win as part of an agile, modernized, and lethal joint warfighting force can come at any time, and we must be ready to integrate quickly as a part of the world's premier warfighting force. My responsibility as an Adjutant General encompasses the administrative, security, maintenance, operations, and training required to achieve goals that support warfighting and defense support to civil authorities' operational readiness goals of the Joint Army and Air National Guard Force. These goals nest with the National Military Strategy's wartime goals and the Governor of the Virgin Islands' territorial civil support requirements. The full capacity and capabilities of the National Guard is only realized once activated for territory active duty by the Governor. Per statute, this activation happens in response to natural and man-made disasters, state of emergencies, and other requirements at the discretion of the Governor or President of the United States. The Virgin Islands National Guard not only continues to be always ready and always there, but we will be at a higher state of readiness when called. Most of the Virgin Islands National Guard workforce is part-time. The levels of the National Guard's capabilities are only realized when activated for territory active duty by the Governor. Per statute, this activation happens in response to natural and man-made disasters, state of emergencies, and other requirements at the discretion of the Governor or President of the United States. This workforce is comprised of active duty, Guard, and Reserve force of 102 Army and 19 Air National Guard full-time employees. Additionally, We have a 100% federally funded civilian technician workforce consisting of 118 full-time employees. The Virgin Islands lost 6 positions in a nationwide reduction in the Department of Defense civil workforce. Our state partnership program. The Virgin Islands National Guard is part of a National Guard Bureau state partnership program of 96 enduring partnerships that encompass 106 nations. America never fights alone. From the Revolutionary War in 1775, World War I and World War II, Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, to name a few, we have always partnered with our allies. These relationships with our allies and partners continue to be mutually beneficial to the global security and safeguarding the democracy worldwide. The war in Ukraine has highlighted the importance of National Guard state partnership programs. In this manner, the Virgin Islands National Guard continues to increase its support to our state partnership program regional security system partners. The RSS, as we call it, is comprised of Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and recently they added Guyana, which is as we continue to recognize strength through unity. Our partnership with the RSS is like no other. The Virgin Islands National Guard is made up of men and women from all 7 Caribbean island nations and Guyana that make up the RSS. Our familial ties with the RSS enable us to better understand their unique needs. The Virgin Islands National Guard has been able to strengthen our partnership and build partner capacity in the Western Hemisphere by sending subject matter experts to 10 subject matter expert exchanges this year throughout the RSS. These SMEs includes Women, Peace, and Security Initiatives, Engineering, Public Affairs Exchange, Combat Lifesaver, and Logistics Operations. To provide greater context, the Office of Adjutant General grew its administrative, maintenance, and security divisions from force to better support the Virgin Islands Army and Air National Guard's operational readiness by increasing its workforce with talented personnel to support VING's high operation tempo. Since its inception 50 years ago, 19 October 1973, VING continues to be always there and always ready. The Office of the Adjutant General provides administrative, maintenance, security, support sustainment of facilities of our federal workforce, training, and mission requirements. Our efforts enable the National Guard to support the 15 emergency support functions assigned to our sister agencies. Our efforts enable operations during times of crisis, like Operation the Clean Water Action to address Water and Power Authority water issues, the transition to new facilities like the Juan F. Louis JFL, Hospital North St. Croix's location, COVID-19 pandemic, public safety support to the Virgin Islands Police Department, and executive security unit for the government-sponsored festivals, carnivals, and celebrations to generate tourism revenues, as well as supporting monitoring of toxic gas releases and disposal from the oil refinery on St. Croix over the past years. We have a Youth About Face program and Forward March. The Office of the Adjutant General continues to right-size its force to provide the adequate support to our youth within the scope of our programs. The increased size of our full-time staff creates greater capacity to support local and federal government initiatives like Youth About Face and the Department of Defense STAR-based science, technology, engineering, and math programs. Our efforts to connect with our at-risk youth continue to fill gaps and provide hope, guidance, life lessons, and opportunities for those willing to listen, learn, and change. Some of the youth experience difficulties in conflict resolutions, financial hardships, anger management, and violence within our communities. Our youth are falling victim to their own inability to control their emotions. They often have misguided values over appropriate response to perceived disrespect from social media, peer groups, and parent modeling. These experiences create dysfunctional learned behaviors leading to the infliction of bodily harm on others, murder, or their own death. The reality needs to change. This reality needs to change. And the change must start at home. The appropriate behaviors must be positively reinforced as early as preschool and continuing in elementary and junior high school. This is necessary for it to be ingrained as a strong value system before reaching high school and adulthood. Although we have remarkable success ensuring our students graduate high school, we see mixed results 2 years out of the program. Those who seek real change have left the territory to places that provide them an environment for continued success, like universities, vocational schools, the military, and even an equine racing academy. A significant amount of our youth who have remained local have fallen victim to the non-supportive environment that the program temporarily gave them refuge from. Our domestic support to civil authorities. Some of the missions executed by the military and civilian men and women of the Virginia National Guard, Army Guard, and Air Guard, as well as the Adjutant General Office, are as follows. Being supported funerals. Provided material assistance to 7 agencies as part of the White House mission support during President Biden's and the First Family's visit to St. Croix. Supported Virgin Islands Police Department's Cruise and Christmas Festival and St. Thomas and St. John Carnival support. Being participated in multiple local and national level training exercises in preparation for this continued support to domestic operation. This year, we exercised a domestic response at the national level when we participated in the New Orleans All Hazards Coordinated Workshop and Vitima's capstone event locally. Our Army National Guard. Bing's medical detachment participating in planning and operations with the Department of Health to provide medical professionals to perform a free health and wellness fair in the territory. This was a smaller scale of the Department of Defense initiative, innovative readiness training requirement that was held the previous year. The Health and Wellness Fair provided care for 1,050 patients throughout the territory, 601 on St. Thomas, 99 on St. John, and 350 on St. Croix. Being medical detachment received 80 hours of valuable training while providing services to our community. The 631st Engineer Detachment Utilities successfully completed their 9-month deployment to Djibouti, Africa, in support of Special Operations Combatant Command requirements. Ving units will also be complete conducting their annual training requirements and the inactive duty training by the end of August of this year. The 73rd Army Band executed annual operational readiness evaluation within Regulations 220-90 Army Music on 7-9 March of 2025 with an overall successful rating for mission performance and an excellence rating for steel pan performance. Within our domestic operations, Ving deployed approximately 218 service members in support of the presidential inauguration, PI 60, in January 2025. Our soldiers and airmen played a significant role as it provided command and control of units from states like Indiana and Connecticut. Virginia National Guard provided exceptional material assistance to 7 agencies as part of its White House mission support requirements during President Biden's visit, and it provided significant operational support requirements to military mission support, the VIPD Cruiser Christmas Festival, and St. Thomas and St. John Carnival support. Ving participated in multiple local and national training exercises in preparation for our continued domestic support operations, as well as continuing its requirements to support and attend the New Orleans All Hazards Coordination Workshop, as well as participated in the Army North Rehearsal of Concept Drill. The Virginia National Guard did host its annual All Hazard Workshop in preparation for the Vitima's capstone event that we hold locally each year. our federal operations. The 631st Engineer Detachment successfully redeployed, exceeding the standards and providing construction support to Special Operations Forces across multiple countries in East Africa. Additionally, the 285th Civil Engineering Squadron completed a successful deployment to Yokota, Japan. The Medical Command supported the VI Wellness Initiative Readiness Training missions and saw over 2,250 patients who received medical services, and for the amount of $1,407,503 in healthcare cost savings. During execution of the mission, it combined 27,241 hours of total force training during that innovative readiness training previously. Ving units successfully conducted all annual training IDT requirements for this year, with only a few units remaining to accomplish them. In the conduct of their federal training, the territory continues to receive incidental benefits. One of these is the 73rd Army's band participation, not just in all the local concerts, but actually being kind of an ambassador as we provided music to the 146th National Guard Association of the United States in Detroit, Michigan last year, but continue to highlight their success as they continue to support requirements like the Army's birthday recently. In our counter-drug requirements, the Virgin Islands National Guard counter-drug program provided investigative and analysts to support local and federal law enforcement agencies in their ongoing mission to eliminate and disrupt illegal drug trafficking organizations. This support has contributed significantly to the various marijuana interdiction efforts, cocaine seizures, as well as the recovery of oxycodone, fentanyl, and other unidentified substances amounting to $147,006,548.20. 73 weapons, handguns, and rifles were confiscated, amounting to $49,944, along with one commercial fishing vessel valued at $350,000. The Drug Demand Reduction Outreach section provided presentations to approximately 755 youth, ages 5 to 17, addressing the issues of drug abuse, addiction, and alcohol abuse impacting the communities of the Virgin Islands. The Drug Demand Reduction Organization collaborates with one of the coalitions and 3 schools to engage these youth programs. The VING will maintain this collaboration with the Drug Enforcement Administration and its prevention initiatives. We involved partners within the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and the Virgin Islands Coalition of Schools. We've coordinated with VITEMA to synchronize the conduct of hurricane disaster response, focusing on operations, communications, and deployment response measures. Our Air National Guard. Increased operating and maintenance budget raised from $70,000 to $210,000. Solicited for a 100 megabit circuit and contracted to be installed here shortly. Posture to deploy personnel to Japan as we speak, and continue to build out 22 personnel security force operation within our allocations from National Guard Bureau. Collaborated with the National Guard Bureau for current and future force structure and facility support. They filled key positions throughout the organization, bringing end strength up from 90% to over 100%. They're pending 95% design on a new 285th Civil Engineering Squadron installation development plan on St. Croix. The National Guard Bureau and the A4 Facilities leaderships have approved the program facility replacement projects, and we're currently awaiting 97% complete of the first fire suppression project requirements. They've also provided POTUS visit support with the C-17 loading and unloading support for seamless operations. The Virgin Islands National Guard counter-drug program provided investigative analysts to support our law enforcement agencies in their ongoing mission to eliminate and disrupt illegal drug trafficking organizations. Our weapons of mass destruction civil support teams. The 23rd Weapons of Mass Destruction Civil Support Team provided support to the civil authorities at domestic incident sites. By law, the Weapons of Mass Destruction Civil Support Team responds to use of threatened use of weapons of mass destruction, the intentional or unintentional use of nuclear, biological, radiological, or toxic, poisonous chemical materials, and natural or man-made disasters in the United States and its territories, which result in or could result in catastrophic loss of life or property. Significant near-term contributions of the 23rd Weapons of Mass Destruction Civil Support Teams include: they work with the Federal Bureau of Investigations and U.S. Secret Service to support the President of the United States 2024 holiday visit, as well as the First Lady of the United States 2024 return to the St. Croix. Assist with the Virgin Islands Emergency Management VITEMA and the Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA to create potential industrial chemical release hazard scenario used by FEMA. To request additional financial resources for the federal government for the territory's preparedness. They assisted the Governor's Executive Security Unit and other first responders, VIPD and VI Fire EMS agencies in support of the Governor's State of the Territory, assisted the GSU and other responders agencies in support of the Governor's State of the Territory address, the swearing of territory senators, and several community-based, highly populated events to include the Agricultural Fair, Carnival, Buju Bantan event occurring on St. Croix, and events occurring on St. Thomas and St. John. For the 2025 hurricane season preparedness, the Virgin Islands National Guard continues to maintain a heightened state of readiness in the event it is mobilized in a territory active duty status in support of local emergencies response operations. This becomes particularly heightened during every hurricane season. As a part of these efforts, we are actively engaged in exercising our response and recovery posture. We conducted our annual All Hazards Coordination Workshop 8 to 12 April of 2025 with local, federal, and Department of Defense attendees. It serves to strengthen readiness and relationships through collaboration between local and federal partners. This ensured a shared understanding of both the state and territory's capabilities and our shortfalls. We also participated in the United States Army North rehearsal of concept drill with over 100 military and civilian participation from 2 to 6 June 2025, as well as the VITEMA capstone event 9 through 13 June 2025 with local and federal partners. The Office of the Adjutant General continues to develop and implement policies, procedures that support key performance indicators. This enables our success in meeting our strategic readiness objectives for the Virgin Islands National Guard. To the left, our drivers are the National Defense Strategy and National Military Strategy. Our fielded force and capabilities capacities fall out to key responsibilities to meet those. One, the commander and the governor's cabinet military advisor is the responsibility of the TAG to meet that requirement in order to support the internal security and public order responsibilities outlined by a legislator. We want to ensure that we increase our readiness and responsiveness to all the territory's needs and our warfighting primary mission. We have changed the culture to a culture of exceeding the standards within the organization, and we have built a ready, relevant, and responsive joint force that's right-sized for the requirements and ability to recruit. And in the end, we continue to build our lethality to meet our federal mission of warfighting. These objectives were to promote operational effectiveness, have a safe and secure territory through effective and efficient preparedness, and to build a comprehensive territorial support capabilities to respond to all threats. The transformation led to a better quality of life and safer work environment for being soldiers, airmen, and civilians, and will continue with these requirements. I want to personally thank all the members of our community for your support, to the men and women of the Virgin Islands Army and Air National Guard, from the employee support to the Guard and Reserve, executive, legislative, and judicial branches, to delegate to Congress's office, and of course to the commander and Chief of the Virgin Islands National Guard, Governor Albert Joyner Jr., for the continued unwavering support to our soldiers, airmen, and civilians. The support provided to our guardsmen and women while away here on duty in the territory shows just how much our community cares about their welfare and appreciates their selfless service. We all should be thankful for the sacrifices our service members and their families endure every day to safeguard our great nation. To the men and women of the Virgin Islands Army and Air National Guard, we're proud of you. You are a select few of our community's sons, daughters, fathers, mothers, and who answer the call to service every day. You men and women are the less than 1% of our nation who serves. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your family's sacrifices. Whether it's supporting our national defense strategy deployed overseas or supporting the homeland during times of crisis, you continue to exceed the standards. You embody the warrior ethos, and I'm truly honored to serve as the Adjutant General and Commander of the Army and Air National Guard. I will be followed by Ms. Nikita Ward, my Executive Director for the Office of the Adjutant General. Thank you.
Good morning, 36th Legislature, Finance Committee Chair, the Honorable Senator Novel E. Francis, Vice Chair, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator Kurt H. VLA, and other non-committee members present in the Senate chambers, family, friends, and general public viewing and listening locally and abroad. I am Nikita Ward, Executive Director for the Office of the Adjutant General. Today I will outline the Office of the Adjutant General's budget for fiscal year 2026. The Office of the Adjutant General is requesting a general fund budget of $3,243,939. This figure includes miscellaneous budget appropriation of $150,000 for the Virgin Islands National Guard Pension Fund and $982,242 for the Youth About Face and Forward March program. Additionally, the projected federal master cooperative agreement budget allocation of $2,968,553 is the amount projected to propose to support the Virgin Islands National Guard. The Office of the Adjutant General is responsible for 3 divisions. Each division supports the policy and procedures to accomplish key strategic objectives for the Virgin Islands National Guard. This enables us to fulfill our federal and territorial missions as identified below. First, the Administrative Division provides supervision and oversight for administrative and operational activities of the agency. Also, this includes budgeting, fiscal control, and personnel management. Second, the Maintenance Division provides operational supplies for building repairs and maintenance, custodial services, groundkeeping, electronic security system, environmental protection for the Virgin Islands National Guard facilities. Third, the Security Division provides force protection measures for the Virgin Islands National Guard personnel, facility, and equipment. The Office of the Adjutant General has 3 performance goals: perform operational effectiveness, establish a safe and secure territory through effective and efficient preparedness, and build a comprehensive territorial support capability in response to all threats. I will now justify the recommended operating budget for fiscal year 2026. The Office of the Adjutant General, fiscal year 2026, recommended appropriation for personnel services, $1,343,855. For fringe benefits, $630,406. Supplies, $131,160. Capital projects, $220,180. And other services, which includes utilities and miscellaneous, of $918,338 for a grand total of $3,243,939. $243,939. The following diagram shows the breakdown of the general fund recommended by budget and divisions. The budget breakdown descriptions are as follows below. The amount of $1,343,855 represents the salaries of 20 full-time positions, to include the Youth About Face and Forward March program, and a 25% territorial matching fund for 3 vacant matching positions. The amount of $220,180 represents the collaboration of agency operation and Youth About Face Forward March program, and the local match of the Master Cooperative Agreement for capital projects. This amount supports repairs, rehabilitation, and new construction projects for the facilities as Estate Bethlehem and Estate Nazareth Military Compound to maintain compliance with local and federal codes. The amount of $630,406 represent the total fringe benefits for 20 full-time positions, in addition to 25% for the 3 vacant matching positions. The amount of $131,160 will be for the purchase of supplies in support of the local match of the Master Cooperative Agreement, the agency operations, and the Youth About Face and Forward March program. The amount of $918,388 represents the operational service, utilities, miscellaneous charge, $150,000 earmarked for the National Guard Pension Fund, which provides the monthly stipend to qualified retirees of the Virgin Islands National Guard members as mandated under Title 23, Section 155 of the Virgin Islands Code. 38 eligible members are projected for fiscal year 2026 to receive this stipend. The amount of $982,242 is earmarked for the Youth About Face Forward March program. This concludes the justification of the general fund budget of $3,243,939, which includes a miscellaneous appropriation of $235,920 as recommended for the fiscal year 2026. I will continue with justifying the Master Cooperative Agreement. The Department of Defense National Guard Bureau enters into the Master Cooperative Agreement with states and territories to provide federal support for services provided by the states and territorial military department for authorized facilities for lease, real property services, real property maintenance and repairs, operation and maintenance, and minor construction costs. The Adjutant General and the United States Property and Fiscal Officer are responsible for the execution of the Master Cooperative Agreement and its appendices. The Office of the Adjutant General, in conjunction with the United States Property and Fiscal Office, through the Master Cooperative Agreement, provides services to the territory on behalf of the Virgin Islands National Guard. This agreement is a fully executed contract between the territory and the federal government and is renewed every fiscal year. On an annual basis, the territory receives federal funds as a reimbursement for expenses incurred through the Master Cooperative Agreement Program. The Master Cooperative Agreement Program is comprised of 9 programs and appendices. Each appendix has its own funding. The Office of the Adjutant General pays for services in advance and is reimbursed for a certain percentage depending on the program. 2 of the program's expenditures are calculated as a match split, whereas the remaining 7 programs are at 100% federally reimbursed. To date, we have expended $1,167,550, which is in process to be reimbursed from the federal government to the territory. The pie chart on page 25 shows the breakdown of the federal projection of funds which supports the Master Cooperative Agreement for fiscal year 2026. The distribution of funds are as follows. $1,735,878 represents the Army National Guard programs This presently represents 19 full-time Army and security positions. All positions are 100% federally reimbursed. $685,925 supports the Facilities and Maintenance Program. Operational and maintenance expenditures are federally reimbursed at 75% with support of General Fund local match of 25%. There's a total of 5 positions that supports this program. 2 positions are 100% reimbursed and 3 positions are 75% reimbursed. Presently, 2 positions are filled and job announcement for 3 vacancies are in revision process for re-advertisement. $51,860 is projected to cover the telecommunication program. This amount will be reimbursed at 100%. $207,142 represents the projected cost to support the Environmental Resource Program. There's currently 2 filled full-time positions and all expenditures are federally reimbursed. $26,183 is projected for the Air National Guard Operation and Maintenance Program. This program requires a 25% general fund match and a federal contribution of 75% of total expenditures for supplies, repairs, maintenance, electricity, and water charges. $86,188 is for the support of the distance learning program. Presently, 1 filled full-time position. All charges incurred under this program are federally reimbursed at 100%. $90,284 is projected to support the cost of the electronic security program. Presently, 1 filled full-time positions and all expenditures are federally reimbursed at 100%. At this moment, $0 was projected for the allocation of the anti-terrorism program. However, this program is in process for re-advertisement through federal contracting service. $85,093 is the projected allocation for the emergency management program. Presently, 1 full-time employee is assigned and all expenditures are reimbursed at 100%. Presently, this position is vacant. However, it's in process for selected candidate filling. Mr. Chairman, it is of utmost importance to note that the requested general fund match for the master cooperative agreement operating and maintenance costs must be committed in effort to receive the federal share. The budget projection presented to you today includes the recommended general fund budget of $3,243,939 to receive the federal projection allocation of $2,968,553. This allocation combined a total of $6,212,492 in federal and local funds to support the Office of the Adjutant General's operation for fiscal year 2026. This concludes my presentation for fiscal year 2026 proposed budget. Thank you for your attentiveness, and I stand ready to answer your question on fiscal and administrative matters, and I'll be followed by Colonel Deborah Lobemeyer, the United States Property and Fiscal Officer for the Virgin Islands National Guard.
Good morning, Committee Chairman, the Honorable Senator Novel E. Francis, members of the Committee on Finance and other members of the 36th Legislature. I am Colonel Deborah Lobemeyer, the United States Property and Fiscal Officer for the Virgin Islands National Guard. My testimony today will present the fiscal year 2026 projected federal funding and the required local match. The Virgin Islands National Guard is primarily supported by 3 Army and Air appropriations: National Guard personnel, Army, or 2060 appropriation, Operations and Maintenance, Army, or what we refer to as the 2065 appropriation, and Military Construction, 2085. And the Air National Guard appropriations, Operations and Maintenance, Air National Guard, Personnel, and Military Construction. The fiscal year 2026 National Guard budget request supports the all-volunteer force of highly skilled, trained, fit, disciplined, equipped, and cohesive team of soldiers The Army is restructuring to provide 2030 capabilities to include multi-domain task forces, theater information advantage detachment, indirect fire protection capability, modernized watercraft, long-range hypersonic weapons, and increased cyber capability, increased cyber capacity and capabilities. The changes in the 2026 budget are split between price and program changes. The price changes are due to increases in the rates for pay and allowances. Military pay and allowances raises effective 1 January 2026 are basic pay and is projected at a 3.8% increase. Basic allowance for housing, 3.9%, and basic allowance for subsistence, 3.4%. In fiscal year 2026, the Virgin Islands National Guard anticipates an overall funding increase of 2% over FY fiscal year 25 actuals, going from total funding of $40.5 million in 2025 to $46 million in 2026. Areas that saw increases were active guard reserve payroll from $11.6 million to $12.9 million, technician payroll from $11.4 million to $11.6 million, part-time payroll from $3.2 million to $3.6 million, and operations and training from $3.6 million to $4 million. Funding levels for installation support are $6.4 million, and services and supply $4.2 million. The graph below depicts the Army and Air National Guard overall funding for FY26, which is projected to be $43 million for the Army and $3.9 million for the Air National Guard. Full-time payroll and part-time payroll of $37.7 million and operations and maintenance of $15.2 million. The chart on this page illustrates the difference between federal and territorial support to the Virgin Islands National Guard over 5 fiscal years. Current projections for 2026 will require the local government to provide $396,000 to fully execute the Master Cooperative Agreement program. The territory is responsible for matching federal funding at varying totals based on the facility. St. Thomas Armory, which is our state armory, requires 43%, 37%, or 50% based on the project. The St. Croix Armory requires 25%, and Spratt Hall facility requires 4%, Air Guard facility 25%, and the Joint Forces Headquarters 25%. This matching of funds is crucial because the federal share cannot be committed without the territory's percentage being available. The fiscal year 2026 federal allocation projects a slight increase from 2025. Significant is the fact that we do everything we can to keep these monies in the territory to support the local economy. We estimate that during fiscal year 2026, 75% or approximately $35 million will remain in the Virgin Islands. The National Guard is a good investment of the territory of the Virgin Islands. Finally, let me place this back on record to address any concerns about drawdowns. The Office of the Adjutant General does not, my apologies. The Office of the Adjutant General does not operate as a
Right.
as a grant. A grant is a drawdown of funds. However, the cooperative agreement is a reimbursable program. We operate under the Master Cooperative Agreement, which is a unique reimbursement process for approved and paid expenditures for supply and services to support the Federal National Guard mission. We have no federal dollars at risk due to the lack of drawdown. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my testimony. I will be followed by the Adjutant General, General Knox Limbacher.
Mr. Chairman, before I conclude, I would like to address a few hot-button items. One, first issue, loss of the aviation unit and the two UH-72 Lakota helicopters. On 27 November 2024, I received notification of the transfer of the 1st of the 112th Aviation Detachment to the Kentucky National Guard, comprised of two UH-72 Lakota aircraft. The unit and personnel will return from Michigan this year, and the structure and equipment will transfer completely by 1 July. Second, the lack of the Virgin Islands Defense Support to Civil Authorities funding for the Virgin Islands National Guard support to civil authorities. The ability to pay soldiers and airmen territory active duty pay on time when called to support civil authority requirements has reached a crucial decision point. If we cannot pay TAD on time, we should not call them to duty. The inability to deliver payments to service members once called negatively affects the ability to pay their rent and utilities on time and jeopardizes their ability to feed their families. Taking them away from their full-time jobs to fill gaps and shortfalls in other agencies without paying them on time is simply wrong. Solution: create a Virgin Islands Defense Support to Civil Authorities Internal Service Fund for TAD support. I recommend future legislation and allocation of funding for restricted internal service fund to finance TAD pay for VING service members, manpower gaps that fill manpower gaps in other departments or agencies. This VI DISCA internal service fund will enable VING to pay soldiers and airmen timely while waiting for reimbursement from requesting agencies, which historically have taken 2 to 8 months. The funds will be used to support all emergency support functions needs throughout the territory annually. Notification. The loss of the Blair Hangar lease, which ends in 2027, will make room for the public-private partnership airport expansion at the Henry E. Ralston Airport on St. Croix. The public-private partnership will expand to the west and east of that airport, and that will then, of course, absorb the VING hangar, which will probably be demolished, and a future build-out for state-of-art facilities will happen. That's just a notification on 2027. That hangar will no longer belong to the Virgin Islands National Guard, and the National Guard Bureau will no longer pay that lease. The lease will terminate, and that will be given back to Port Authority, which will support the building of a new P3 facility. This concludes my written testimony. We seek your committee's favorable action for approval of our fiscal year 2026 proposed budget. This body's approval will enable our efforts to increase operational readiness with realistic ends, ethical, legal, and moral ways, and the appropriate means to fund the operations of the Virgin Islands Army and Air National Guard for its continued support to DISCA requirements in the territory and our federal warfighting mission requirements. Our team stands ready to answer your questions regarding our fiscal year 2026 budget, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Major General Knox Limbacher, and also thank you to Colonel Lobenmeyer, as well as to Executive Director Nikita Ward. So let me begin before I open up the floor for questioning by asking you, have you received all of your allotment? Obviously, we're in the third quarter. Have you received all of your allotment thus far for FY 2025?
No, we have not, Senator. Thank you for the question.
What's owed at this time?
Go ahead.
At this moment, the balance of the miscellaneous appropriation to include fourth quarter operational expenses.
What's that amount?
I don't have that full amount for you at this moment, but I can get it and get back to you.
Very well. I want to take this opportunity on the behalf of my colleagues and I again to thank the men and women, rank and file of the National Guard, for their contributions to this community and for the work that they continue to do on our behalf. And of course, we're celebrating the Army Strong birthday just recently, and we continue to recognize the contributions that's made there. The $35+ million injection that we receive in the territory as a result of the federal programs as well, funding. So we appreciate that. To my frustration, though, every time we have these budget hearings, we continue to have this discussion regarding TAD payment. Going back some time now, since after the hurricanes, we continue to be faced with this issue of TAD payment. Can you help me to understand what is the nuances in us being able to ensure that they're timely, these payments are made in a timely fashion? Because I agree with you. If we're not going to pay them, in a sense, of calling them out. But what is the nuances? What is the real problem that's driving this issue each and every time we come before this body?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So what happens when the TAD happens is not a state emergency. Let's just use a carnival, for example. They call out, normally it's an agency, so VIPD calls out 20 soldiers. They give us a funding line to draw the funds against to pay the soldiers and airmen called out. When that funding line hits, there's no money in that funding line. However, the police officers who are still in that same agency, when their funding line hits in a full-time capacity, because it's payroll, it will go to the general fund and pay their salary. But because it's not a full-time employee, there's no money there. So once we wait for the reimbursement from VIPD or whatever agency calls, it takes a significant amount of time for us to actually get that back for them. So they're waiting for the agency that called, whether it's any of the agencies, to pay money into that funding line to then pay the soldier or airman. So that's a recommendation for the DISCA fund, the way the money sits accessible for us, and we're not waiting for the agency to provide that money.
But this is not rocket science. Why do we continue to find ourselves in this quagmire? Year in after year. As a matter of fact, I just heard recently during the St. Thomas Carnival that you had a lot of your soldiers and members refuse or didn't volunteer to work TAD because, of course, they were concerned about being able to be paid. Is that a fact? That's
correct, Senator. So for me, it's two things. I will not call my soldiers someplace knowing that they're not going to get paid, and I would not ask them to volunteer. So other than a state of emergency from the governor, which is then funded through the federal guarantee money, they volunteer to come on TAD. So when they did not get paid for St. Croix's Carnival, they did not show up for St. Thomas. So 0 soldiers showed up.
Okay. So this recommendation, you had a solution that you recommended here in order to address this particular issue. Is this a new revelation? Is this something that has been known for quite some time? Or is it that we only now being told that perhaps legislation is necessary for us to be able to drive this issue?
So when I came into this seat about 6 years ago now, we tried to work all the different recommended angles of how to get a fund to support this requirement, to get reassured that an agency will push us some money up front to get their soldiers online. It has not worked. At this juncture, this is the final solution set that I recommend for some type of legislation to create a DISCA fund. Other states may have something similar, or they may not have the financial issues we have. But this, to me, is my recommendation. And I've spoken to some of the senators in the past about something similar, but this is the first time now as a last bit discussion of how we can solve this problem.
Very well. After reading this last night, we went ahead and put in a bill draft to hopefully address this, and we're hoping and praying that in fact this will address the concern, because it's so important for us to be able to tap into the resources that are available through the National Guard to be able to continue to protect our home front. How many activations have you had by the chief executive thus far?
From the governor itself or from the president?
From the governor.
This year, we haven't had any state emergencies this year.
Any other activation for any other reason?
Only through the ESF support for VIPD for Carnival, festivals, and those requirements.
Okay. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the same lines, I put in for that bill last year, but the issue was funding. So I was suggesting this year we could do a line item, put it into the budget. We're looking for 500,000 was the initial amount. We're looking to address the TAD. But if we get in a bill and get that going and put through committee and get it done, fine. But I figure if we have to do it, we could put a line item into the budget strictly for TAD. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Good suggestion. We'll certainly take that under advisement. Senator Viola, you recognized for your point of information. Please recognize the mic of the Majority Leader, Senator Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Aren't monies separately allotted for security for carnival activities to the Department of Public Safety? I'm trying to rack my brain as to whether we didn't have some separate monies that these monies should be able to be drawn down from.
I don't know that there is a separate line item for that. I know that for many years there have been this discussion of what tourism should contribute, or the cost to the Virgin Islands Police Department for these special assignments. But there's always an issue of whether all the fund really goes into the general fund, and I'm not sure that there's any line item specification there, Senator Viola.
Okay, I will check on that, but I wanted to ask as a general, what was the cost for the St. Croix Carnival? Because we put out a number of 500,000. What's the actual cost? How many soldiers do they request for a carnival activity, and what is the cost of those soldiers?
So as we look at it, normally it's a soldier requirement about 20 personnel or more. That's about $30,000 total. When you look at the continuous days of support, most of these soldiers and airmen that support.
Hold up, can we try to get a figure? You said 20 soldiers, correct. And the 30,000 covers the festival in terms of overtime?
Correct, for the entire time while they're supporting the requirements, for the days are requested.
So then we don't need 500,000. 100,000 would suffice for the 3 carnivals?
Well, Senator, if I may, I think the discussion comes in. We know we have 3 events, as well as the agriculture fair, where the other requirements for out there, and as well as the hurricane requirements that you may have that are not federally supported, because with FEMA having a new administrative requirement, you may not get reimbursement federally.
Okay, but even if you put in 6 events, that would be 180,000. We don't have a real cushion that you could just put 500. You want to be as conservative as possible. You could start the fund out at 120,000, and then if there's a need, you can always
replenish as necessary.
Correct, and you can replenish at any time of the year, so it doesn't need to be there from the onset, but just enough so you could cover the major activities, and then if there's a need, we can do an additional line item.
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. What's the current delta? What's currently owed for TAD at this time?
Yeah.
Presently, it's ranging about 20,000 for the service members that performed during that period.
Very well, thank you. And real quickly before I open up the floor, what's happening with the installation, landscape, and maintenance? I pass that area very frequently, and I'm very surprised, having a little bit of a military background, exposure to different installations of the condition at times of the grounds of the facilities. What's happening with the landscaping maintenance?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator. If you look at our post-audit report on page 2, at the bottom it says right here 41.9% of the funding not being allocated by OMB, which may suggest a delay or pending distribution of resources. When we don't have funding for the operational requirements of the facilities for grass cutting, for AC repairs, or all the other requirements, the soldiers and airmen and civilians in our facilities suffer. And that's a direct reflection of that, Senator.
Very well. We'll do a little bit of deeper dive on that a little bit later on, but I wanted to go ahead and open up the floor. So Senator Balkes, Angel Balkes, you recognize for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to National Guard leadership. General, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you doing today, Senator?
Good, good. You're facing some staffing shortages for hiring individuals. I think you lost 6 civilian jobs. Has that had any impact on your operations? What type of positions were those?
Yes, Senator. That's a national across-the-board cuts for all National Guard personnel and Department of Defense. So some of those positions are like the EO, my Equal Opportunity Officer, we lost. So now we have to get a military person to now act in that term on a special order. We also have one of our personnel who's in the finance arena, which will now create a significant amount of workload increase for Colonel Laubermeyer's team that does our finances. Unfortunately, we took six personnel cut, which is significantly less than the rest of the nation and their organizations, because we were almost right-sized already.
Okay, and how many vacancies do you currently have overall?
For the federal side or the local
On the
side?
local side.
Was it 3? We have 5 vacancies, Senator.
5 after losing the 6.
The 6 were federal employees.
Federal, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your youth program, Youth About Face and Forward March programs, how much of the 982,000, goes directly to those admin costs for those programs?
So if you revert back to the chart on page 22 and 23, the M19 budget, that's what identifies. We have a total of $567,096 for personnel, $329,226 for fringe, and then a total of $28,664, $57,276, and $5,000 outlined for operational and supplies expenses.
Okay, and how are you tracking the youth program? Is it very successful, and have any of those youths, after leaving, have they moved into any job opportunities, or do you track it beyond the program or just during the program?
Great question, Senator. Yes, it's been highly successful. And I would say when we start from, most of the youth come to us trying to simply graduate high school or get a GED. So we've been successful to get 100% of those young men and women out of that program. The next step is to then getting to the Forward March program, which is connecting them with Department of Labor for jobs or helping them meet other job requirements. Recently, we had a young man, which when we started the program, it was very clear to me not to have everyone go in the military. However, we did have a young man that was in the program from its onset, has now in the military now, and actually was just designated as the, I think, the platoon guide for his basic training class. And we have a young lady that went off to college, another young man who went to Equine School to be a jockey. Yeah. So they've been doing very well.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Facilities, we talked about facilities. How much of the, there's a hangar, I believe, that you're going to be losing.
Correct.
Right? have you located a new designation, or is it that we have
1
to
minute.
purchase property? What's happening in that space with the
Correct.
loss of that hangar?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So the lease is up in 2027, and after that, the hangar will go away. There is no more aircraft for the Virgin Islands National Guard. So we don't have any helicopters or airplanes allocated to the Virgin Islands anymore. Technically, those were lost before I came in, and then we got the aircrafts back for mission. But we have no aircraft, so no need for the National Guard Bureau to support
30
us
seconds.
owning a hangar. And then the hangar itself will be demolished, is my understanding. So there won't be any request for a new space.
Well, that's unfortunate because I can sit here and tell you of several occasions when we've had to have Puerto Rico come over here with vessels, helicopters predominantly, to assist, whether it's with a dump fire or some other emergency that we are actually experiencing here in the Virgin Islands.
Time.
So, Mr. Chair, if I might wrap up, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, recently we approved approval for usage of the helipad on St. John. We're always, historically in the past, have needed air assistance. I'm not saying that the National Guard has to provide that, obviously, but I'm just saying the need for helicopters in the Virgin Islands, I believe, is still very important. So I'm hoping that that changes for you. And looking forward to supporting you with this budget. I think it's relatively very easy. You all do a great job. We appreciate everything that you do for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkas. You may
May I
respond.
answer?
Sure.
Senator Bolkus, I think you bring up a really good point. So you see the picture in the hearing in my last statements. We're inside that hangar. The key is we were able to attract both national assets. You're seeing F-35s, F-22s. You're seeing a level of air power campaign throughout the Caribbean and Western Hemisphere to ensure that our adversaries know that air power can come here and support. That hangar that you talk about is key to that support. Even the personnel who come to support the requirements operate out of that hangar. So if that hangar goes away, we have spoke already to Port Authority and the P3 partnership that if we need to, could the military come back and lease space if needed. That's still in the discussion phase, but that's a great highlight of how important that hangar has been and could continue to be. Unfortunately, we seem that we're being in the path of progress right now. Over.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, testifiers. Along the same line, General Knox Limbacher, with the aviation part, the helicopter portion, what happens to the personnel that were already trained in that facility? What happens to them now?
Two things. There's still structure for a state aviation office, so they will continue to be in that position, and they will have to meet their flying requirements with another state. So if you're a young aviator needing to get your pilot iterations, they can transfer to another National Guard unit. They can go to the active duty, or they can reclassify into a different job.
Okay. So that component, did we miss something? Did we needed to do something additional on the home front here to continue with the program? Why we lost it, or it was just a matter of military exchange or something?
Great question, Senator. So my initial reason for coming back to Virgin Islands in 2018 was to help with the aviation unit that we had already lost. The aircrafts were already taken. The personnel was already dismantled. We were successful in moving those personnel to Michigan, getting them what we call readiness level 1, mission ready, and deploying those personnel and those helicopters to the southwest border to do the border mission for Homeland Security successfully. How successful was it? The reality is when they came back, the unit that actually replaced them, unfortunately, crashed and killed everybody on board. That's how serious that mission was. So they were ready. They were proficient, and they were ready. The requirement for them to come back to the Virgin Islands was a hangar. And the hangar initially was a $24 million, make sure my numbers are correct, $24 million National Defense Authorization Act to the Virgin Islands that was awarded. When we went to build a hangar, the cost for the hangar came in at $1,700 a square foot. Let that sink in, right? So we know the most expensive place normally to build in the Virgin Islands is St. John. That's about a 450,000 square foot. You're building a hangar, not a house, a hangar. And it came in at $1,700 a square foot. What happens with that is, from a Department of Defense perspective, they would have to go back to Congress and the Senate to get a new allocation, which is 5-year money. At that point, it became more expensive to build that hangar for 2 small Lakota helicopters than to reallocate that money somewhere else. Well, the aircrafts got pulled, went to a different state, and the money, someone assumed, would go back to the Department of Defense. Well, it didn't. So Colonel Liebermeyer and her team reminded them that the National Defense Authorization Act allocated that to the Virgin Islands. So we had to now take that money and put it with our CST building that's supposed to be built in the same area that I'm still leasing land for. And it's now going to be built on the compound of Bethlehem, and use the $24 million from the hangar to go with, what was it? So it would be a total of $40 million to build a weapons of mass destruction and civil support building on the Bethlehem compound with the same money. And so now we've left, and it's been articulated to the most senior levels of the military, that we are left in the Virgin Islands without any air or sea assets from the Department of Defense to support us during all hazards events. However, I have already coordinated, we've rehearsed it for the past 2 years, of the 1st Armored Division Combat Aviation Brigade out of El Paso, Texas, is what Army North has allocated to support us in time of need.
I thank you for your response, but before I close, I just wanted to say, just last week we appropriated some scholarship funds for students that were interested in aviation. So I was going on the side of, our students, our children are getting so interested in this, and to hear that we had a product or, a unit and we lost it, it's like, hey, trying to encourage our children, give them options and so forth. So I'll rest there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very, very good point, Senator Lewis. We're inundated with a number of aviation field, and in that field, aeronautics and everything else where, students, we can't fund enough to support. And obviously they're going on, but then we lose them to other airlines as well. So the chair will recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Mr. Chair, you and Mr. Majority Leader, we could get together and work this out, because I'm happy to hear that part about the TAD. Ms. Ward, could I have your actuals, personal fringe, supplies? Could I have your actuals to date, if you have them with you, the expenditures? And in the meantime, I guess while she look for it, I'm looking for, in looking at, do you also have a copy of the post auditor's report?
Yes, I do, Senator.
Okay, on page 3 of the post auditor's report, the FY 2026 recommendation, you see in the upper portion with the personnel right down to the subtotal, the subtotal is $3,243,939. That's your ax, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and in the same FY 26 recommendation, go right down to the miscellaneous. It says $85,920 for about phase forward march, and $150,000 for the National Guard pension.
Correct.
Is an additional under the miscellaneous, or you had the miscellaneous rolled up in the top total?
So the miscellaneous is rolled up in the complete total budget.
Okay, where is the miscellaneous rolled up into? Because I looked at these numbers here. Where is it rolled up in the other services and charges? So if you go hold my time, Mr. Chair.
yeah, Correct, but if you revert back to the chart on page 22 and 23, and you calculate the miscellaneous and appropriation there, then you'll be able to see exactly as to how it's calculated. As in the last column, it shows the amount. However, the miscellaneous is included to create the actual grand total. Therefore, the recommended, what's in the appropriation includes the miscellaneous. However, they have it identified below additionally, but it's rolled up in.
Okay, what is the total of the miscellaneous? I think it was 200 and something thousand?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay, so the miscellaneous total was,
235.
what is it,
920.
235?
Yeah, that is correct.
235, 920. Okay, so you said that should be in the
Yes, in the
3.2.
yes, that is correct. So the entire total that is within the general fund description, it's not a separate miscellaneous. Everything is also included. But however, if you go to page 22 and 23, then you'll see the full bowl total, which matches the actual recommended total there. But in the roll up, it breaks it down and it shows as M1917 is the Youth About Face program, and within 5631, it's on page 23, that is the pension fund.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, if I may, you could just check with the post-audit report if that's how they calculated it, or because based on how they have it, it seemed like it was a separate amount, the miscellaneous, which took it to 3,479,859 on page 3 of the post-audit report in FY26.
Post auditor, you may respond. Please recognize the mic of the post auditor.
I did. Dr. Theodora Phillip, responding to Senator DeGraff through the chair. Senator, the way the budget is presented in the executive budget, the top portion is, it's presented as the general fund. The additional $235,000 is presented in the miscellaneous section of the budget to bring it to a full total of $3.4 million.
But according to Ms. Ward, Executive Director Ward, she is stating that it's in the 3,243,000.
No, sir. I understand what she's saying, but where the reports that we create, it's done in alliance with the executive budget. And when you look at the executive budget, the miscellaneous section is in addition to that first part.
Okay, so what you're saying then, the ask is 3,243,939 from the general fund only, and then the miscellaneous is added in additionally?
Yes, 235,000, I believe, from the miscellaneous section of the budget.
So then, based on what Ms. Ward is saying, then would she be short 235,000?
No, because when we pass the operational budget, it's passed within that section, the miscellaneous section of the budget.
Okay, so Ms. Ward, you got that?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure it was correct that we ain't losing any funds. Okay, okay, you're able to have your actuals as yet?
Not at the
Personal
moment. Not at the moment.
No, you don't, you said? Okay, Adjutant General, General Limbacher. Now, there's a major problem that's taking place with the pension fund. How much money is in the pension fund currently?
Right. So currently we have 65,000 left to be released to be paid out.
1 minute.
Okay. Because I get phone calls for years in regards to persons not getting paid their money. Now I asked it to Department of Finance, the commissioner, and he stated that they haven't received invoices. Do you have any invoices that have not been sent out as yet to Finance? And are you waiting for invoices?
30 seconds.
Finance at this time?
Thank you, Senator. However, how the disbursement of the pension fund is released, we received the appropriation release from the Office of Management and Budget. To date, we've received approval for first quarter and second quarter, which has been submitted to the Department of Finance for payment. However, we're still awaiting third quarter and with the intention to submit fourth quarter
Time.
as it begins tomorrow.
Okay, then in closing, Mr. Chair, I have a suggestion in terms of, again, I don't know if it would work, in terms of taking the monies from the pension fund and putting it into like how Department of Education has an impress fund, that they could have access to that money, because you have an entire year go by and persons have called my office for years and stated they have not received their monies. And every bit of importance are the soldiers that are active, are those who paved the way for them, the retirees. And to become a retiree, you have to spend 20 years. So for 20 years out your life, you put in to serve the territory and the country, and then to wait between 55 and 60 before you make 60, they don't even sometimes collect at all. So I think I have legislation, like I said, I'm going to try where we could put it into an impress fund, that they would have access to that money, even rather than waiting for the quarters to be put in so these people can get paid. So that's something I'll look into, and I'll check with Majority Leader and yourself, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Of course, we can't minimize the need to ensure that our retirees are compensated or to receive that temporary money. So we just need to understand all of the dynamics that's creating the problem, and then obviously we'll move to determine the best way and the path forward in addressing that particular issue. Point of information, Senator Maurice James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on the pension because I too have been receiving complaints, and when this is for Ms. Ward, when you say you submit it quarterly, does that mean that the service member, the retiree, is receiving funds retroactively every time they receive any monies that you pay to them?
Thank you, Senator. Yes.
Okay, and that's because of how you've been submitting it. In other words, there's no way for you to submit it so that you have the funds to pay the retirees monthly as the law requires?
Good afternoon, Senator. I think you're highlighting to the issue that we continue to see with this bill as is written. The bill's written says as funds are available, right? And unfortunately, I think that language needs to change to make sure that the funds are there in law and we can receive the money in the first quarter for the entire year and pay our retirees who've earned that pension on time. Right now, the way it's submitted, it's actually retroactive as you're speaking. I think we need to change how that bill is written, do an amendment. Thank you, Senator.
I need to correct, General, I need to correct you. There's nowhere in this bill that it says where funds are available. The law is clear. It says every member and officer of the National Guard of the Virgin Islands who meets the requirements hereinafter set forth shall receive, commencing at age 55, a pension of $350 per month for 20 years military service. Nowhere in this law would it be written as available. It is a shall be paid. So my question to Ms. Ward was, when she submits the document that she submits, she is actually applying for retroactive months. She's not applying for prospective months. That's the question, and she said yes. So it is an issue that needs to be cleared up when somebody turns 55 in this community that we're in. You know, everybody that's active in a guard, whether they're in your office, OTAG, or in the Virgin Islands National Guard, they're paid timely. They're paid when they're supposed to be paid. So we need our service members who have retired and are not retired after. And as you know, and I think my colleagues need to understand, between age 55 and age 60, they do not collect any federal pension. They have to wait until they're 60. So we need to start assisting them and not a year later give them money that they need every month. And in this community, we know of people dying waiting for monthly, yearly pensions. So I agree with my colleague, we're going to have to find a way to resolve this so that it doesn't happen to our members and officers who have retired. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. As General, you want to respond to that?
Yes, two things. So the bill that the senator read off was the amended one that I came here with Veterans Affairs to actually increase, and the senators increased. The previous bill before that had in there when funds are available. So if now it's changed to no longer it is a requirement, then we need to get the allocation from O&B in the first quarter, first month, to be released to those retirees to pay them on time. So I think the communication from what the bill said in the past, when it was officially drafted, to the amendment, we're still getting funded as the old way when you get allotments and we're retroactively having to pay them versus the money being up front. So completely agree with the senator, but there's a previous bill that started this requirement, and then that needs to come to close that gap. Over.
Thank you, General.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator James.
There is no such bill. I'm talking about the law, and I do not want to mislead the public.
Find it.
There's no such bill. Bills do not become law. The law never said when available, but because the general is saying that, I will ask my staff to research all previous bills that were submitted or laws. We will do that, but it would not have said when available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Viola, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on the record that Act number 8769, which is an act providing an appropriation for the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, gave the police department $1,080,000, and the money was supposed to be used for the festival celebrations. And that's why I asked a question before as to when the department called you and asked you to supply those soldiers, there is a funding source, which is $1,080,000. So we'll need to find out from the police department if they're just utilizing that $1,080,000 just for their officers and not the other officers that are called to duty. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viola. We'll have an opportunity to question and query them when they come before us on that. Major General Knox Limbacher, in respect to the Master Cooperative Agreement, you mentioned in your testimony that there is some reimbursement that's due. How much is that reimbursement that's due, and for how far back?
Go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Senator Francis. So I executed 2 contracts. Well, I executed more than 2 contracts as in-kind assistance, but 2 that required a cost share from the territory. And currently, $185,000 is due back to me because that required a 25% matching from the territory.
And that is of when? How far back does that go?
That was in fiscal year 2024.
2024.
Yes.
Everything else is up to date?
Yes. Everything else is up to date pending that reimbursement.
Pending that reimbursement. Okay, very well. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning again to the testifiers. Okay. General Knox Limbacher, good morning.
Good morning.
Were there any cost share shortfalls or added findings last fiscal year that impacted the Federal Master Cooperative Agreement execution? To the best of your knowledge.
I understand the question. Senator, can you repeat the question? 'Cause I'm not sure we understand exactly.
I said, were there any cost share shortfalls or added findings last fiscal year that impacted the Federal Master Cooperative Agreement?
That's the 1 million, right? Yeah, when we say about cost share shortfall, Senator, you're talking about the inability for the local government to pay for a service in order to be reimbursed by the federal government.
Well, was it impacted? Did it impact your MCA?
Yes, significantly.
Okay. Could you explain how the 25, 75, and the 50-50 cost share formulas impact your FY 2026 capital and facility maintenance planning?
Yeah, so what happens, Senator, when we realized the inability of assured, scheduled, and approved funding was available for the GVI's portion of an execution, I then had to turn a request to the USPFNO to go back to the NGB to execute fully federal funded in-kind assistance requirements, since we did not have the local funding to do those things. That was maximized to the extent of the law, and those things are executed. For example, we had a OSHA mediation that we had to do for MODE, which is over $700,000 that had to be in-kind assistance to the federal government.
Thank you for your response. I noticed in the budget, your security division has grown modestly. Are there new security protocols or facility threats influencing this change compared to last year, or was it cost?
Thank you for the question, Senator. No, the cost really increase was an increase in fringe as the percentages went up. So those personnel who had hired for security, they're GVI employees, so that cost went up total across the security force. But there's no increased threat requirements that has allowed us to expand that footprint.
You listed several domestic missions to include the presidential visits, honorable support, Jeffrey support. How does this compare to your FY 2025 scope and the cost to the territory? What's the cost now?
So normally those costs are scoped to be little to none. So when folks are put on a federal requirement for the CST, for example, that's an AGR federally funded support requirement. There's no cost to the territory. Every state and territory has one, and they have a requirement to support requirements federally when called to duty.
So you had an Al-Hazard workshop and a capstone event in 2025. Did they identify any capability gaps that are directly addressed in this year's funding projects?
You will see, since I've been in the seat and now it's more exacerbated, there's significant capabilities gaps, which is the ability for aircraft or sea craft to support the Virgin Islands. Meaning when you saw Irma Maria, we had the Kearsarge that just happened to be in the area. They were able to embark and support our requirements. Our current DISCA response is a maritime package, and should something happen globally, that package may not be available. However, we have already secured aircraft support from Army North and NORTHCOM to support our requirements.
The counter-drug program reportedly assisted in drug seizures valued at well over $147 million. What percentage of this operation funding came from the local versus the federal sources?
The support or the funds?
The funding.
So
Our
counter-drug.
budgetary support is...
Okay, so counter-drug program is a is a federally funded program, 100%.
So nothing from
there's
the
no
local.
local government requirement for that.
Okay, the weapon, well, yeah, I got so much acronyms here. Let me walk this one in. The Weapons of Mass Destruction Civil Support Team, correct, right?
Correct.
All right, good for me. Supported like the president and the first lady and so forth. How is the FY 2026 budget structured to support continued high-risk deployments?
That's fully funded by the federal government for their employment and the requirements.
30
So they will
seconds.
continue to be fully funded, and there's no impact.
So you've indicated significant collaboration with VITEMA and FEMA. to stimulate chemical release hazards. Were additional federal resources secured from these efforts?
So the Weapons of Mass Destruction team did the assessment for that. Through VITEMA coordination with the EPA, they would have had to secure any additional funding or the commercial funding from the agency that violated to support whatever mitigation it was, not a National Guard requirement.
Just one more follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. General, the training and travel remains modest across all your divisions. Were any FY 2025 missions postponed due to underfunding, or does the FY 26 budget sufficiently address these limitations?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So I'm going to separate that question. From our federally funded requirements, we meet our requirements based off of the federal funding for the soldiers and airmen and civilians to support. However, civilians that are hired for the OTAG's office to support things like our security, our maintenance, our administrative, their travel is affected because the lack of available funds to travel within the territory. That has been affected.
Okay, great.
For schools.
And just lastly, I saw in the post-audit report you have like 5 vacant positions for base security guards. Security guard. Though, just for my knowledge, those are civilian positions or?
Correct. They're civilian security positions, GVI employees, federally funded reimbursement. Also, the key is the amount of the total amount received by the project managers limits the amount of guards you can have. So you may have a 22-person guard force requirement, but the federal government only gave you enough to fund 10.
What's the reality of filling them?
They're all filled. The issue is getting increased funding to meet the increase of the workforce.
No,
from the federal.
No, so they're not vacant. No, I saw in the post-audit report you had about 5 vacant positions. I'm asking what's the reality of filling them now?
So we're in process of filling them. As the base security guards, we had individuals that were recently resigned. However, as the Adjutant General indicated, those fundings are reimbursed. So it's based off of what was appropriated from the federal government, and also with the increase that we've received to ensure that we can meet those salaries and receive the appropriate reimbursement.
So they're not advertised yet?
Not at this moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the flexibility. Thank you, testifiers.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis, for your line of questions. Thank you. Major General Knox Limbacher, how much is owed in your vendor's payment at this time?
Oh, we don't have that number really available, but I know there are some significant due outs to vendors due to funding waiting to be released.
Would you be able to get that number before we leave here today?
Sure, Senator.
Very well. And I need to know how long that's owed as well. So I'm hearing that there's issues of being able to purchase water for the soldiers and members to be able to drink at the facilities. What's that situation?
So at this moment, presently, the issue is within the ERP system, the appropriation that's available within the ERP system, the appropriation that's available, as we do receive our appropriation from the Office of Management and Budget on a monthly basis, if the costs and as you see, based on our breakdown, our numbers in operational splits across the board, which includes our percentage that we have to cover for any matching services that we have, along with the additional operational services. So we've been working to try to allocate as much funding as we can in effort to meet some of the expenses and the expenditures. However, we've been working with the Department of Property and Procurement in effort to procure these services, as there have been changes to how the government is procuring services in effort to have these done.
So that's a long explanation to say water is a necessity. I mean, what is the issue in being able to ensure that you have water for your membership to drink? I mean, especially with this heat that we're experiencing. General, can you give me a perspective on that?
Yeah, so for example, in the Joint Force headquarters and some of the other places, the system that they use to actually sanitize the water is not working properly, right? So when we talk about operational fund to fix it, you have to have the funds released to fix that requirement, then be reimbursed by the federal government. When you can't fix it because the funds haven't been released to fix that system, you're now to the point of now buying water for those soldiers. When you go back to the 41.9% of the budget not being released, what pretty much we've been getting is the funding for payroll, but not the funding for operational requirements.
So where are you in terms of your priority in this discussion? Are you bringing these matters up in cabinet meetings? Are you having discussion with your budget analysts in respect to these are necessities, these are issues that are certainly hampering your ability to carry out your mission? Individuals not having drinking water for almost a year at a time. I'm hearing that's not a good look. So certainly. What is being done to ramp this up to your superiors to make sure that again OMB is giving you some priorities at least for those necessities.
Yeah, we've been taking the other steps to get priorities to get the water down. Some of us even purchase water ourselves for water bubblers. The fact that we're in this situation itself is a bigger concern of how do we get the facilities to fix with the GVI's responsibility to support the funding for that with an approved budget that we've never went over. But when we come back and we have a requirements, funds unavailable because of whatever reason in the government, above our agency, our approved budget from the legislature and the governor continues to be inaccessible to fully execute those requirements for water. And the federal government side, there's a limitation of what they're allowed to buy. Water and those basic facilities are requirements of the GVI government to provide. I had this conversation with everyone who are responsible to provide the fundings for there, but as we see very glaringly in the post audit, the 41.9% of our budget has not been released for us to execute, and that is the operational cost. And you would think that water will be the primary priority for the release of funds.
I'm not happy with this discussion. I mean, you're first line of defense to the governor. You sit to the right and to the left of the governor in these situations. You're a wheel on the bus. So I don't like to hear where you're talking about basic necessities, water.
Yep.
It's not available, and for almost a whole year at a time. I mean, that's unacceptable. I don't know of any excuse that could be made in respect to that and not prioritizing this particular issue. So, point of information, Senator Viola, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think we need to get some stuff really cleared so we could know how to move forward. The chair asked at the beginning of the meeting as to whether or not you had received your full allotments. And you said that you had received first, second, and third. What have you actually received? Well, first and second alone? So you received your allotment up to the end of March? Get us the first and second. October to December is the first, and then January to March is the second. When was the last allotment? When did you receive your last allotment, and for what month?
Thank you, Senator. So just for clarification, the first and second was for the pension fund. That was what we received.
So overall, no, but the chair question was not pension, was more your overall. So I'm asking now your overall allotment. What's the last month you have received?
So the last overall allotment we received was in the month of June. However, how these appropriations were dispersed was monthly, based off of what's calculated and available.
Okay, so they took your appropriation of 2.9 million. They prorated 12 periods, and you've been getting a monthly allotment.
Yes.
Okay, so with you getting your allotment up to June, literally means that you're on target this fiscal year with allotments from OMB. Fourth quarter starts tomorrow.
Yes.
So what is the issue with providing the match that is required so that we can have the federal drawdown? If we're current up to June, then what is the issue with getting the drawdowns?
Senator, what we've been experiencing is our appropriation. However, the cash on hand seems to be creating the impact as our reimbursements, and in effort for us to do any drawdowns, the services has to be paid in effort for it to be reimbursed. However, what we have been experiencing is that within our funding line, as you see, some of our lines are real minimal, as some of the cost has increased based off services with our vendors. So if, let's just say, invoice...
So you're getting the drawdown on paper, but when you're requesting for your vendor payment, you're not getting the vendor payments from finance?
Excuse me? Could you repeat that question?
You're saying that the allotment has been released, but when you try to apply that allotment towards vendor payments, there's a delay?
There's a delay, correct.
And that is hampering you from drawing down your federal side?
From our general fund side, from fully executing our general fund, as the general fund is in effort
but
to...
you have to execute your general first before you get a federal, correct? Okay,
correct.
so the fact that you can't execute your general because of lack of cash is hampering your federal drawdowns.
Not hampering the federal drawdowns, but hampering our operations in various accords.
And then you're confusing me. If you can't get the general drawdown, if you need to get the general to get the federal match and you're not getting the general, then you're behind on your federal match, correct?
Yes, Senator. What you're saying is exactly correct.
Okay, so how many months or what's the amount that you're behind with the federal match? Because it's what, 25.75?
Yes, but however, as the Adjutant General indicated, the services that we realized were real critical that required the match is what was conducted in kind. So right now we're not behind, as payroll is what has been actively moving as the general, through the general fund drawdown. However, some of the services that we had to execute, we then had to execute them federally because we weren't able to meet that match. That also includes whereas some of the services that we had...
Okay, so stop there. 1 second. If you have to meet them federally, right, and you're utilizing the federal budget, then you're decreasing the amount that we could get reimbursed from the federal because we're no longer providing the general match for certain areas. You got to... What does it bring? 25.75?
So, Senator, so the in-kind assistance that I executed, there were 2 contracts that I did that required a 25% matching. Other contracts that I executed were 100% federally reimbursed.
I'm worried about that part.
Right. But the 2 that I spoke of earlier in my presentation, those were the ones that required the matching that I'm owed the $186,000 on. With that said, other services that are executed through the territory, in order for me to reimburse, the territory has to pay. I have to see that the vendor was actually paid. If the vendor was not paid, I cannot reimburse on the federal side because it is reimbursable based on what they have paid.
I am going to come back. I got that part. We need the actuals. Please, if you could get the actuals, because we want to see what is payroll, what is fringe. We want to see up to this point, what have you actually received in those various categories, because we know what you should have received. So if we can get the actuals, it'll help us tremendously even to have the conversation with OMBS exactly what is taking place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. Senator, coming to you, I have one point over here, Senator, before we get to you. Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, General Knox Limbacher. Let me ask you in respect to on your testimony, page 14, you spoke to the Ving counter-drug program, and you spoke to several seizures of different narcotics and substances, and you also spoke to recovery of several weapons, which is a large amount, $147 million when it comes to weapons, and basically $50,000 when it came to other vessels, etc. Of that amount, do the local Ving get any percentage of funds back to help with its operation, etc.? How does that work?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The local Ving does not. However, the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico operate under what they call the Viper region. I'm one of the executive committee members for the HIDTA, High Intensity Drug Task Force, High Intensity Drug Trafficking areas within the region. Once they do a seizure and they get funding, it goes back to that HIDTA that's responsible for Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, and then they determine who gets that funding. So it may be the local police department, the DEA, FBI in that region that gets those funding back, but not Ving itself.
But does that support like personnel, etc., of those individuals that work in those areas?
It does for the law enforcement community. What the counter drug program is from the Department of Defense is a separate budgeted fenced program for counter drug, and we get our funding allocated from congressional requirements from that.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator James, you recognize for your point of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on what Senator from St. Croix asking about the match and the reimbursement. I was informed that you can confirm or deny. The vendor who supplied water to the Virgin Islands National Guard has not been paid in over a year. Is that true?
That is incorrect, ma'am. However, the vendor who, we did have a contract with Plaza Extra, and I know that vendor has submitted the invoices to which we have sent. There are some payments for the vendor that has been paid and some that hasn't, as the vendor did submitted invoices with erroneous amount that was not calculated to the amount of products that we've received, to which the vendor had to then correct their invoices in effort for it to be submitted and processed. And to present to date, they all have been submitted for vendor payment.
Ms. Ward, we just want like straight, direct answers. So this. I'm going to repeat. What's the age of the invoice or the amount payable to any vendor for water? And so do you have two vendors, or have you moved from one vendor to the next? But water is a federal reimbursement. Isn't that correct? Let's start with that.
No, it's not, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Under the Appendix 1, yes, it is a federal reimbursement. However, I just want to make it very clear, on the federal side, I cannot purchase water because it's considered a personal expense.
Right, exactly. So you cannot reimburse for water. That's what you're saying?
So it's considered a personal expense. Correct.
I cannot contract for it on the federal side as in-kind assistance because it's considered a personal expense. However, through the cooperative agreement program, because that falls underneath of the facilities management program, that is one of those expenses that are submitted for reimbursement because it's done through the territory. I just cannot execute it as in-kind assistance.
Okay, the question is it 100% reimbursed after the territory has bought the water and submitted the invoice to you?
Yes.
Colonel Labenmaya?
It depends, Senator. It depends on the facility that it's supporting. St. Thomas, 50/50, St. Croix, we have the JFHQ, 75/25. I don't have all of the breakdown of the various facilities at hand, but it depends. And my staff would calculate it as such with the Office of the Adjutant General.
Okay, through the chair, I'd like Colonel Labenmaya to provide when well, if she can give an account of when vendors were paid for what, or she reimbursed the territory for water. I'm making sure I'm using the correct language. So, Colonel Lobenmeyer, do you understand what I'm asking? When did you receive invoices and reimburse the territory specifically for water? I'd like to get that through the chair.
Okay, Senator, I understood.
Thank you, Senator. We'll ensure. I'm hoping someone is working on the actuals because we'll need to get that information. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information, and we come into you, Senator Frederick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Major General Knox Limbacher. I wanted to follow up on the question for the Vice Chair of this committee with the counter-drug operations, the seizures. You mentioned that a commercial fishing vessel valued at $350,000 was seized. What was the disposition of that fishing vessel?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I'm not sure the exact disposition of whether it's was it operational or where it's at currently. Is that reaction where who has possession of it?
Yeah, it was seized in our waters.
Yeah. So as you the seizures that happen within the U.S. Coast Guard, and there's special authorities that no one else has, under Title 14, if I recall right. So once they take that vessel and the thing, it's used for evidence. At some point, once everything is complete, they can then go back and see will that be used for a federal or local law enforcement action to be used within that, if it's still serviceable and all the evidence has been gathered. Right now, we don't know where that is in the process. We just know the federal law enforcement has secured that vessel.
So they secured the vessel in our waters and then they took it somewhere else. It's not in the Virgin Islands possession.
It's not in the Virgin Islands possession.
It's not docked in the Virgin Islands.
Not that I know of, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Frederick, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, central staff, and my wonderful staff at the Office of Hubert Frederick. I'm a little perplexed by what's been happening here. And let me, Major General Knox Limbacher, see if you could shed some light on my understanding. Are there any reimbursement due the Virgin Islands government at this time? And if so, how much?
Senator, at page 26, it's $1,167,550. $1,167,550.
Is that money from 2021?
That's this year, Senator.
Just this year?
Correct.
Due us?
That's correct.
All right. In that same vein, to execute this master cooperative agreement for 2026, all we need to do is come up with $396,000.
That's correct. Right?
Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Is that deducted from the $3,243,939? That's part of it. At any point, what happens to that money that we pay?
Yes, Senator.
Actually, it should be deducted from the $2 million because that's what it costs. $2,968,553. Correct?
Correct, Senator.
So, was it actually deducted in the past?
I'm trying to understand that question. What was what actually deducted?
The cost share portion that's paid, was that amount actually deducted? Because I'm being told it was not. Is that correct information or not?
So, Senator, thank you for the question. So, as I indicated earlier, the cooperative agreement program is a reimbursable program, and depending on the facility, that's where the matching funds comes into play. So for fiscal year 26, where the territory need to provide $396,000 to execute the program, it would depend on whatever projects are being done throughout that fiscal year. So once the territory pays, then they seek the reimbursement, and if it's a 75-25, I reimburse 75% on the federal side, and the territory would have already provided their 25% matching.
So for FY25, we paid our 396 or thereabouts, and you reimbursed us. Is that where the $1.3 million is due?
Okay, so for FY25, which is the current fiscal year that we are in, I do not have the actuals of what the territory has actually put in terms of matching funds. However, based on what the Adjutant General just indicated of the 270s, which is the reimbursement process, I've reimbursed 1.3 million thus far, based on what have been submitted for reimbursement.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. When last have you guys had an audit?
Just had one.
So on the federal side,
No, the local side. Yeah.
We're presently going through the 2023 audit, and the last one was 2 years ago.
For what year?
For 20.
Pull the mic up to you, please.
For 2021.
Were there any audit findings of
1
any
minute.
material amounts? Were there
No.
any audit findings?
No.
Okay. So you're expecting 2023 to be okay?
Anticipating.
You anticipating? Okay. Godspeed. Question. Tell me more about this Youth About Face and Forward March program. It's almost $1 million for this program. Is it necessary? Is it required? I notice it's bold out here. It's separated from the base.
30
rate.
seconds.
So what is that? How did it come about? Why are we doing it?
Thank you for the question, Senator. My understanding, it precedes me. I think Senator Villa had brought the bill to the legislature. Senator Maurice James was, I think, in the National Guard or was and helped to that process. The premise, my understanding, the premise behind it was across the nation you have what they call a Youth Challenge program. And the Youth Challenge program is a program where folks actually live on the compound, and they actually run like a boot camp type environment then to get them to graduate the GED and a path. Because of our small population and of personnel who would meet that requirement, we had to have a unique program that was created for our territory.
Okay, I'm running out of time. Mr. Chair, in fact, can I finish this line, please? So this program has been in place. How many students are currently participating in it?
Currently, Senator, I think we have 32 on St. Croix and then 16 on St. Thomas.
And there's 3 individual assigned to this program that we pay for?
Oh, it's more than that. It's much more than 3, Senator. What's total?
So for 30-something students, we're paying almost $1 million for it, right? Plus fringes. Is there any additional? Yeah, there are additional.
Correct, Senator. So if you're looking for the program itself, is about 10 personnel. And one of the unique things about this is in order to get those youth to the program to be taught on St. Thomas or St. Croix, we physically go get those personnel from their schools or homes or whatever, bring them there. So it has some unique costs associated with it, and the investment has panned out to be well for the youth who are in the program that are having successful outcomes.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just verifying.
Okay.
We're spending over $1 million for 30 students, correct?
It's more than 30. You asked how many are in the students under the program right now. So we have a summer program, after school program, and then
For the year,
17.
for the year, because this is an annual allocation. So
Correct.
how much students went through this $1.3 million program?
Oh, I have to get them. About 56 or so in total
56.
that I recall. I have to get back the exact numbers for you, Senator.
Okay. If you can, please provide that through the chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. I just wanted to ask, there is a curriculum that is designed with this program as well, correct?
That's correct, Senator. We sat with now Senator Maurice James, as well as I think Sue, and I'm trying to recall her name, and it was actually designed with the educators. Senator Villa's passing of the bill helped us get education-type personnel to help craft a curriculum that works, and so it has been successful.
And students are held to the standards of the curriculum.
That is correct, Senator. And we actually get the students from the counselors from the schools of the at-risk personnel for either not being as well as the church and other locations. And then the judge has actually directed some of the students to come to the program.
What would you say is the effectiveness of the program?
The effectiveness of the program, has been life changes in some of the personnel. Every one of the students so far have graduated high school and went on to either to work in the community, to the military, to a vocational school or university. And for us now is trying to figure out how do we help them better get to an environment that can actually be more supportive of their changed lifestyle or their changed path, so they don't come back into the same environment they were before.
And part of the requirement is the demonstrable disciplinary issues that they're experiencing and those challenges. So I would imagine that we have diverted them in some instances from a life of crime as one of the success stories in that situation, correct?
That's actually a huge one, and I can think of a few exact examples where we've had one group that had a life of crime, and then the younger versions within that same cohort have watched it and have changed course and are now being model citizens.
You spoke about one in particular that became a platoon leader. You have the name of that student?
I can't reveal it here in the public, but he is now in basic training. He's actually doing, he's the platoon guide. So when you go to basic training, the most standout type of soldier or airman becomes in charge of that group for the drill sergeant. We continue to track him closely. We actually went to the airport with his family members to make sure he got there and he's going to give us update. And I've already been in contact with the leadership there at the basic training to make sure that we see he has a successful outcome.
Very well. Point of information, Senator Lewis. Before I go there, I want to recognize, before I forget again, I want to recognize the presence of the Senate Vice President. I don't want no demerits today. No push-ups or nothing. Yeah, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yeah. Point of information, Senator James, I come to you next. Some point of information, Senator Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You kind of started to go down the road where I really want to accent for this point of information for, because General, when you're supposed to speak up, you don't speak up. You got to talk about how good the program is. You not only people think that you're spending $1 million and ain't doing nothing. Yeah. You got to talk about your success stories. Let me tell you about when I went in the classroom, the counter drug program. And I have the classroom nearly 10 years now. And I'm saying these programs were effective and still effective. When it's done, children said, I don't want to do drugs, I don't want to do alcohol. You know, I want to go on a good path. Someone to join the military right away, someone join police. Some, you know, the change the path. You got to talk about these success stories. You talk about the gentleman are going in, you know, you ain't elaborate yet on how successful these programs is, what goes on in the programs, you know, what is the program name here now? Youth About Pace and Forward March. You know, we got to put our own hands sometimes. When you have parents talking, there's nothing for my children. These are the type of programs we need to put out there. You're feeding them, you're going for them, you're picking them up to and from. Talk about the things, the weekend things going on. You know, hey, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you. You may respond, General.
Yes, sir. I think for that, as we know, we're somewhat modest, but to speak to the requirements. So they're getting immersed not just in the education benefit, discipline benefit, understanding life skills, but also the cultural experiences of learning quadrille, makajumbi, steel pan, all those things culturally, seeing parts of the island and islands that they have never seen, having the exposure to opportunities because of their current situation was not afforded to them. on top of the educational benefits, which the counselors sit and help them do homework. They have tutors. They have actually therapists. We actually contract to have therapists to help them deal with some of the challenges that they may have in their life. And then we also have engagements with the parents. So not just with the student, but some of the parents are actually going to the council, family counselors with these young men and women. So it's a lot of success as we continue to be careful about making sure we can keep them within the right path and give them opportunities. We just ask the community to continue to support these young men and women when they come back in for an opportunity to continue to grow and develop.
Very well, thank you. We have a point of information by Senator James, and I just want to say that along the alert, we still have 5 more senators to go. So, Senator James, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I appreciate the previous colleagues' statements, I think as the Committee on Budget, as my colleague who welcomes everyone to Christiansted said, 1 million, I was shocked to see 1 million. And because the General is correct that Senator Viale, and I will never forget it, was the one who I worked with to get this program made into law. I am sitting here now astounded that from 2020, the program started in 2020, and I will provide more information to my colleagues. $1 million for an annual program that only provides services to less than 50 students is not money well spent. I would like to focus that on the mobile integrated healthcare program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Any response, General, or anyone?
No, I think for me, thank you, Senator, for that. I'm not familiar with the mobile health care program, but I'm sure the senators in this body will reallocate funding appropriately.
Very well. Thank you. Senator Viale, you recognize for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had Bureau of Corrections before us just recently, and in getting the data from BOC, they said that, I didn't look it up back, I can't remember the figures, I think it was like $109 per day to incarcerate a Virgin Island and the mainland. And they said over $325 a day to incarcerate somebody in the Virgin Islands. I did 325 times 365. That's $118,000 a year to incarcerate a Virgin Islander right here. 118. So 9 individuals is $1 million. And if you look at the numbers, the 46, and I've been familiar with the program, and I'm a little away from my budgetary questions, but Mr. Williams, he disappeared out of the room. He's been doing a good job. And these are children that you actually got to go and pick up, that don't want to go to school, that hate school, that you're encouraging every day, and you're tracking and you're going to the programs and you're investing into them to make sure that they graduate from 12th grade and at least give them an opportunity. We have lost, some have been lost after graduation, but if you could save one, you're saving 100,000. If you could save one, you're saving lives. So we actually need to expand these programs, because one of the reasons why the National Guard was selected for this program is that they have a large number of males that are doing good, that could be role models for these students. They have a large number of females that are doing good. So I'll encourage anybody to take a visit to the summer program, take a visit to the graduation when you're seeing the staff smiling at the graduation. And last graduation, having to go out and buy shoes and buy pants and buy, what they have to do because the parents don't have it. They go in and purchasing everything to make that child graduation a successful day. That's above and beyond. And next time, walk with a tape, because you have information on the program that you can show as to the success of the program and the students talking about what they learned and how they have grown as students. But let's get back to the budget. Enough on that. The numbers. Last year, your allocation was 2,916. I'm looking for it. Last year, your allocation was 2,931,474.
That's correct, Senator.
Your allocation this year is 3,479,859 total allocation, an increase of 548 million. I'm seeing that with your personnel, you're having an increase of some 211,000. Justification for that increase?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As we continue, as we know, the increase for the fringe for personnel requirements have went up. That's going to cause each of those employees to have an increased cost for that requirement.
Yeah, okay. Now, I'm not even talking about the fringe. I'm just talking about the personnel. You're up $211,000 just for personnel. And fringe,
Okay. Yeah.
you're up like 100,000.
Correct, Senator. That's the three personnel we had to reallocate. So, for example, if they're doing a federal requirement reimbursable by the MCA, they can only do that requirement for that MCA line. When we have personnel to being good stewards of the government's money, we have a personnel doing an entire requirement. When we have them doing GVI requirements for youth about face, forward march, aviation, administrative maintenance and security processing, we can't charge that MCA line. So that's why they had to be moved into that budget line to account for those three personnel.
So these are three individuals who were on the federal payroll before that are now switched over?
Mm-hmm. They were supposed to be reimbursed, but because they were doing additional duties, they were not getting reimbursed. So they just were moved to the line because they were not getting reimbursed.
Okay, you can find something for them to do on the federal side so we can save the money?
Well, you can, but the problem is if they have, let's say, the workday, 10% of their workday is for federal requirement, I can't take that person and put them to a GVI requirement and still charge the federal government.
Okay, look at page 22 for your testimony. You provided us a chart. And on the top of the chart, the categories is budgeted amount, administration, services, and then maintenance, and then security, and then M1917. Okay, if you look at the budgeted amount for salaries under administrative services, and then you broke it down into how much you're paying for workman comp, FICA, Medicare, etc. Health insurance, you have $63,476, and that's the employer share, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, you go to the next category, maintenance. You have $45,450 budgeted for salaries. But for health insurance, you have $59,000. How is your health insurance more than what you have?
Because it's a match, Senator.
Okay,
a federal match.
No, but look at the category again. You have $45,000 for salaries under the category.
Yes, Senator. So the total that's budgeted here is the total match for the three positions, because remember, it's a 25%. So that's the total of 25% of the actual salary. That's not actually one salary.
Yeah, okay. So the salary is 25%?
Yes, Senator.
So then the salaries would be, let's say, 200,000 total.
No, of three.
So the salaries would be, is 45 is equal to 25%.
Multiple salaries.
So 45 is 1/4.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the salaries would be a little less than 200,000.
30 seconds.
No. I'll explain to
So what I'm saying, I'm running out of time. You have $700,000 for salaries that come up to $63,000 in insurance. There's no way that three positions could come up to $59,000 in insurance. Because the 731 represent how many positions? You get back to me?
Yes, I get back.
If you look at it, though, colleagues, right? I'm just saying you have 731
Time.
with $63,000 in health insurance. You then go over, you have 45 is equal to 25%. So the salaries would be a little less than 200,000. So 45 is 1/4. Yeah, okay. So the salaries would be a little less than 200,000. So 45 is 1/4. 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 So but that's $59,000 in health insurance. So even if those is only 25%, then the total salaries would come up to close to 200,000. So there's no way that you would have the insurance at $59,000. One of the figures got to be off. You would have to calculate what is the percentage of the 731 that represents any match, or that's full salaries, or that represent also some federal positions that have a match. And the administrative services, those are 100% local?
Yes.
Okay. We need to look at that, and then we also need to look up the contribution for the retirement. The contribution here is 27,000, but you're saying that would represent the 3 positions.
Yes.
Okay, and then it's 108,000 under the 731. So how much positions would that represent? But thank you, Mr. Chair. The last question: if you enlist, are you supposed to receive a bonus for new enlistees?
Not necessarily, Senator. So depending on the needs of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, they have incentive bonuses. The National Guard and the Army has met its recruiting retention numbers for the year. So when that happens, normally there's not many bonuses afforded unless you go into high risk or high demand or critical skill that they need.
Now, when you re-up, do you get a bonus?
Only if you re-up for a position that has a high skill, high demand, or critical need that they're offering a bonus for.
Okay. Are there individuals that were offered a bonus and didn't receive the bonus?
I am sure there's probably an issue. We've been working through quite a long list from 2013 that we've been continuing to work to make sure we get the bonuses paid out. Some of them had a bonus, and if they change to a different status, the bonus stops. If they had a bonus and they failed to meet the height, weight requirements, or whatever it was, the requirements for the military, it stopped. So each individual has a unique scenario that we've been working through diligently for the past couple years to try to get some of those right.
Okay, because I'm getting information that some individuals said they were promised bonus when they re-up, they signed, they were supposed to get it, and then they haven't received any indication as to what is taking place. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
I was going to say, if I may, Senator, as it relates to the bonuses. So it's not just at our local level, nationally at National Guard Bureau, our headquarters. There has been issues with funding. So they have been working through that, and then we changed from one system to the other system. So we being trained up on that system. Our headquarters do recognize there is a backlog in bonuses, and they're working diligently in getting it up to date. So they're looking for prior year monies. As we find those funds, they're applying it so we can bring our soldiers up to date with their bonuses.
So we have our listing completed as to who?
Yes, Senator, we do have our listed completed because we work with the personnel office. They do their portion. It comes over to my office, and then we do the 10% audit on it, and then it gets submitted. But we're waiting for our headquarters to provide us with the green light to move forward in the new system that just get implemented to pay out those bonuses.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. The chair will now recognize Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. He'll be followed by Senator Ray Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, my colleagues. Viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff, good afternoon. To General Knox Limbacher and your supporting colleagues there again, thank you so much for your testimony. Let me go back to the post-audit report right quick. On page 5 of the post-audit report, under other services and charge, right? I know it's important to have expenditures to date so we can really know what we're dealing with, but let me ask you, because the variance is kind of high, under repairs and maintenance for the 26 budget, you are requesting $75,000. I know you requested 51 in 24. I was wondering how much have been spent today thus far. And for automotive repair and maintenance, in 24 it was $533. Revised in 25 was $17,312, and you have the same amount for 26. Do we know how much we have spent thus far for 25 for automotive repairs, because if you go to,
Automotive repair?
while you're looking for it, I'm going to ask you another question in respect to that with your vehicles, because it's showing maintenance costs only $2,000 basically. So why such a large variance for repairs on the maintenance when it comes to automotive repairs?
One second, Senator. We're trying to really process. So you're talking about automotive repairs up on the second line, 533,
Yes.
17, 3112, and
Yes.
17, 3112.
Yes. That's a large variance.
Yeah.
Very large variance. Even though it's not a large amount, but it's still a large variance.
Yeah, so now we've grown the fleet. So we talked about earlier of having to have vehicles to transport those personnel for youth about face. So now we have 15 passenger vans that now has an increased projected maintenance, repair, and service requirements.
Okay, that explains this. No problem. Let's go to page 7. I know my colleague asked earlier when it comes to professional service contracts, and you said you need to get back with him in respect to how much is owed. But let me go to the federal grants on that same page.
Yeah, we don't have any grants. These are not grants.
For the AR&G Property and Maintenance Program, which expires in September of this year, amount received was $644,000. Amount expended is $149,000, which leaves a balance of $495,000. Will we be able to utilize all of those funds before it expires? And if not, can you are you going to ask for extension of that grant?
Thank you, Senator. So as we stated, the funds are not grants. They're actually reimbursables. So therefore, if the OTAC office is able to expend $644,440, then we would be able to get that total back in return.
So if I may, Senator, just to clarify, I think all the other agencies will have grants that will, if they don't spend, they lose the funding for the grant. That's not the MCA. The MCA is if we don't spend money locally in the Virgin Islands, there's no reimbursement for that. So there's no particularly money loss because you only get reimbursed for what you spend.
Well, with that being said, let me ask you then, for the security guard program of $698,000, don't we need security guards, and is it not an important part of your operations? And do you anticipate utilizing those funds? Because there's a balance of $443,000. I think that's important.
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator. We will continue to hire. We just had a recent separation of a few security guards of this month. So we'll be hiring more security guards to fill that requirement.
Because I did see that you have, I believe, 6 vacancies when it comes to security positions.
No.
No?
Go ahead.
I saw 6 vacancies when it come to security positions.
So, Senator, if I may. So, yes, there was 5 security guard vacancies, but the $698,000 that is reflected here as of that date will be federally 100% reimbursed because it represents salaries.
Okay.
So when those salaries come forward for reimbursement, it will be reimbursed. So payroll is payroll, right?
Agree. Now, let me ask you before my time is up, because I know earlier you stated to the senator from St. John there were only 6 vacancies, but what about the other vacant positions? General maintenance worker 1, general maintenance worker 2, master planner, project manager. Those positions were filled, or are they still vacant also?
It was a contract, yeah. Yes, Senator. Great question. Also, what we ended up doing was for the master planner, project manager, we were unable to find the talent in the Virgin Islands at the pay that position offered. So we have federally contracted that through the National Guard Bureau, and those are filled with a federal contract to come down and do those requirements. The general maintenance workers, it was interesting. The salaries were too low for the folks that interviewed to do the work. And so we still continue to try to find someone that will do that work. But unfortunately, as highlighted in the media, our salaries are hard to meet the local cost of living.
Well, thank you for your responses, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Blyden, for your line of questions. Before I go on to the next senator, I wanted to recognize the presence of Senator Clifford Joseph. General, you spoke about in your testimony that Michigan, as of July 1, I think you mentioned, or the month of July, that in fact all of the Michigan individuals will be going back. And so would that then indicate that you no longer have that oversight? I don't think you're under a consent decree, but you did have an oversight by the Michigan. Will that all go away?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, that terminated last year, I think November timeframe, and that was the National Guard Bureau oversight program, and which when I came to the Virgin Islands, that's what I came to help with. So essentially, it was a 20-year strategy that we were able to execute through the hard work of the staff personnel to get out from outside of it. The aviation piece of it was having the personnel in Michigan to actually train because they had the expertise, the aircraft, and a hangar that can house them. Because now the aviation unit's gone, those personnel will come back and reintegrate into our personnel. But there is no more oversight for Michigan. The only thing under Michigan currently is our Air Guard. And so we have the only Air Guard in the nation that does not have a wing, which is a Fober Colonel structure. So they still fall under Michigan for all their operational administrative requirements.
Understood. And with the loss of the hangar as well, that means what? That we won't see a lot of the military aircrafts that usually come by for additional training, summer training, various trainings, that will no longer occur?
The concern is that could occur. However, due to right now, many of them do coordinate with bulk key services for their fuel and the maintenance. Some of those will continue to come. So the large tankers you see will continue to come through. The question is, if folks come to do a training requirement, where will they bed down? Where will they go? That will have to be created once that hangar is gone.
Very well. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to the National
Excuse
Guard.
me, Senator Fonseca, real quickly, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Clifford Joseph. Thank you for joining, Senator. Good afternoon. Go ahead. You may start the Senator's time at this time.
Okay, thank you again. Okay, I wanted to follow up on the line of questioning from my female colleague from St. Croix. I too will join in that discussion because, as you know, we're trying to locate about $75,000 for our elderly and our stroke victims to provide them with a necklace. So I think that's a good use of funds also. So if anybody has any excess, we certainly can use $75,000 for the senior. So, General, I wanted to ask you or congratulate you because I see in September of 24, the National Guard was released from the assisted office program after completing 140 of 160-something corrective actions. So give me a little follow-up on that.
Yes, Senator. Thank you for the question. So that's kind of a highlight the question that the Senate, the chair was just discussing. My initial service to the Virgin Islands was here to assist in the increase of the readiness, also to look at some of the other systemic issues we had within the Guard to help them improve. That was a 20-year strategy by the National Guard Bureau where then the chief of National Guard Bureau and the governor had a discussion of what the requirements were, and they had to report to Congress every year of the status of the Virgin Islands Guard and its concern of their federal recognition as a federalized National Guard force. Since then, as you said in that statement, we have been released from it. We have met the 100, I think it's 147 of the 140 of the 167 items. The items that were outlying, many of those were aviation related. because we no longer have an aviation unit or aviation aircraft, and now no aviation hangar, those are not issues that will be now having to be rectified. And there was identified at the closing of that program that, hey, we've met everything else that we need to for the operation, maintenance, and sustainment of the Guard with the personnel and equipment that we have to sustain it. But the outlaying items were things that we could not solve because we no longer have some of those units.
Okay, I want to follow up also. You mentioned, I think it was a general maintenance worker, 1 or 2. You couldn't hire them because of the salary and et cetera, et cetera. What is the salary for that? Is it 38,734?
Yeah. That's correct, Senator. And just to give you some insight of an interview, the interview comes in, the person says, hey, I'm interviewing for a job, I'm interested, and when you tell them the salary, it's like, hey, I can make more money cutting grass on the side of the road, which is a true statement. But that job, the way it's coded in our system, that is the salaries attached to it. So we have very little wiggle room to actually increase that salary to offer more for someone.
Yes, see, and so, I wanted to say congratulations to the 36th legislature, because you see we're receiving testimony from our Major General, the TAG, where a salary of $38,784 was too low for the maintenance workers, whereas the VI government was starting that salary at less than $28,000. So you see that? $38,000 is low. So congratulations to the 36th legislature for moving up the minimum salary to $35,000 for a government worker. But I want to ask you though, what is the salary for the custodial worker?
No longer have it. That is based off of the local salary, which is over $27,000.
27, right? So now that we're raising that to 35, are you going to follow suit and raise that? Tell me about that.
We'll try. So those type of jobs that are coded within our local GVI, we align with those numbers. So the local government increased, then we will increase that starting salary to what the local government have. Go back to our federal match to let them know that that has increased.
Good. Nice to hear that. So when do you plan to make that increase? As soon as the governor signs it? Hopefully.
Yes, sir. So we have to re-announce with whatever the new salary is
30
to
seconds.
personnel.
Okay, good. I want to go real quickly. I want to explain to our residents in the community, if you can put the camera on both the General and Colonel Lobbenmeyer. I wanted to just explain something to our community. You see, the General has 2 stars. And so that means you start, correct me if I'm wrong, you start with a Brigadier General is a 1 star, and then the Major General would have 2 stars. You'll have a Lieutenant General with 3 stars. A general will be 4 stars, and then there's a rare position they call the General of the Army will have 5 stars. And of course, Colonel Lobbenmeyer next to him has what you call, the General just mentioned it, a full bird colonel. So you can see her silver decal there, it's a full bird colonel. And then below her rank would be the Lieutenant Colonel, which would be a maple, what color?
Oak leaf, that's gold.
Gold.
Correction,
Okay.
silver for Lieutenant Colonel, gold for Major.
So Lobenberger, her next promotion, she'll get a star. And then she will become a Brigadier General. So just wanted to explain to the folks in our community all of those nice flashy decals that our General and full bird Colonel is wearing today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. What rank are you?
Private.
That's what I thought. Senator Maurice James, you recognized for your 5 minutes. Senator James stepped away real quickly before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Senator Gittins. General, I know sometime back with the post exchange, the PX had been removed. Is there any discussion about that ever coming back to your unit?
Well, we did discuss it, and I think it was clear to us from AFES, which is actually a profit organization different than the commissary, which is under the defense DECA system. There is no indication after we've asked previously, I think 2019 and 20, that a post exchange will ever return to the Virgin Islands, and there's two reasons. One, it wasn't profitable when it was here, and then two, it was fraught with fraud. So those two reasons are why. But I will give people a good example of you may not need one, and here's why. You go to Home Depot tomorrow, and you're a veteran. They'll give you your 10% or whatever it is. So you're going to buy appliances and everything you need, whatever you need from Home Depot. You just show them your veteran's registration. It works. If you go to Puerto Rico tomorrow, and you go order something on base from the AFES that's there, they're going to call Home Depot. And they're going to deliver that washer, dryer, stove from Home Depot to you with your 10%. So they've already proven that Home Depot, being a big box store, for example, gives you the best prices with your military discounts than AFES could have delivered previously because it's such a small footprint shipping.
A very good point. I didn't give that any thought, but I just wanted to circle back on that. In respect to the water purification unit, how do you reconcile the issues you're confronting with your water problems with having one of the state-of-the-art water purification unit within your installation?
So the one issue is water purification unit. They're there to change from a Trade Act requirements, and any requirement that's with that particular federal building that's 100% will have the requirements met. The other things are cost shares, and because there's a cost share, we have to meet our share to meet that requirement. Currently, we continue to have courses in the water purification. I think the last one was last month, and they continue to operate without issue.
Okay, thank you. Senator Gittins, you recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. All right. Yeah. You went right where I wanted to go about the water purification unit, that we had one of the best, and now it seems like we got down to can't afford water. And this is truly bothering me. I don't want to beat a dead horse on that, but you know, water is life's greatest necessity, and it's critical to our biological function. So, I mean, let's make sure that we have the water around. Do we have a water contract in place?
We normally use, I think it's Plaza Extra, right? And so the Water Issue Center, a great question.
Okay, I don't want to know who is your contract. I just want to know if you have a contract in place.
Correct. Correct. Yes, sir.
Answer on the record.
Say again?
Who's responding, you or her?
I just responded, yes, correct.
Okay, so you do have one. And you had one. So that one is in place currently for fiscal year 25?
Currently, there's not a contract. Currently, there's a pay-as-we-go for that particular thing for 2025 now.
So that's what I was asking, if you had a contract. So I guess the finance person could answer, because off the record, she's shaking her head and you're answering something else. So let me be clear, please. Answer on the record, ma'am.
Presently for 2025, we don't have an executed contract. However, we're rendering service by request.
All right. Colonel, I always tie up my tongue to pronounce your last name, so I'll just say Colonel. Have you lost any federal grant funding due to monies not being spent?
Yes, Senator.
How much are we talking about, and what are those categories?
So in the categories of our facilities maintenance program, I would go back to, I can't speak to fiscal year 2024 as yet because it's still open. But if I go back to fiscal year 22 and 23, we lost approximately $1.6 million in that particular program.
And do you know the chief cause for that?
Chief cause for that, sir, because that particular program requires matching from the territory. So if the territory is unable to execute a contract that requires matching, I'm not always inclined to do a federal contract when there are matching funds involved.
Okay. And besides the matching, there's been a lot of talks about reimbursement. Now, we all know that reimbursement means payback for either what you spent or what you lost, correct? So that means we can get reimbursed for what we haven't spent going forward. So are we actually spending and submitting for these reimbursements?
So I would say from the Office of the Adjutant General, all the 270 submitted are up to date and has been reimbursed. That's where I am tracking. I've reimbursed, my apologies for my voice, $1.1 million, $1,145,264.51. I've reimbursed up to the 9th of June. This information is as of the 9th of June.
Let's go to the ESS, the Electronic Security Systems. How many individuals are currently assigned to this unit?
It's not a unit. It's a one-person individual.
One person for a whole electronic security systems?
Yeah.
unit?
Yes, sir. That's a good question. So if you look at the Air Guard, for example, they use.
I don't want you to go so far. I'm just talking about on your end. Why is it only one person?
Because there's only one person hired for that program. It's been that way since the initiation of that program in the Virgin Islands since I came here.
You have a master agreement for this program?
Yes, MCA.
To the chair, can you
1 minute.
provide a copy of that master agreement?
Yeah.
It's hard for me to believe that only one person will be hired for such a task. What is the duties and responsibilities? What does it entail?
So electronic systems person looks at the cameras, make sure a contract comes in to actually set up and monitor the cameras.
Cameras and what else?
Cameras and security systems.
Security systems.
And so they monitor it and coordinate the contracting of those services.
And that's territorial wide.
Correct.
And you're saying that one person is sufficient for this?
One person has been allocated for the funding that's to the Virgin Islands, which barely pays that particular person's salary currently.
So what's the budgeted amount for that unit?
The new amount that we have is $90,284, which is the projected cost for the system as well as the employee and all expenditures and travel.
Is that partial or that's the whole thing? Because I'm told that should
30
be
seconds.
somewhere around 200,000.
So, Senator Gittins, so for this fiscal year, 2025, we are operating under a very unusual circumstance. We under a year-long CR as it relates to the federal budget.
So that's this year. So what happened? Is it the same for the year before and the year before that as well? It's been one person in this area.
So I'm just addressing fiscal year 25 because it's the only year we've operated under a year-long CR.
Understand, but I'm telling you how far back I'm seeing this.
Oh.
And so, I mean, is this funding 100% federally reimbursed?
That's correct, sir.
So
if you took the salary and the expenditures of this particular program before this year in the past, as you've alluded to, it barely covers the cost of having one person in that program.
Time.
Well, because of the 90,000 that you're talking about.
It was less than that before.
So it was never in excess of 200,000?
131,860. It was fiscal year 2024, so it was never 200,000. So I'm not sure where that cost is.
Yeah,
coming.
I've seen documentation of clearly over 200,000. But you said it was less, which would have been less than the 90. But now you're saying 131.
Remember, it's not just salaries. I was talking salary before, but we're talking expenditures for systems, travel, support requirements, and salaries totals. That number that I just gave you. So if the discussion is if we're going to hire another person, what's the cost of that person that you hire versus the total allocated funding from the federal government to be reimbursed?
So Tag, I know you can't hire another person with a 90. That's what I was asking.
Correct.
So, all right. I guess I'll wait to see the master agreement. I think time was called.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
You have a follow-up question, Senator?
Yes. Are quarterly funds being placed in the respective activity centers as required?
Can you repeat the question, Senator? We're
Are
not
quarterly
clear.
funds being placed in the respective activity centers as required? Do you have activity centers?
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
No, Senator.
Huh?
No.
Why not?
So as they are dispersed from the Office of Management and Budget, once again, the funds is dispersed based off of how much is appropriated per line. So the funds are released, however, it does not allow us to effectively operate.
Is this one of those areas where there's instances where federal funds are being returned due to underutilization?
No.
No? So it's strictly local?
General, correct.
And your vendors under the ESS, the electronic systems, security systems, are the vendors being paid fully and timely?
No, Senator.
So why are we experiencing any delays, or are there any disputes with these payments?
Senator, like every other vendor in the Virgin Islands, the lack of cash on hand to pay vendors on time has led to that vendor, as every other vendor in the Virgin Islands, to not get paid timely or fully.
Yet at the same time, we're sending back federal funds.
I think it's a misnomer. It's not a grant, so you don't get money. If you don't spend it, you don't get it reimbursed. So you're not really sending back money because there's nothing, you don't get the money in your coffers unless you're repaying what you've already paid out. So because we didn't pay anything out, there is no reimbursement. So most folks think like a grant, you lose money. No, the federal government from an MCA pays whatever we paid, kind of like FEMA. We have the requirement, we pay it out, it gets reimbursed to the 270 process, and that's how it works. Since we don't have any expenditures in the local government for certain things, there will not be a reimbursement, so there's no money spent.
Okay. Lastly, so there's not a manager and a tech for this unit that we're talking about, the ESS?
We've seen that requirement come through. Once again, it comes back to what they actually allocate for funding for that position.
Okay.
So if there's two positions but there's not enough funding for both, then you have to just keep one and continue asking for more.
All right.
More money.
Please provide that master agreement, and I will speak with the Homeland Security chair so that we could be able to discuss this matter further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins, for your line of questions. General, you had a response?
Yeah, so I know the Homeland Security, I'm assuming the senator is talking about the Homeland Security Committee because that funding comes from the National Guard Bureau for the program.
Yeah, he's speaking about it, the Homeland, the committee, yes, yeah. Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Justice Committee. As a matter of fact, we are about to go to him right now, but I wanted to ask you in respect to your KPIs, who's tracking, who's responsible for your performance goals, who's ensuring, I saw that there was some shortcomings in that particular area. Who's tracking and keeping and monitoring that KPIs?
Thank you for the question, Senator. That's my Executive Director, Ms. Ward.
Okay. Ms. Ward, can you speak to what's happening in that space? I saw that there were some decrease in some of your scoping in your goals. What's happening there, or some shortcomings?
So in the two areas that were decreased, of course, because we have allocated a lot of the services federally opposed to having it done locally, that then decreased the amount of work order loads that we would have received through general fund requests.
And how are you ramping up in those areas where you're seeing that there's a decrease, or that's deliberate?
Could you repeat your question?
Those areas, obviously, where there is a noted decrease, because again, either there were incompleteness or some challenge. How do you then reconcile and ensure that you improve in those areas?
So how we are improving in those areas is by meeting that service request federally. So therefore, although it may be a decrease as to our anticipated workload based off of what we received, is a decrease on our end. However, it's an increase as far as in successfully completing the work order requests federally.
Okay. I'll accept that for now. So do you happen to have your actuals of personnel, fringe, supplies, other services, and capital projects at this time?
Not at this moment. I do have the actuals for personnel and fringe. I'm just trying to calculate the actuals for supplies and other services. However, within our post-audit report, the actuals that's outlined in page 5 and 6 as of October, although it says April, the reflected figures there shows the breakdown as to what the costs and expenses are allocated to, but I'll give you the full, complete overall total in a minute.
Okay. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. He's not there? Okay. All right. So, General, tell me, what about this budget that's keep you up at night? What is it that you find challenging? What brings you reason for anxiety?
Great question, Senator. I think overall, not just this budget, but I think all the budgets I've had since I've been here is I get an approved budget from the executive branch, from the legislative branch, and then we execute within the confines of those. And every year since I've been here, we were unable to execute the money that we actually were allocated and approved to have because the funds are not available on time to provide administrative, security, and maintenance requirements, which are beyond our control.
So in respect to that, how do you craft your conversation with your superiors, with your colleagues in respect to the challenges that you experience in that area?
Okay. So when I speak to my colleagues and superiors, the reality for the Virgin Islands to solve its problem, we do have a forecasted budget of what comes into the Virgin Islands. We have actuals that come in. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And unfortunately, whatever agency it may be needs to have a budget that is approved and balanced, that accounts for the overtime that they're seeing. And the overtime currently continues to exceed some of the other agencies. When that happens, it comes in and takes away funding for those of us who are staying within our balanced budget. So from a colleague's perspective, I know they're working on solutions to control their overtime of their respective agencies, But that's truly what the crux of the Virgin Islands issue is, of paying vendors on time, paying, getting services completed, is that the funds that are in our balanced budget is not available due to unforecasted overtime by other agencies spending that money from the general fund.
Very well stated. So at this time, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up. We're still expecting the actual numbers, if those could be sent back to us in writing, so that we could make sure that we're having that information so that we could be able to make informed decision based on what's currently before you. That's why it's so important for us to be able to track the actuals, to really glean, what's happening in that space and how do we then position ourselves to ensure that the VING and OTAG gets the necessary funding and priorities so that you could be able to carry out your mission effectively.
Sir. Senator, I'd like to thank the entire 36th legislature for the continued support for the Virgin Islands National Guard, men, women, the civilians, soldiers, and the airmen. Appreciate the support we continue to receive. We look forward to an approved budget that enables us to continue to deliver defense support to civil authorities as in the region, as well as being prepared to deploy, fight, and win globally once called.
And in wrapping up, this situation with the water is something that needs to be addressed post-haste. I certainly don't like hearing that, as well as the TAD payment. I'll work with you here to make sure that we're crafting the proper legislation to make sure that we try to avoid this. It's too important for us to require our bank membership to support the various entities, to include the law enforcement entities in particular, during those times of need. But I totally agree with you. If we can't pay them, we shouldn't be calling upon them. So we want to make sure that we're creating that level playing field, that we ensure that there's funding available to support these initiatives.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. So this concludes this hearing for the Office of the OTAG, the Office of the Adjutant General, and then we'll be going towards the Office of Veterans Affairs momentarily. But we'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. Good afternoon. We're out of recess, and of course, we're here in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 2.
Block 2, Office of Veterans Affairs. Invited testifier, Patrick Farrell, Director. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Director Farrell. How are you doing today?
Pleasant good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Well, welcome to you. Budget hearing, and of course you're here to defend your budget requests that the governor have sent down on your behalf for $1,219,369. At this time, we'll go to you to again identify yourself as well as your staff.
Good afternoon, Director Patrick Farrell, Office of Veterans Affairs.
Good afternoon, Juliet Frederick, Office of Veterans Affairs.
Good afternoon to both of you. At this time, Director, you could go ahead with your testimony.
Chairman of the Committee on Finance, the Honorable Senator Novell Francis Jr., other members of the Committee on Finance, and distinguished senators of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, pleasant good day to you. Additional greetings to everyone physically present, to those viewing via the legislature's Legit TV, and to those following through other media sources. Special greetings and prayers to our servicemen and women currently serving around the world. You serve during unpredictable times, but please know you are in our hearts every step of the way. To those who have already borne the battle, thank you for your service to our country and our beloved territory. To the staff of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs, whom I call the pillars of the Office of Veterans Affairs, Ms. Frederick, Ms. Daniel, and Ms. Gordon. Thank you for your daily commitment to our veterans. Your dedication enhances their quality of life and exemplifies our mission. I am Patrick D. Farrell, your Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Today, I present the fiscal year 2026 budget for our office. With me is Ms. Frederick, our Program Administrator. We are staffed at 83% of our authorized positions. On St. Thomas, there is one Coordinator of Veterans Programs and one Program Administrator. On St. Croix, one Administrative Officer 3. The Director position for which I hold is Territorial. 2 positions are currently vacant, Administrative Officer 2 and Administrative Assistant. The Administrative Officer 2 will manage for public information and media relations, strengthening our presence on social media platforms and in the traditional media. All union raises are current with no retroactive payments owed. Morale is high at a 8.5 out of 10, making the office a great place both to work and to serve. For fiscal year 2025, our requested general fund appropriations were in the amount of $1,219,369. Of that amount, an estimated $499,773 was earmarked to cover personnel salaries and fringe benefits, and $269,596 for operating expenses. $450,000 is now collectively earmarked for veteran elective medical travel outside of the Virgin Islands and burial benefits. Fiscal year 2024 saw us reimbursing 8 veterans at the rate of $250 per veteran for a total of $2,000. Year to date, the Office of Veterans Affairs has reimbursed 5 veterans at the rate of $250 per veteran per Office of Veterans Affairs policy number 3 for a total of $1,250. That policy is now rescinded based on new legislation. The United States Department of Veterans Affairs has also played a significant role in what would be the reduction of veterans needing to travel outside of the territory for any type of VA medical appointments. Through their community care network, they have consistently maintained a relationship with VI EquiCare, who is the largest independent preferred provider organization in the Virgin Islands. VI EquiCare's membership includes most of the primary care and specialty physicians, as well as ancillary facilities and allied healthcare practitioners practicing in the Virgin Islands. As you can imagine, this relationship creates easier access to most healthcare providers in the territory. Through EquiCare, the VA consistently invites these providers to be a part of the VA Community Healthcare Network. Having these providers as a part of the network is what reduces the need for travel outside of the territory. Year to date, we have reimbursed the families of 35 veterans who are now deceased, up to $5,000 per family for burial expenses, for a total cost of $162,741.91. This number seems to be on track to be even less than the last 2 years of $170,661 and $233,960.58 respectively. Normally, we would receive $100,000 of non-appropriated funds from the Virgin Islands Lottery for operational expenses and 20% of the proceeds from the annual Veterans Taxi Medallion auction. For this and last fiscal year, we have not received funds from the VI Lottery. And if I can interject, that is not because the VI Lottery has not processed the payment. They had processed a payment in fiscal year 24 that did not get to our office. As it relates to the Taxi Cab Commission, through the auctions, though the auctions are mandated by law and have been consistently taking place, we have not received the proceeds from the auctions which took place in 2021, 2022, 2023, or 2024. For fiscal year 2026, our requested general fund appropriations are in the amount of $1,219,369. Of our requested amount, an estimated $506,347 is to cover personnel salaries and fringe benefits. $263,022 for operating expenses and $450,000 collectively earmarked for VA medical travel, elective medical travel outside of our territory, and burial benefits. The Office of Veterans Affairs currently owns 4 vehicles, one 2023 Chevrolet Traverse and one 2022 Chevrolet Colorado on the island of St. Thomas, one 2020 Chevrolet Traverse, and one 2022 Chevrolet Colorado on the island of St. Croix. All of our vehicles are in very good condition. Medical travel and burial reimbursements. The backlog for veterans' medical travel has been significantly reduced. As of June 25th, 2025, we are down to only 9 unpaid at a total of $2,509.79, with the oldest one being from May of this year. The other 8 were submitted for processing this month. If I may make a correction to that statement, we are only down to 3 unpaid, which have been just turned in the month of June. As a result of Act number 8650, $1.5 million was appropriated for the construction of the Clarence Beaverhout Senior Veterans Complex. To date, $237,160 has been encumbered from that amount for the design portion of the project, which is being facilitated by NV5 Incorporated. To date, the design of the project is 50% completed. Invoice number 1 in the amount of $27,983.48 has been paid. Invoice number 2 in the amount of $45,957.23, and invoice number 3 in the amount of $13,540.60 are under review and should be paid rather shortly. We are working closely with the Department of Public Works engineer Jermaine Tyson, who is serving as the project manager for this project. Upon completion, this will be a 2-story structure located at Parcel F, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, which is the location of the former Smalls Electric Building on Legion Hall Drive. Representatives from the Department of Public Works, NV5 Incorporated, and the Office of Veterans Affairs met with the leadership team of the VA Caribbean Healthcare System and their engineer team to discuss the possibilities of adding a 3rd floor to the structure, which would house services provided by the Department of Veterans Affairs. Unfortunately, based on engineering guidelines, which they are governed by, our proposed facility cannot meet the space criteria in which they will need. We all agreed that this would have been a game changer for the veterans of the Virgin Islands, but the space we currently have allocated to us is just not enough. As it relates to the current appropriation, while we are very appreciative of it, there will be a time in the very near future when we will present another request for additional funds to complete the project. Once we get through the final design, we will have a better idea of what that request may look like. This structure will house the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs St. Thomas office on one level, and then on a separate level, a common area or hall that can be used by the American Legion Post number 90 for meetings and events at no cost to them, in addition to outreach events which are normally held by the Office of Veterans Affairs. In addition to outreach events, the common area can possibly be used as a small rentable event space. We will explore the legalities of providing such a space to the community. If it's found to be something that's doable, we anticipate using those funds for the maintenance of the building, with hopes of freeing the general fund from the financial responsibilities of this building. The structure will have an elevator for the purpose of traversing between floors when necessary, especially for our disabled veterans. As a result of Act number 8861, the Office of Veterans Affairs is now authorized to pay up to $5,000 to a funeral home or mortuary business that prepares the body of a veteran of the United States Armed Forces for burial, interment, or renders other services connected with the death upon the funeral home or mortuary business submittal of a certified copy of the death certificate and an invoice for service performed to the Office of Veterans Affairs. This new change has a significant impact on the enhancement of the lives of families of our Virgin Islands veterans. Instead of having to pay $5,000 upfront for funeral expenses only to be reimbursed, the Office of Veterans Affairs can now pay those funeral homes who elect to be a part of this process upfront. Separately, $350,000 was earmarked in the 34th legislature to be available until expended as the 10% match for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs Cemetery Grants Program, which we applied for. Since we have been prioritized to being within the top 15 in the nation for funding, the Veterans Cemetery Grant has not funded any new cemeteries. This has been over 5 years now. Unfortunately for us, the priority has changed to the expansion of existing cemeteries versus standing up new cemeteries. It is my recommendation that we as a territory remove our interest from the Veterans Cemetery Grant Program and continue to focus on building multi-vault crypts and columbariums. This method has proven to be a major space saver as we are experiencing a shortage of burial space across the territory. The Department of Veterans Affairs National Cemetery Association is still expressing interest in making this a pilot program for the entire nation, as space issues are becoming common in many states and territories. This pilot would include the territory being reimbursed at a rate to be determined by the VA. This will allow the recoupment of some of the money invested, which can be used for maintenance and upkeep of the crypts and columbariums as we go along. 2 crypts and 1 columbarium are completed on the island of St. Thomas, and both have started to be used for the interment of veterans. One is almost to capacity, while the other is at 50% capacity. On the island of St. Croix, the crypt is ready to be used for interments of veterans. We are in the process of securing a contractor through procurement channels to create a hardened surface immediately surrounding this structure. Because of the current surface immediately surrounding the crypt, it would be a total mess if we were in the process of interring a veteran at a time of inclement weather. This is on its way to being rectified. As a result of Act Number 8991, the Veterans Emergency and Mainland Transportation and Burial Expenses Account now authorizes the Office of Veterans Affairs to reimburse veterans who travel to the mainland United States of America for VA medical treatment. While this piece of legislation may have good intent, a section of it states, and I quote, "The Director of Veterans Affairs or a designee within the Office of the Governor shall cover all or part of the costs associated with transporting veterans of the United States Armed Forces residing in the Virgin Islands to and from Veterans Administration hospitals located outside of the territory for the purpose of receiving emergency medical treatment or services," end quote. This duplicates what has been in place because of the advocacy by the Office of Veterans Affairs for quite some time. Currently, the United States Department of Veterans Affairs pay for the transport of any qualified veteran experiencing a medical condition which requires emergency medical transportation out of the territory based on a doctor-to-doctor consultation. Yes, in most cases, the veteran is transported to the San Juan VA hospital for that emergency care, but that is not always the case. Additionally, it is important to note that 15 to 20-minute flight may be the flight that would save the life of that veteran. Further, a real emergency medical situation requiring a medical evacuation usually requires an air ambulance. The VA right now pays 100% of that travel on an air ambulance for eligible veterans with eligible situations, whether it be to San Juan, Puerto Rico, or to the mainland United States. Senators, I humbly ask that you relook this piece of legislation. In its current form, authorizing emergency medical transportation to the mainland is not financially sustainable. For the period of October 2023 through June 25th, 2025, which is literally 18 months, the VA has paid a total of $611,085 for the life-saving emergency transportation of 26 Virgin Islands veterans. 15 from St. Croix, 10 from St. Thomas, and 1 from St. John. The cheapest of the 26 flights was at a cost of $17,500, and the most expensive one being $58,615. Is this a resource that we want to lose? More importantly, is this something that we can afford? In addition to that, the legislation only authorizes the Office of Veterans Affairs to pay for 2 trips per year. Most medical conditions require more than 2 visits per year. In my estimation, it does not make any sense to start seeing a doctor that you can only see twice per year if you have a significant medical condition. This will end up hurting our veterans financially. Some of our more notable ventures during the latter part of last fiscal year and this fiscal year to date include the following. We co-hosted/sponsored the 250th Army birthday celebration in the Virgin Islands. The United States Army has the most service members of any military branch who enlisted from the Virgin Islands. As such, we found it fitting to join the Office of the Civilian Aide to the Secretary of the Army for the Virgin Islands, Mr. Beresford Edwards, in hosting and being a part of the celebration of its 250th year celebration. A cake cutting ceremony was held at the Government House in the St. Thomas St. John district and in the St. Croix district. The keynote speaker for both events was the highest ranking member of the Signal Corps of the United States Army, Lieutenant General Jet B. Ray, a product of the Virgin Islands by way of the Corwin Terrace community and the Seventh-day Adventist Church family. As a part of both ceremonies, General Ray had the opportunity to administer the oath of enlistment to a few enlistees enlisting into the United States Army and the VA National Guard. This was a significant highlight for those enlistees and the Virgin Islands as a whole. We celebrated Women's Veteran Day with an event held on St. Thomas. As normal for this event, we alternate island districts every year. Next year's event will take place on the island of St. Croix. We met with the leadership of the VA Caribbean healthcare system concerning possible cuts to VA medical services and personnel. We also completed the renovation of the gravesite of the late Senator Ruby M. Rouse. Some of the things we will be focusing on for the rest of this and next fiscal year include completion of the design for the Clarence Beaver House Senior Veterans Complex, demolition of the existing structure, and the groundbreaking ceremony for the project. We will start the solicitation of bids process for the construction of a second multi-vault crypt and a columbarium for the placement of urns in the veterans section of the Kings Hill Cemetery on the island of St. Croix. We will start the solicitation of bids process for the construction of a third multi-vault crypt in the veterans section of the Eastern Cemetery on the island of St. Thomas. We will recognize the Purple Heart Day, which is coming up August 7th, 2025. Naming of VA clinics on St. Thomas and St. Croix. The VA clinics on St. Croix and St. Thomas remain nameless. Because these facilities are under the jurisdiction of the federal government, I have requested information from the office of Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett on how we can posthumously honor 2 Virgin Islands who were killed during the global war on terrorism while serving in Iraq. The Virgin Islanders I speak of are Lieutenant Colonel David C. Canegata III and Sergeant First Class Floyd E. Lake. This initiative is personal to us as Virgin Islanders, and I am committed to seeing this through once we can meet the requirements set forth. I would appreciate any assistance from this body to make this happen. We are also looking forward to hopefully gaining oversight responsibility of the Vern L. Richards Park, Veterans Memorial Park on St. Croix, and the Franklin D. Roosevelt Veterans Memorial Park on St. Thomas. Currently, the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation has oversight of these two facilities. Acting Commissioner Vincent Roberts and I have met about this, and we both agree that it would be absolutely appropriate to have these facilities placed under the Office of Veterans Affairs for upkeep and maintenance. In the year 2027, the National Association of State Directors of Veterans Affairs Annual Conference. With the support of this body, I am proposing to host this conference in the fall of 2027 in the Virgin Islands. Like any other NASDAVA conference, this would bring the leadership of the Department of Veterans Affairs to our territory. In that space of time, we can capitalize on their physical presence by inviting them to meetings with our state leaders. This would also be an opportunity to invite them to see our facilities and learn firsthand of our day-to-day struggles being away from the mainland. Some things we continue to advocate for are as follows. The possibility of decreasing the financial hardship of a significant population of our veterans by paying upfront for their medical travel to the closest medical facility. The recent situation surrounding one of our commuter airlines places what we had in place in jeopardy. However, we are exploring other options. Being that quite a few non-service connected veterans elect to continue accessing medical care, some of whom do so multiple times per month via the Caribbean healthcare system headquartered in San Juan, Puerto Rico, this will be a win-win situation. The Office of Veterans Affairs paying upfront versus reimbursing veterans travel to the closest VA medical facility will be a significant enhancement to the quality of lives for our veterans, especially those veterans on a fixed income. And it would alleviate veterans skipping necessary medical appointments due to lack of personal funds. We continue to assess our operation and think of how we can make this agency an even better oil working machine. We remain committed to our mission to honor the commitment of Virgin Islanders who rose to the challenge of wearing our nation's military uniform, whether voluntary or involuntarily, by continuing to advocate on their behalf and by enhancing their quality of life, by making sure they receive all entitled services and benefits. We continue to encourage our veterans to access the office using available technology as much as possible. Yes, the office is 100% open. However, we find it to be proactive and more convenient for those veterans that are computer literate and have constant access to technology. Our website allows veterans that are computer literate to conduct most of their VA business from the comforts of a location of their choice. By accessing our website at www.veterans.vi.gov, veterans can also register online with the agency, request military records, request reimbursement for authorized medical travel, and request educational waivers, just to name a few. We do realize that there's a significant number of our veterans who may not have computer access nor the knowledge to navigate computer systems. Those veterans are always welcome to visit our office in person or for assistance at any time during office hours. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to address you and this august body. Ms. Frederick and I are available to answer any questions that you or any other member of this body may have for the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Farrell, for your testimony. And of course, thank you for the work that you continue to do on the behalf of the veterans of the Virgin Islands. Have you received all of your budget allotment for FY 2025?
We just received the one for the last quarter.
That will be for the third quarter?
Fourth quarter.
You got the one for the fourth quarter already?
Just received it on Friday, I think it was.
Okay, so
it was just released from OMB, let me put it that way.
Just released, all right. And you have gotten your full allotment, no cuts or anything like that?
No.
Very well. Vendors payment, can you speak to, do you have any pending or owed vendors payment?
Vendors payments, we have significantly reduced the list. Right now, we just have 1, 2, 3, 4
In the
vendors
amount?
that are owed, and they are all recent submittals.
Okay, very much. Tell me a little bit about what happened with the VI lottery disbursement that was supposed to have come to the Veterans Affairs.
So and this was actually a conversation we had last budget hearing. I specifically remember ex-Senator Donna Fred Gregory addressing this issue. The last allotment that was released by the VI lottery, when it was released, that funding released to OMB and Finance, but never got to the Office of Veterans Affairs. That was in August of 2024.
So where the money went?
That's the most I can say is that it was redirected.
Were you able to put a tracker in it to see redirected where?
No.
So that money is in oblivion?
Well, it's within the government. It was redirected within the government into the general fund.
So no one was able to give you information regarding where that money may have gone? From last budget cycle to now, you still don't have a perspective?
I don't have the information on that, Senator.
I don't. Have you done an inquiry with Department of Finance or OMB or any other entity?
Yes.
And what are they saying?
I have no response for that, Senator.
No response. Well, tell me about Impress Fund. Well, do you have an Impress Fund?
Currently, we do not have an Impress Fund.
Do you have a petty cash?
We do not have petty cash.
You don't have petty cash. So in those instances of emergency needs, how do you fulfill those? You have a credit card?
No, no credit cards.
No credit card, no Impress Fund.
We have discussed setting up an Impress Fund, especially for the upfront payment of the travel costs to the closest VA medical facility. We discussed that in last budget hearing, but it has not came to fruition at this point.
Okay. Point of information, Senator Joseph, College J. Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. Quickly, just to follow up on the chairman's inquiry relative to the $100,000 you are required by law to receive from the Virgin Islands Lottery. Is it your representation here, Director, that you don't know where that money has gone? Have you requested the funding from the Virgin Islands Lottery?
Yes, we have requested the funding from the lottery, but the lottery, as I stated earlier, the lottery released the money. When getting to OMB Finance, it did not make it down to the user level, which is the Office of Veterans Affairs.
And you have had no written communication on where that funding is?
I have sent communication.
You have.
I have
my
personally
question,
sent.
I didn't ask that. I asked, have you have not received any written communication from OMB or the Department of Finance regarding where that money have went? I understand that you sent out your letters.
Right.
I'm asking the response.
We received a response from the then OMB director that the funds were being redirected. I do have a copy of that correspondence.
Kindly share that copy with the chairman, to the chair. I will follow up further on my time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator College J. Joseph. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Angel Borges Jr. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to central staff, and good afternoon to the Office of Veteran Affairs. Director Farrell, how are you doing today?
Doing great, Senator. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you. I'm good. I wanted to continue to sort of touch on that issue with Virgin Islands Lottery and the taxi medallion auctions that you're experiencing. This taxi Taxi cab commission, taxi medallions, though. That's where the funds come from, correct?
From the Veterans Taxi Medallion Action, yes.
Veteran taxi medallion actions. Have you made any formal demands to DLCA in addition to VI Lottery concerning the access of those funds?
Not DLCA, but the VI Taxi Cab Commission.
Okay, taxi cab commission, sorry.
Right.
I apologize. Are these revenues included in your planning usually once you get these funds, or do you usually utilize those revenues for planning or operations?
Absolutely. It was part of my operational expenses, yes.
And you haven't received it for 2 years, so that's obviously impacting your operations. And what are some of the things that you're experiencing?
For Taxi Cab Commission, it's been since 2021.
2021. Okay, wow.
Right.
Wow, okay. I suppose we'll have to drill down on that when they come before us. Concerning what is being referenced as a mandate, unfunded mandate for emergency medical travel, is how you expressed it. Were you consulted during the drafting of 8991?
No.
Okay. What is your suggestion, outside of what has already been discussed in your testimony, towards preventive or supplementary care services for veterans?
You mean as far as travel?
Yes.
So my recommendation would be that the legislation be further amended to remove emergency travel. My reasoning for that is, right now with the United States Department of Veterans Affairs paying 100% for emergency medical travel, they turn and see now that we have a law subsidizing or paying for emergency medical travel. They can very well say, well, okay, since you have the funding to do that, then we will step aside and allow you at the state level to handle your business. I do not want to see that happen.
I wouldn't want to see that happen either. So I'm hoping that the bill sponsor has heard what you mentioned and hope that we can work together and try to fix that. Concerning the cemetery grant reallocation, you no longer intend to pursue the veterans cemetery grant?
No.
Yet there's about $350,000 that remains set aside as a matching fund.
Yes.
What is your plan to reallocate those funds, or where exactly would you reallocate them?
Into building another crypt.
So that would be the crypt and the what do you call it?
Columbarium. The multi-vault
expansion.
crypts, they hold full body interments, and the columbariums hold urns.
Okay. And what's the plan for that? How many are we talking about?
Well, it's as we continue to lose veterans, it is a growing necessity that, for example, the one that we just opened, I think, last year is already 50% capacity on St. Thomas.
1 minute.
So,
historically, what type of numbers are you seeing when it comes to, unfortunately, losing our veterans? Has that number been increasing, or has it been holding a pattern?
Not a particular pattern. Every year it kind of goes up and down. I could say to you that the first one that was used on St. Thomas, the first veteran was interred in 2017, and we are now in 2025. So we've used 1.5. We have
30 seconds.
32 on each side. So now we're on the third side, just about completed for the one on St. Thomas.
Okay, very well. Concerning your administrative officer 2 and administrative assistant, you mentioned those vacancies in your testimony. How soon do you plan to fill those positions, and what kind of impact has that had on your operations?
The plan for those vacancies right now is, it is my intent, the process of asking for a reclassification for one of them.
Time.
To where the person that holds that position needs to be a veteran. Right now, I am the only veteran that's hired by the Office of Veterans Affairs, and I plan to change that by changing the classification just a little bit, so that we can make sure we have, other than the director, someone that understands the language fully and that can speak the language with veterans that come into the office as well.
Okay, duly noted. Mr. Chair, may I have one last question? Thank you, Mr. Chair. You also mentioned the Clarence Beaver Holt Seniors Veterans Complex, and that you wanted to utilize it for event rentals to generate funds
Yes.
for the office. Does that require conversations with DPP? And if so, have you already consulted with them on the MOU or the agreements associated with that?
It will require a conversation with them because we are just in the design process. I have not initiated the conversation just as yet, but it is fully my intent to have that conversation with the legal team of DPP to make sure that we could do it before we just out and start doing
And would
it.
there be any capital improvements associated with that, or would that just be an approval and then you can get in there and start generating funds? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
If it's approved, it'll just be for generating funds and creating the appropriate account so that it can be used for the maintenance and upkeep.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes, for that response. Director, you spoke in your testimony about consideration for the oversight responsibility of the Franklin D. Roosevelt Veterans Memorial Park as well as the Vern L. Richards Park. Do you believe you have the capacity and resources to maintain, have oversights of that?
And before I answer that question, I want to just make a correction. It's the Vern I. Richards Veterans Memorial Park. My mistake.
Okay.
Currently, we do not have the capacity to do so, but it is the intent of the office to hire general maintenance workers, at least one on each island, that will be able to upkeep both facilities and the veterans section of our cemeteries as well. So there will be enough work to go around for them to be occupied.
What would you do differently?
In which case?
Of what's being done there now, what would you do differently in terms of the maintenance and upkeep of that facility?
We, with the appropriate manpower, we will definitely make sure that the upkeep is to a different standard than it is right now.
Okay. So obviously you got to put a plan together because this can't just be in words. It has to be in action, right? So
We
you
have the plan.
Put a plan. Yeah, you have a plan? Well, let's submit the plan and let's take a look at it. It requires legislation,
Yes.
correct? Yes. Yeah.
That's no problem, Senator. You'll have it in short order.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Farrell, sorry, Director Farrell. We, two of us and a couple others, we took a well-worth trip to PR. And down there, we gleaned some good information and so forth. One of the things was some uncertainties as to what would happen in terms of Veterans Affairs, about layoffs and so forth to employees and services and so forth. Since that trip, have you received any update, any other information that we received from that trip?
As recent as last week, Wednesday, in my capacity as the Junior Vice President of the National Association of the State Directors of Veterans Affairs, I was able to meet with the Secretary of Veterans Affairs and the Deputy Assistant Undersecretary of Intergovernmental Affairs of the Department of Veterans Affairs in reference to those same potential cuts. The message and the narrative that we're getting from the Secretary right now is that he does not envision cuts at the level at what was initially announced. Reason being for that is there's a program that allows so many veterans or workers within the veteran space to retire early. I forgot the name of the program. To retire early and get paid up until the end of the fiscal year. More people have been taking advantage of that program than expected in the very beginning.
Okay, because we were to the tune of, if my memory serves me correct, you could help me, over 900 and something people.
In the VA Caribbean healthcare system and Vision 8, yes.
So I'm glad to hear that's good news. Well,
It's
hopefully.
It may be good news. It all depends on how many people take the early retirement program.
Yes.
Because right now, almost the entire leadership of the VA Caribbean healthcare system is in an acting capacity. And now the Vision Aid director, who's a echelon above, the director has just resigned along with some of his leaders.
Yeah, so one of the things I know we gathered there was like the programs them would probably still be around, but the employees would not be there. So services definitely would be interrupted or come to some kind of halt or something. And I know yourself and you and myself were, advocating strongly for the people of the Virgin Islands to make sure that nothing is impacted for us. Now, just delving into your budget here today, I noticed there's a drop in professional services. According to the post audit, it's like half by 10,000 from 2025 in 2026. So what programs are being scaled back or shifted in priority? That's on page 4 of the post auditor report.
And I could tell you up front that those are not programs per se.
Well, services maybe. Professional services, I'm asking about.
One minute.
Juliet Frederick, Program Administrator. In regards to professional services, we usually spend our supply contract, which is janitorial services, landscaping, and exterminating. But finance has decided that we are not going to use that org as for expenditures. We're going to do
30
repairs and
seconds.
maintenance.
All right.
So usually we pay those supply contracts out of professional service.
Good. And when we talk about landscaping and so forth, you're talking about your facilities, or you're talking about around the crypts and those?
Our facility in St. Croix.
Your facility in St. Croix.
Yes.
Thank you. I see there's an increased communication and rental costs. The doubling of communication costs and rental equipment. What services are being expanded?
Time.
For rental, every year we have an increase for rental, which is we are under a 10-year contract. So every 12 months, the rent has been increased.
Good. Mr. Chair, if I may just follow up with this last question. Director Farrell, just follow me through, bring me up to speed with something. We talked about the reimbursement for travel. The new legislation says that it's 2 travel per year.
Per fiscal year, yes.
Per fiscal year. Previously, you had a policy in place where you limited it to $250 or $350 or something.
$250 for 3 visits.
For three visits
per year, yes.
So my follow-up to you would be, does this limit the location, or is wherever you go, you're being fully reimbursed?
The new legislation?
The new legislation.
The new legislation is on the United States flag, from what I understand.
So if I go from here to
Hawaii?
New York,
Yeah.
Idaho.
Based on what I understand of the legislation, yes, you are correct.
Okay. I just wanted, and to the best of your knowledge, there are some outstanding payments to certain individuals. Reimbursement.
Only 3, and they were just submitted between May and June.
May and June.
All the rest are already paid.
Paid up. And I take it that it's in your testimony that within the last 18 months, we were up to 600 and something thousand in reimbursements.
No. That was in relations to the VA paying for emergency medical travel on the air ambulance.
Oh, sorry about that. And I know when we was in Puerto Rico, sorry, Mr. Chair, it was stated, and I just want to put this on the record, that people who were affected in service has first priority on a plane. And going to Puerto Rico, just to complete my thought, and then you could correct me if I'm wrong. And then those, once there's space for those who probably some ailment after the military time, would be afforded a space on the plane free of charge as well.
Okay, so there is a charter plane that travels from the Virgin Islands to Puerto Rico for VA medical appointments for service-connected veterans. At this time, you must be service-connected to be able to use that plane.
Yes.
Sometimes the plane goes half empty. I have been advocating for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs to seek permission to allow those that are non-service connected veterans, which means they are paying out of their pocket to travel to Puerto Rico, to allow them to occupy those spaces where it would not affect their pocket.
Yes, and that's what I was trying to get on the record. Because before we left Puerto Rico, it was established that we have started that process.
It's not finalized yet.
Well, but
we're working on it, yes.
Individuals have made trips on the plane because when we were in Puerto Rico, they did say that one or two people have already come down on the flight, even they were able to get the shuttle and so forth to the VA center.
Those were service connected.
Oh, all was service connected.
All was service connected.
Sorry, okay. Thank you for the correction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll come back in another round.
Thank you very much, Senator. Louis, Director, can I get your fiscal, your program person, administrator, to put on record the actuals? Well, I see he's back, so he'll get those when we get. I'll leave that alone for now. Gold Star family, what is being done? What is your idea? What is being done to address and meet the needs of our Gold Star family from a veterans affair perspective?
So the Gold Star Family Program is a national program. There is not a quote-unquote program right now under the state, under the Virgin Islands for Gold Star families. There was a proclamation honoring Gold Star families a couple of years back or so, and we have also implemented the Gold Star license plate, which Gold Star families are eligible to have on their vehicles. The one thing with Gold Star families is, with it being a national program, we do not have the oversight of exactly how many Gold Star families we have within the Virgin Islands. There are a few that have came to the office and have self-registered, but unless they come to us and say, I am a Gold Star family, and there may be more out there that we even know about, unless they come to us, we would not know that they are. We do know of a few. So,
from the national perspective, is there an opportunity for you to develop a registry where you are able to get individuals that may be Gold Star family members to actually enroll so that you could be able to have oversight and perspective on those individuals?
As a matter of fact, I know the person that has oversight of the national program because we periodically meet at conferences. I am absolutely open to starting some type of a program here under the Office of Veterans Affairs for Gold Star families. I could look into something like that, absolutely.
Yeah. I think it'll be a good look. Obviously, a lot of times, these are the forgotten individuals, our heroes.
Right.
Those individuals have paid the ultimate price and sacrifice, go unnoticed, and the families just continue to live in that agony of that situation, and it has deep-rooted issues, in my opinion. So if we could really recognize them and be able to keep them in the fold, I think would be a good look for the Veterans Affairs.
I will submit to you as well that as recent as a part of the 250th celebration of the Army, we recognize the Gold Star families here within the territory. They were invited, the ones that we know about were invited to the program, and they were all recognized by name. And this was just in the month of June. So they are not forgotten.
I was there. That's why I remember that. I mean, we really need to pay attention and take care of them. Have you received any other federal funds? Do you receive any federal funds?
No, the only one would have been for the cemetery program if we had gotten that.
Yeah. No ARPA, no Office of Insular Affairs, none of those, no funds. Okay, all right. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier, all viewing, listening, and present. Mr. Chair, I heard you ask for actuals. So you wait to get actuals from the director, or should I go ahead with that again?
No, I yield after I saw that you were back.
Okay, thank you. Director, I would like to get the actuals for personnel fringe, supplies, capital outlay, other services and charges, please.
Even that.
You need the actuals for fiscal year 2024 for personal services?
No, yeah, the expenditures for the 25 budget up to the third quarter, if you got it.
To date.
To date?
To date?
No.
Yes.
No, I don't have that information.
Okay, do you have any of it at all up to when? No, March, April?
No.
No? Okay, have you received your allotments?
Yes, I have.
How many have you received?
I have received allotments for up until July of this year. We just received every month.
So you received fourth quarter?
Yes, for the fourth quarter.
Okay, how much did you receive for the fourth quarter?
It was 115,000, right? I think it was 150,000. 15. We'll get that for you. If you could go ahead, Senator. We'll get that to you.
All right, through the chair, fine. No, Director, I know at one point for the National Guard, also I mentioned about putting together a legislation for imprest fund. I don't know if you had a chance to speak of it in terms of how you were receiving your funds and being able to pay your vendors and for bills. Would that still be needed to try to get an imprest fund that you would have money up front from your own budget? Not to say we're getting any other additional venue streams.
Well, we spoke about the imprest fund, but we spoke about it specifically for being able to pay upfront travel costs for veterans that were traveling to the closest VA medical facility. We spoke about that as an option.
Okay. So that's something I have on the burner. I'm looking into. Now, I also put back in the burial benefits into the law, like you asked me, based on when we created the other law for the travel. So now that is also back in. Now, for what you're seeing in the fourth quarter, up to the fourth quarter, what monies have been dispersed for travel and burial benefits? It probably in your testimony, but is there anything additional we need to add other than the 450 that we're adding for those services?
Go ahead.
Okay, for fiscal year 2025, for medical travel, we have disbursed $59,830.05, which is 142 reimbursements, and for death benefits, 162,741.91 for 35 reimbursements, with a total of 222,571.96.
Okay, the medical was 59,830.
Yes.
Okay, and that's for 142. You said.
Yes.
Okay, and then the debt was 162,741.
Yes.
91? And how much individual?
And which brings a balance
1 minute.
of 222,571.96. So we are balancing for the rest of the fiscal year 227,428.04.
Wait. Okay. So for the debt burial was how much? 59. You said.
59,832.05.
No. Wait. The amount of persons that applied for debt
30
benefits.
seconds.
59, you said?
The total reimbursement made from out of medical travel was $59,835, and that was 142 reimbursements. For debt benefit, 162, 741.91, and that was 35 reimbursements.
35. Okay. Okay, and you have a balance of 222,000.
Time.
Total payment for this fiscal year is 222, 571.96, and we have a balance of 227, 428 and 4 cents.
Okay, and then, okay, so I highly appreciate it. You could just get that information.
I have it for you.
To the chair.
I have
Thank
it
you
for
very
you.
much for your time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. You may respond, Director Farrell.
The fourth quarter allotment for veteran medical and burial expenses was $112,500.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon to all listening, viewing audience, colleagues, testifier. Director Farrell, good to see you.
Likewise, Senator.
Appreciate you coming in, sharing some time with us. Can you, I wanted to finish up going through your expenses where they showed material changes from 2024, FY24 to FY25 and 26. So the Senator asked you about rental machinery, and you explained that, professional services, communication he asked, but you didn't respond to that. Why is it your communication went from 22,745 in FY24 down to 10,000, and now we're back up to 20,000? This is in your testimony, GVI exhibit, page number 2.
GVI exhibit, page number what?
2. Mr. Chair, can you hold my time, please?
That's not page.
Please hold the Senator's time. Perhaps you could ask another question in the meantime. You got it?
Our communications is via, we have a cell phone, we have cable for St. Croix and St. Thomas, and we have internet for our St. Thomas and St. Croix office.
So why did it go up so much, though? Because you had
Well-
those things in 2024.
Well, I could give you what we have, what we paid out from October 1st, 2024 to present for via cell phone, cable. As of today, we paid out $18,047.17. And for internet, we paid out $6,750 with a total of $24,797.17.
There's, okay. I don't know that how many, did you increase your cell phone, the number of cell phones or something?
No.
What that's a significant jump. It's just glaring. What made you use that much more from one year to the next?
But based on the numbers that Ms. Frederick just provided, these numbers could not be correct because she mentioned 6,000 for just one thing alone.
Right. So this needs to be revised, right?
No, not necessarily. In 2023, the government wasn't paying bills, so we had a lot of back pay for bills. So we started getting the bills paid in February of 2025. So we owed a lot of money for our communications. So what you're saying is a from previous fiscal year owed.
So you carried over expenses from prior period?
Yes.
Remember, you only get appropriated on an annualized basis.
Yes, but payments were sent to finance, but they wasn't paid because of lack of funding. So what you're seeing is just that when the actual payment was made by finance.
Okay, so that's when payments are made. I thought
Yes.
this was reflected what was. Okay, all right. Relief to individuals. What was the issue there? We weren't paying in 2024. We're up to 225 now.
We had a period, a long period in there when we were our reimbursements were not being paid for quite a few months, and then we got them all caught up now.
Okay, so we're what's the total number of veterans you currently serve? I noticed we talked about 142 for travel, medical travel, 35 for 35 deaths. What's currently in your pipeline?
So what's currently in our pipeline is not currently what we serve. For instance, we have upwards of 7,000 to 8,000 veterans within the territory.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of them use our services. So these numbers just reflect the ones that actually come into the office and use the different services that we have provided for them.
And it's my understanding that I'm a Navy guy, so forgive me.
Sorry to hear
that. I understand that Puerto Rico is the major reason why a lot of veterans don't want to have their service here because they have to travel.
1 minute.
That is a correct statement in a sense, yes.
And of the ones that we have here, I know one of the biggest complaints I've heard was they just would like medical professionals to come here more often, and especially the ones that need psychological and mental health services.
So, go ahead, Senator, not to cut you off.
No. Is there anything we could do to help those veterans that are having issues like that?
So, and that was part of the meeting that myself
30
and
seconds.
Senator Lewis had in Puerto Rico with the leadership most recently. There are medical professionals here in the territory. For example, on the island of St. Croix, we have what's called a community-based outpatient clinic, which has a permanent doctor who has been there at least a couple of years or so and growing. And the veterans over there love her. But she is, and she also deals with women's health as well, Dr. Linares.
Correct.
The CBOC on St. Thomas now is a contract clinic. So the United States Department of Veterans Affairs contracted out the clinic on St. Thomas to a private organization. That one at this point does not have a permanent doctor because the doctor that was there left within the last few months, maybe the last 6 months or so. But there's some of the services that they don't have within the CBOC, they are referred out to providers within the local community. If the local community does not have a provider that's within the VA network, then those veterans are referred to the closest VA medical center if they want to accept that service. If not, many of them travel to the mainland to do their VA medical treatment.
Mr. Chair, can I wrap up real quick? So I know for a fact some veterans would prefer to go to the mainland. The cost isn't that exponentially more expensive. They just don't want to deal with the language barrier and just dealing with Puerto Rico. Is there no way for us to try to accommodate the marginal difference in that cost?
Well, a new legislation was just recently put in place that covers that.
Okay, so I could tell them it's going to be okay. They could go ahead and book it to wherever in the mainland, right?
Yeah, they, based on previous conversation here today, the Veterans Mainland Travel and Burial Expense Act, it is in effect. It was signed by the governor already, passed by the legislation, signed by the governor. So they are free to travel to the mainland VA medical facility of their choice, but the legislation only allows for them to travel twice per fiscal year and get 100% reimbursement.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Craig Viola, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to the numbers that you gave, and that is 8991, which I think was amended 8916, and you said 18 months, the VA has paid a total of $611,000.
Right.
Is it sustainable?
For them?
For their account.
That's when I said the VA, I meant the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, not
Okay.
us.
Okay, clarified. So the 450,000 that has been set aside is more than enough
More than enough for
to cover the costs of individuals that want to travel. They need to travel to the mainland.
outside of emergency.
Yes.
I would say so.
Okay.
If we run out, I know where to find you.
The chair. But I would also recommend, that pays only if they make flight arrangements. It pays for them to go about it. It's just a good thing overall for anybody within the voice. Get some air ambulance insurance, whether you have MASA or whoever. It's always a good backup to have. In the event of emergency and they need to go on an air ambulance, you'll be able to travel. Now, you have only 5 positions that are filled?
4.
So you have 3 vacancies?
2 vacancies.
So you only have a total of 6 positions?
Yes, we had 5 and we just added another one. Like I mentioned earlier, I am trying to reclassify at least one of them so that we could have a veteran that's within the office besides myself working at the agency, being that it's the Office of Veterans Affairs.
Okay, so presently you have 4 filled positions.
That is correct.
And you have 4 cars?
Yes.
You're a lucky fella.
Well, don't make it sound like that, Senator. It's 2 per island.
Which you have, 3 employees on St. Thomas and 1 on St. Croix?
Right now, 1. It was 2. 1 just retired a couple months ago.
So you have a car that's just sitting there?
Say that one more time.
You have a car that's just sitting there because you have more cars than employees on St. Thomas.
And the reason for that, Senator, if I could clarify that situation, we have the director's car, which is the Traverse, and then the second vehicle on each island is a truck that we use for outreach purposes.
It's the 2 Colorados?
1 Colorado on each island.
And then you have an extra Traverse on St. Croix?
1 Colorado on each island. 1 on St. Thomas, 1 on St. Croix.
And a Traverse on each island?
1 on St. Thomas, 1 on St. Croix. Correct.
Okay. Your budget is increasing by $400,000. What's the reason?
That increase is actually an error. How the system is in OMB, and I spoke to them, how it reflects the 450,000 is reflected twice. So that is incorrect.
Tell me where. So the 450,000
for veteran medical travel and debt burials.
So it need to come out of other
Yes.
services and charges?
Yes.
So other services and charge is really 199,000 somewhere there?
Yes, it is.
And everything else relatively stayed the same?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Director Farrell, do you have any employee under the $35,000?
No.
Thanks. Senator Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Sorry about that. Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Farrell.
Good afternoon.
And your associates next to you, and thank you so much for your testimony. And thank you for what you do on behalf of our service members. And thank you for your service. Let me ask you, in respect to the budget, right? I'm going to go to the post-out report under other services and charge, page 4. Let me ask you in respect to professional services, there's a $10,000 cut for the fiscal year 2026 budget. What's covered under professional service, and is that sufficient for your department?
Professional services, we usually pay our supply contracts, which is janitorial, exterminating, and landscaping, but the Department of Finance has redirected us to pay out of repairs and maintenance. So we don't pay our supply contracts out of professional services anymore. We used to, but not anymore.
So if you use supply and maintenance, then what becomes of the supply and maintenance in terms of that category when it comes to those issues?
For supply, we pay that out of our repairs and maintenance funds.
But did you understand what I said, though, in respect to the shortfall of 10,000? You say you don't use that anymore because you go to the supply and maintenance fund. So in respect to supply and maintenance, if you take from that fund, then what about supply and maintenance when it comes to those issues? Where is the fund going to come from?
It's not a zero balance, though.
I know it's not a zero balance, but is it sufficient? That's the question.
Oh, yes, it is sufficient because, well, usually we use our operating expenses and whatever OMB allotted and whatever we get from lottery and licensing, tax commission, it's sufficient.
Okay, and likewise, communications, there's like $10,000 cut also. Where are you going to get those funds from?
It's not actually a cut per se. We usually, if you see our fiscal year budget, we were owed. Our expenses were backlogged. So most of our payments was made in the fiscal year 2025.
Okay, very well. And you spoke to taxi cab and lottery. Have you been receiving your allotment from those two different departments?
The last allotment we received was for fiscal year 2021 for taxi commission, and we owed for fiscal year 2022 to 2025 for taxi commission.
And what about lottery?
For lottery, the last allotment was received in August of 2024, fiscal year 2024. We have not received anything for 2025.
So with that being said, what have you predicted for 26 in respect to those two departments, and what's the plan in terms of the shortfall? What plans do you have to make up for that?
I actually project that somebody is going to make sure that we get all of our money in 2026. That's what I project.
Honestly, based on historical data and based on what's happening on the ground, for you, what's your plan and what have you been doing to stay afloat in respect to those two different agencies not doing what needs to be done?
So quite naturally, when we don't receive those funds, it affects the different outreaches that we try to do. We still try to do our outreaches, but we don't do them at the level that we used to because now the funds are not there.
Okay, let me ask you in respect to the NV5 Inc. For the Department of Public Works and Property and Procurement. It expired in March of this year. You say you're still waiting for the extension of the contract.
Correct.
So, what have been the discussion in terms of when they should be completed with doing their part in order to move forward? Because it's a very important project.
I agree. It is a very important project, and in my opinion, it has been going too long to get to the 100 percentile factor of designing, just designing.
Exactly.
But I will say to you that once it leaves from the Office of Veterans Affairs and goes through the process, it's getting hung up in the process somewhere, and we have got notice that they are trying to get it resolved as soon as possible.
30 seconds.
Very well. And lastly, before my time runs out, the crypt you spoke to when it comes to the veterans section at the Eastern Cemetery. What the timeline? What the target date?
To
start the bid solicitation process.
So right now we still have one complete site that's open. So it is a plan to start the bid solicitation process for both of them right at the beginning of the new fiscal year.
And what about the, if I may close with this, Mr. Chair, what about the cost of the renovation of the gravesite for the late Ruby M. Rouse? What about the cost, the price tag for that?
I don't have the number with me right now, Senator.
Okay, through the chair, you can send it. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And special welcome, Brother Farrell, and also Miss Fredericks. Good friend of mine. I call him Soldier. I want to ask you real quickly, Vigosua and Kendall Emmanuel George, they buried at Moravian Cemetery up in St. John. I know
Yes.
that there were some renovations was supposed to be done up there. How did that go? Was that finished?
Renovations, or are you speaking of the road naming project?
No. The family, the Gold Star family, had said that Kendall Emmanuel, they had the grave needed to be cleaned up. They had a tree root or something. The wall, was that done? They said they needed to have a little clean up at that site there in Coral Bay, St. John.
The Office of Veterans Affairs was not involved in that.
Okay, you weren't
Senator.
involved.
Right.
Okay, let me ask you, so do you provide any benefits for housing for the veterans in the Virgin Islands? You assist them because they have a priority status with the housing authority and, with banks and stuff. You provide any assistance?
So
technical?
there are two programs as it relates to housing. One is on the national level, where you use the VA guarantee loan. And then on the local level, there's a program that is administered through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, where the ones being found eligible through our office, then there's a program that HFA administers. They get the money from.
You know the name is a specific name of the program? Okay, you could get it later.
Yeah, I get you the name of the program.
Okay, so let me ask you now. So you mentioned the senator, the vice chair, the health committee mentioned, he asked you about the total veterans. You gave a high number, like 8,000. How many Vietnam and Iraq veterans you have? Do you know that specific number?
No, I did not bring that number with me, but I will tell you that with the deployments of the Virgin Islands National Guard within the last few years, I do know that we have quite a bit of GWAT, which is our Global War on Terrorism veterans that deployed from here in the Virgin Islands. And we still have a large number of Vietnam veterans as well.
So which would you say that the Vietnam veterans are the one that use your services most?
Yes, absolutely.
They do, okay. Do you know how many of them have any mental illness? Do you assist any special mental illness needs? Do you have any funds set aside to assist with mental illness?
So as it relates to the medical portion of our veterans, the United States Department of Veterans Affairs has complete oversight of that. As it relates to programs now, the Office of Veterans Affairs, in conjunction with the VI Department of Health, was awarded a grant, the Staff Sergeant Fox grant, which they are doing a mortality review right now. And we also take part in the Governor's Challenge Against Suicide, which is a national program as well.
Okay, and one other question before I go to some numbers. So the Veterans Affairs National Cemetery Association, they wanted to make a pilot program with your multi-crypts and your Columbines. Is any funding going to be given to you? How do we benefit from that?
Yes, how we benefit is, for instance, the crypts that are already built. Once the program is already
1 minute.
sanctioned by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, if they decide to go ahead and do it as a pilot program, we'll get reimbursed at a amount which will be determined later for every veteran that's buried inside of our multi-vault crypts or columbariums.
Okay, good. Talking about reimburse. Let's go to Exhibit C. So, the taxi medallions. We got testimony.
30 seconds.
That taxi medallion and St. Thomas, they're different prices, but on St. Thomas specifically, which is the large majority of the taxi drivers, was valued about $45,000. You have an opinion on that? You think it's more or less? That's a good range?
An opinion on what the taxi medallion should cost?
Yeah.
I do not.
So how do you get revenue when the taxi medallions are sold? The veterans have a preference. You get reimbursement from the LCA. How does that work out?
So by law, the veteran taxi medallion auction happens once per year. The 6 medallions are auctioned every year, 2 St. Thomas, 2 St. John, 2 St. Croix. The proceeds of those auctions, 20% by law, is supposed to come to the Office of Veterans Affairs. The starting bid on St. Thomas and St. John is $20,000, and the starting bid on the other St. Croix is $8,000.
Mr. Chair, can I just wrap up? Okay, so when last you had an auction, and what was the value of the medallion in the last auction?
The veteran taxi medallion auctions happen every year. They are consistent. When last have we gotten the proceeds? The last time we got the proceeds was 2020.
Excuse me, I'll answer that. We had fiscal year 2021 proceeds received in fiscal year 2024. And those monies was redirected according to OMB to the general fund.
Okay. One final question. So the debt benefit you have here, 62,258.09. You mentioned you was given like 5,000 to the family?
Up to 5,000 per family.
Okay, up to 5,000.
Up to 5,000.
Because I was going to say if it was 5,000, it'd be 12 burials, but it's 62. Okay,
It's
so
up to 5,000 because every family doesn't use the same amount.
Every year. So how many veterans have passed in this fiscal year so far?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I'll go back to my Memorial Day.
Okay, through the chair.
Things and I'll get back to you.
Yes, thank you very much for the time, Mr.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Real quickly before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Carla J. Joseph, I wanted to ask you in respect to your utilities, you had in FY 2025, you had $15,000 earmarked for utilities. Are you part of the single payer utilities?
Yes.
Okay. And is the $15,000 sufficient? Have you been monitoring your bills?
Yes, it's more than sufficient.
So I could take back some, you're saying?
It's more than sufficient. It's sufficient.
It's sufficient.
Yes.
Not more than sufficient. It's sufficient. Okay. All right. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the viewing and listening audience. A pleasant good day to my colleagues as well as to the Office of Veterans Affairs. I want to begin my questioning with you just following up on some questions asked from my colleagues, because I did have some of them, those questions also. Kindly indicate, I know you said your allotment that you received, I'm guessing it is for the Veterans Medical Travel and Death Benefit. It was $112,500, Director.
Yes.
Now tell us what your last allotment you received overall, because that's separate. That's a separate fund that you use. What is your last allotment? You mentioned earlier under questioning you had received all of your fiscal year allotment. What is that full allotment that you just received?
for veteran medical travel and death benefit.
Not for veterans, medicals. Pull that out. Pull that out, and we're looking only at your last allotment, not included the veteran medical travel and death benefit. I don't want to know that. I want to know what the amount of, if you have to do some quick math and get some time to do that, that would be beneficial, because I know your allotment for the veteran and medical travel and death benefit, you get $112,500 each quarter. Okay?
Okay, we'll get that information back to you, Senator.
Okay, exactly. Thank you so kindly. Now, I want to also have a conversation with you, because I know you mentioned you're waiting for some people to get your money, what was appropriated to you by law, and that includes the money you receive from the lottery. You're owed 100. It's going to be $200,000, because you said you represented that you had gotten $50,000 in fiscal year 2024, and that was redirected somewhere. That's where I saw, and you mentioned it.
August of 2024, correct.
Okay, good. Our minds are joined. That's why you're my classmate. Okay, and then you mentioned that money was redirected somewhere in some place, and now you haven't gotten any of the money from the sales of the taxi medallions.
Correct.
For 4 consecutive years. It's 4 consecutive years.
Correct.
My quick math added up to be a total of, I think, $56,000. I could be wrong.
Actually, we don't have the actual number. I don't think it's 56, because remember, the prices are not the same every year for the taxi medallion auction.
So turn with me to page 6 of the post-audit report. Okay, you see what our post-auditor has right there? These are the fiscal year 2022 in the amount of $14,060.12. Fiscal year 2023, $11,020. That's from the auction. You seen it?
Okay, I seen it now.
Director? Mm-hmm. So, and then 2024,
1 minute.
$10,259.80, and fiscal year 2025, $11,400.
Okay.
That's your money.
Correct.
That's your money from the sales of the auction. All of these money goes into the general fund, but it's supposed to give you your money because it's mandated
by
law. And so we have administration that is breaking the law. They done already break the law by taking some
30
of the 36.
seconds.
Mr. Chairman, I'm really getting a little bit upset. I hate when I am upset. 33.6 million of the Epstein money. They took that money without legislative approval. They're taking your little pittance. That's for our veterans who put their lives on the line to maintain our freedom. And I have a bill because I cannot stay here. Mr. Chairman, allow me to see it happen in front of our face. That's bare face in our face, and especially when they deal with our veterans, they are dear to my heart. I used to say it all the time. They are dear to my heart. It cannot be. You need the money to help our veterans. Mr. Chairman, I have one final question, if you would allow me. Thank you kindly. You mentioned that you have about 7,000 to 8,000 veterans. I know you were completing an assessment some time ago. Tell us kindly how much your contractor that you had contracted to do that work, how much did they come back and tell you that we have? Because you have that contract and it was finished by
the website contract you're talking, not the website, but the database contract that you're speaking of.
Yes.
So, and the reason why I said 7 to 8 is because post-COVID, we lost quite a few veterans that went back to the mainland for job purposes, medical conditions, and different things like that.
Do you have the number, Director? That's all I need to know. Do you have that number, that finite number that you had and you received from that contractor you paid, what, $30,000 for?
The number will be at this point $7,000. 7,000.
So
veterans.
you're saying that, but if you could send us the information that was gathered by that contractor using our taxpayers' money through the chair, because I would like to see it. Mr. Chairman, I want to just appreciate and thank you so much for your leniency. I had to get it off my chest because I don't like it. It's not right that we are it's in our face and in the people of the Virgin Islands' face, how we are being abused here, and I have my bill. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. There is no excuse for abuse. So you don't have any capital outlay, do you? No capital outlay, right? You have a point?
Yeah, I just want to respond to Senator Fonseca in reference to the amount of veterans that have passed in the fiscal year. We track them from May to May. Between last year, May, and this year, May, 49 veterans unfortunately passed and left us.
All right. Very well, thank you. This rounds out this particular round, and we have our next department waiting, which is the Department of Education. If there's any burning issues, I'll take it. One burning question, Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for your burning question?
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier. Mr. Farrell, I'm sorry if someone asked this one before. The crypts you're building, how often do you initiate it? Because I know you have 3 right now in Eastern Cemetery, right?
We have 2 multi-vaults and 1 columbarium.
Yes, so all the space, the land in front is yours?
Just that one section where the 3 is in a line, the land that goes eastward is where we plan to put additional ones. So just that one section.
Okay, good. I brought up primarily to just say that I was in the graveyard this weekend. Not in the front, but in the back. And I see we're going to have to adapt to your style or something. You're going to have to give Public Works your blueprint because we run out of space in there. And we can't continue burying and dealing with our loved ones that passed on the way how we're dealing. We're running out of space and we just have limited land space.
And that's exactly why I'm proposing that we move away from trying to get the cemetery grant program.
Yes.
Because that's going to allow us to bury veterans side by side instead of going upwards.
What's the capacity in each crypt?
64, sorry.
64. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. See no other burning questions at this time. Director, how was the morale with the veterans? Usually when you come here, you usually have 1 or 2 that follow behind you and with some relative concerning some relative concern that they may have. How is the morale? What is the complaint or?
So
concerns?
the one burning complaint that we have had as it relates to our veterans here in the territory for the last 10 years is the being able to travel to a VA medical facility of their choice and the Office of Veterans Affairs pay for that travel 100%. That now is something of the past because the new legislation, like mentioned earlier, allows for veterans to travel to the facility of their choice, a VA medical facility of their choice, and be reimbursed 100% twice per year. So I will await the next concern.
Okay. So is there a hybrid? Is there a halfway mark that you are discussing with them, or is just a definite no on that?
According to the law, it is no halfway.
No
is-
gray area.
Is
That's
yes.
Yes.
The only gray area would be when they travel, they must cover their own hotel expenses and per diem expenses.
Okay.
So just want to put that on the record as well.
Very well. So tell me, what is your concern? What keeps you up at night regarding your current mission statement?
That's easy. What keeps me up at night is not being able to know right away the future of the services for our veterans here in the territory within the next few months. I still feel that we are very much so underserved as it relates to our medical capacity, and not knowing where we will be in 3 months from now definitely concerns me.
Am I hearing that there is some contingency plan being put in place just in case we need to engage?
Absolutely. Myself and both CEOs from our hospitals here in the territory, Wang Louis and Schneider Regional, along with the Commissioner of Health and the chair of the Government Affairs Committee, Senator Lewis. That was our purpose for traveling to Puerto Rico most recently, to meet with the leadership to see where we can meet them halfway. The plan is not 100% carved out as yet, but with these stakeholders, our medical professionals of the territory, with these stakeholders, they have committed. I have committed. I know the chair of the committee has also committed that we're going to make a way for our veterans to be taken care of medically if the United States Department of Veterans Affairs has to collapse at any percentage or any portion.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm sure at some point we'll be brought into the fold collectively so that we could support and assist in that endeavor. At this time, I'll give you 30 seconds for a wrap up.
So, Senators, I want to say thank you again for your support. The veterans' mainland travel expense, and I might be saying the words a little interchangeably, but you know where I'm going with this. It is a significant enhancement to the quality of lives for our veterans in the territory. Yes, they deserve, or we deserve, to be able to travel to a facility that's going to take care of us. But I also say that the money that the United States Department of Veterans Affairs is already paying, let's not take that on as a state government. Allow them to continue paying for emergency medical travel, and then we can pay for the rest of the stuff. It will save us a whole lot of money and time. Thank you once again for your support.
Thank you very much, Director Farrell, as well as Ms. Fredericks, for your testimony and responses today. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will stand in recess for 5 minutes, and then we bring back on the Department of Education. Good afternoon. We are out of recess. At this time, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is going into the third agency review. So I'd like to ask the Madam Clerk to please call up the item in block number 3.
Block 3, 3 to 5 p.m., VI Department of Education. Invited testifier, Honorable Dr. Deanne Wells-Hedrington, Commissioner. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Honorable Dr. Deanne Wells-Hedrington. A big title. You're recognized for your introduction as well as your staff.
Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement.
Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction.
Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources.
Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services.
Melvin Gomes, Director of Budget.
Keisha Culpepper Smith, Federal Grants Director.
Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, Deputy Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Superintendent of Schools, St. Thomas St. John District.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon. You have anyone on St. Croix or virtual?
No, Senator.
You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Vice Chair Senator Marvin A. Blyden, and distinguished members of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee, Senators Dwayne M. DeGraff, Ray Fonseca, Hubert L. Frederick, Maris C. James, and Kurt Viale. I also greet the non-committee members present and all who are listening and viewing today. I am Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, privileged to serve as the Commissioner of Education for the Virgin Islands. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss the fiscal year 2026 budget and its potential impact on our students, faculty, and staff. I commend this committee for your steadfast support in securing funding for the General Fund for the Department of Education. The 36th legislature deserves tremendous accolades for its continued partnership with our department and collective goals. Your proactive engagement has been instrumental as we strive to enhance public education throughout the territory. Thank you for the critical funding that enables the department to pursue our key objectives: improved student outcomes, quality schools, and an effective education system, engaged families, and a supportive community. Your commitment ensures that our children are progressing towards academic recovery and success and helps the department to determine if we are achieving the goals that we have set forth to implement as we transform public education. Today, I am here to address the proposed budget allocations for the department for FY 2026. Education is the cornerstone of our society, shaping the future of our workforce, economy, and civic engagement. As such, it is imperative that we prioritize adequate funding to support our schools, educators, and students. The continuation of necessary programs and retention of staff are of the utmost importance as we continue to provide equitable education for the children of the Virgin Islands. Joining me today are members of my leadership team, my Assistant Commissioner Victor Sum III, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Insular Superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Carla Bastian Knight for the St. Croix District, Mr. Melvin Gomes, Director of Budget, Ms. Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources, Nicole, Ms. Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services, Ms. Kadila Joseph, Territorial Director of Procurement, and Ms. Keisha Culpepper Smith, Director of Federal Grants. Additional VIDE personnel are on standby to provide detailed insights into specific areas if needed. Again, thank you for your unwavering support and the opportunity to testify today. We will now provide a detailed overview of the Virgin Island Department of Education's FY26 General Fund budget. For FY26, the Governor has recommended an appropriation of $179,316,000 $1,999. This recommendation requests a 5.04% increase, which is equivalent to $8.6 million over the fiscal year FY25 approved budget of $170,716,999, as illustrated in Table 1. This proposed allocation includes $108,276,622 designated for personnel services, $54,845,776 for fringe benefits, $1,413,791 for supplies, $7,281,110 for other services, and $7,500,000 for utilities. The proposed allocation will secure the salaries and benefits of our dedicated educators and staff, sustain vital operational functions, and ensure the foundational resources are in place to deliver consistent educational services across the territory. Personnel services represent the very core of our educational system, encompassing $108,276,622 of our FY26 recommended budget, accounting for a significant 60% of the total allocation. This critical investment directly supports 1,954 full-time equivalent positions, the dedicated individuals who educate, nurture, and support every student across the Virgin Islands. The allocation primarily provides for the salaries of our dedicated staff, including $95,734,152 for classified employee salaries and $10,392,470 for unclassified employee salaries. In addition, $2,150,000 is strategically allocated to support other vital personnel initiatives, specifically $425,000 for temporary and part-time salaries, $200,000 for our crucial substitute teacher salaries, and $1,525,000 for essential lump sum payments. These lump sum payments are critically allocated to fulfill a range of mandatory obligations outlined in the collective bargaining agreement, encompassing coaching stipends, employee stipends, compensation for paraprofessionals holding classes, various payouts, and teacher degree credits. This comprehensive allocation ensures that all such collectively bargained commitments are appropriately resourced. The FY26 recommended budget for personnel reflects a $5,698,095 increase over the FY25 allocation of $102,578,527. A significant driver of this increase is the strategic decision to transition vital school-based positions from the federal funding sources to local appropriations, combined with the ongoing implementation and sustainment of collectively bargained salary increases. This proactive measure was taken to ensure the continuity of essential educational services and to mitigate risks associated with the increasing uncertainty of federal grant allocations, particularly from the U.S. Department of Education. By funding these critical positions, we secure stability for staff and uninterrupted support for our students. This budget prioritized the support of 1,954 full-time equivalents, focusing resources on critically filled positions and essential operational needs. Ultimately, this personnel budget is not merely an expenditure. It is a direct investment in human capital that drives student achievement and shapes the future of our territory. It enables us to retain experienced educators, attract new talent, and maintain the essential support services necessary for a thriving learning environment. Table 2 is the summary of the personnel services budget comparison for FY25 and FY26. Fringe benefits. Fringe benefits represent a substantial and largely non-negotiable component of our budget, directly tied to the well-being and retention of our dedicated personnel we discussed earlier. For FY26, the recommended budget allocates $54,845,476 to cover these essential costs. This reflects a critical $4,493,277 increase, or a 8.92% increase over the FY25 allocation of $50,352,199. This increase is largely attributable to the strategic transition of school-based personnel from federal to local funding sources, coupled with the impact of our collective bargain salary adjustment. As these essential positions are now locally supported, their associated mandatory fringe benefits must also be covered by local appropriations, therefore increasing this budget line item. Fringe benefits collectively account for 30% of the total recommended FY26 budget, underscoring their significance in the overall financial planning. This budget allocates resources for key benefit categories, ensuring our obligations for employer contribution to retirement are met, reflecting the growth in the locally funded contributing base salary for our personnel. It also covers health insurance premiums, which continue to be impacted by current market trends and the rising cost of healthcare services. Additionally, mandatory contributions for Social Security and Medicare are included, alongside funding for workers' compensation premiums. Table 3 is the summary of fringe benefits. Supplies. For FY26, the recommended budget allocates $1,413,791 for critical materials and supplies, representing approximately 0.79% of our total recommended budget, as detailed in Table 4 below. This allocation is critical for sustaining the daily operations of our schools and administrative offices throughout the territory. This budget category funds a comprehensive range of essential needs. The FY26 budget for supplies reflects a significant 83.25% increase, totaling $642,263 over the FY25 funding level of $771,528. This increase is largely driven by crucial investments in data processing software, which accounts for $367,472 of the total increase, underscoring our commitment to modernizing systems, enhancing security, and improving operational efficiency. Additionally, this budget incorporates funding for other vital operational needs. Operating supplies at $516,661, provide essential items for our facility locations, including our general office and operating supplies, drinking water coupons, cash wash coupons, and critical janitorial supplies, ensuring a functional, hygienic, and productive environment. Vehicle supplies, $222,600 are indispensable for keeping our essential fleet operational, covering fuel, routine supplies, tires, and batteries. Repair and maintenance supplies, $12,000, ensure we have the necessary materials for ongoing upkeep and timely repairs across our facilities, proactively addressing issues and extending the life of our infrastructure. A modest but vital allocation for small tools and minor equipment at $6,000 provides immediate, varied operational necessities from basic office supplies to essential small functional items, enabling efficient daily functionality and preventing disruptions. Further, food and catering at $123,030 includes the crucial allocation for School Food Authority, which is indispensable for managing the school lunch programs in both districts, directly supporting student nutrition and fostering a conducive learning environment. This category also covers other food and catering needs deemed necessary to support essential departmental functions. Crucially, a significant portion of these essential supply costs were previously mitigated by the American Rescue Plan Act funding. However, with the expiration of these federal funds, these unavoidable and reoccurring operational expenses must now be absorbed by local appropriation. As the largest department in the government, VIDE must ensure continuous and sufficient supplies to support our districts, and schools across the Virgin Islands. The anticipated return of these previously federally covered costs into the general fund budget remains a continuing concern and will require additional local support to fully offset these essential expenditures, including potential contributions from the casino funds. Table 4 is the summary of supplies. Other services. The recommended FY25 budget for other services stands at $7,281,110, representing a $1,003,636 decrease, or 12.11% reduction from the FY25 funding of $8,284,746. This budget category encompasses a broad range of essential operational costs for the department and accounts for approximately 4% of the total recommended FY26 budget. While there is an overall decrease, this budget reflects critical shifts in funding to absorb mandatory and recurring operational costs. A significant driver in the dramatic increase of rental of land/building to $576,510 from $53,055, reflecting a nearly 987% increase. This substantial investment is the direct consequence of the transition of previously funded rental costs for essential facilities and services back to local appropriations. While this allocation is vital, the scope of our escalating rental obligation remains a substantial financial consideration for the department. Within the budget, professional services, despite an overall decrease to $6 $1,319,534 cover a wide array of indispensable and often contractual functions critical for both direct student support and overall departmental operations. These include essential operational support services, specialized programs, and foundational investments in our instructional technology infrastructure. These allocations are foundational, supporting these critical services and requiring vigilant resource management to cover their full scope. Communication costs allocated at $299,000 are vital for maintaining connectivity across our expansive systems. This allocation provides essential connectivity, necessitating strategic management to address all communication requirements. Other services not otherwise classified those significantly reduced to $86,066 covers essential operational and oversight needs, including annual membership dues. This allocation critically supports vital solutions for our internal audit division, a function rigorously prioritized as indispensable for ensuring financial integrity and compliance with federal mandates, particularly those governing the U.S. Department of Education grants. While these allocations address critical operational demands, the department faces the continuous challenge of prioritizing and strategically managing resources to cover all essential mandatory obligations, including vital contractual services fundamental to our educational mission. This necessitates ongoing internal adjustments to ensure uninterrupted service delivery across all functions. Table 5 provides a summary of the other services budget. Utilities. The recommended FY26 budget allocates $7.5 million for utilities, representing 4% of our total recommended budget. See Table 6 below. This allocation is fundamental for sustaining essential operational infrastructure across all VITE facilities, from classrooms to administrative offices. Notably, this reflects a significant $1 million decrease, or 11.76% reduction, from the FY25 budgeted amount of $8.5 million, necessitating rigorous management of these essential expenses. This substantial allocation is critically required to cover the unavoidable utility consumption driven by essential school operations. Our unique school food operations, for instance, demands constant electricity for kitchens and servers to ensure student nutrition. Additionally, maintaining optimal learning environments for our students necessitates consistent climate control across our facilities, and our expansive IT infrastructure, including servers and network equipment, requires continuous power to support modern educational delivery. These essential and often non-negotiable utility expenses are fundamental to ensuring uninterrupted educational services for the children of the Virgin Islands. Table 6 gives you a summary. Miscellaneous. For FY26, $0 is budgeted for the miscellaneous general fund activities under the department's recommended allocations. This complete elimination of funding represents a 100% decrease from $230,000 appropriated in FY25. This complete elimination of funding for miscellaneous categories is a direct consequence of the necessary prioritization of essential and mandatory operational costs to ensure core educational services. While this strategic reallocation of resources was essential to to address critical personnel fringe and unavoidable operational expenses, it underscores the challenging trade-offs required to maintain core educational services with fiscal constraints. The department remains committed to exploring alternative avenues to support these important initiatives. Table 7 shows what that breakdown from the miscellaneous budget comparison for FY25 and FY26. Security services. The department has engaged Ranger American VI to deliver unarmed security services across multiple public schools in the St. Thomas St. John district as well as the St. Croix district. As of FY25, VIDE has disbursed $0 for these security services. The current contract is set to conclude on September 30th, 2025. Nevertheless, the department plans to secure similar services for limited sites during the period of October 1, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. And Table 9 shows the facilities that are currently being secured by Ranger America. Staffing summary. The department has a staffing level of 2,034 active employees. Please note that this includes those employees who are on local funds as well as federal funds. 1,869 classified positions and 165 exempt positions to serve an enrollment of 10,312 students. As of June 3rd, 2025, the department has received 37 retirement and 28 resignation letters in the St. Croix district, of which 26 are teachers, 1 nurse, and 5 administrators. 25 retirement and 35 resignation letters were received in the St. Thomas St. John district, of which 20 are teachers, 1 nurse, and 5 administrators. Additionally, the department has received a total of 35 intent to not return for the upcoming school year. Of that number, 12 are teachers in the St. Croix district and 10 teachers in the St. Thomas St. John district. As of September 1, 2025, 174 employees will be eligible for retirement, of which 25 are administrators, 16 paraprofessionals, and 66 teachers territory-wide. Table 10 gives the employee count by class. Table 11 shows the funding sources, federal, local. Table 12 shows the separation by class, meaning administrators, nurses, paraprofessionals, etc. Table 13, separations by actions, where we break it down, showing the deceased, the dismissals, the resignations, the retirements, and those whose appointment ended. Table 14 indicates the classes of those who are eligible for retirement at any moment. Table 15 gives the certification data. We have 203 certified teachers in the St. Thomas St. John district. We have 214 that are not certified. In the St. Croix district, we have 196 teachers that are certified, 238 are not certified. Administrators, we have 28 administrators in the St. Thomas St. John district that are certified, 23 not certified. In the St. Croix district, 28 certified administrators, 26 not certified. Like many school districts across the nation, the Virgin Islands Department of Education continues to face challenges in filling critical teaching positions. National data currently indicates there are approximately 42,000 teaching vacancies across the nation, an increase of 6,000 reported at the Model Schools Conference last year. The Office of Human Resources and District Leadership conducted a series of interviews throughout the month of May of teaching applicants who met the Virgin Islands Board of Education certification requirements. As a result of this coordinated effort, 51 qualified candidates have been selected to begin teaching in the 2025-2026 school year. Of those numbers, 21 are locals in the St. Thomas St. John district and 8 in the St. Croix district. See the table breakdown. Additionally, to address some of our teacher shortages, the department has begun our own Grow Your Own initiative in partnership with the Department of Labor, University of the Virgin Islands, and the Governor's Office. This initiative targeted paraprofessionals in both districts who have expressed an interest in becoming teachers. This initiative has yielded a total of 20 paraprofessionals, 13 from the St. Croix district, 7 from the St. Thomas St. John district, who are slated to begin online courses in fall of this year, 2025. School Food Authority. The School Food Authority remains dedicated to providing our children with nutritious, well-balanced meals in accordance with the guidelines from the United States Department of Agriculture. We are actively exploring innovative approaches to meal preparation and presentation. By partnering with local farmers, we now offer locally sourced fresh fruits and vegetables. Our school gardens are being revitalized, and salad bars are in our high school with plans of expansion to middle and elementary schools. Ensuring our staff receives adequate training and support is a top priority. Table 16 outlines the monthly reimbursable meals served by the St. Thomas St. John and the St. Croix School Food Authorities, along with total reimbursements for the 2024-2025 school year. We continue to realize a decrease in disallowed meals territory-wide, which had minimal impact on the total reimbursements earned. To ensure that we maintain this positive trend and ultimately receive no disallowed meals, continued monitoring and support will be provided to all food service staff, as well as improvements made to ensure that commodities needed to fulfill the menus are available to our schools. Work efforts with the School Food Authority will remain a priority for the department. So on table 17, you have the school lunch, meals, and earnings report. I apologize for April and May being omitted from St. Thomas St. John district. I do have those numbers. And then you will see the St. Croix district breakfast and lunch and meal total earnings as well. So with the additional numbers included for April and May for the St. Thomas St. John district, the total earnings were $2,640,107.97, and St. Croix was $2,671,643.84. I can get that information to you, senators. Federal grants. The department currently manages 22 grants totaling $115,501,950.09. Of the 22 grants, 11 are from the U.S. Department of Education, totaling $86,076,359.85, and 11 are from USDA, totaling $29,425,590.24. The awarded grants include the Consolidated Grant, Special Education, and Adult Education. USDA grants include Child and Adult Care Programs, the Emergency Food Assistance Program, State Administrative Expense, National School Lunch Program, Summer Food Services Program, Fresh Fruits and Vegetables Program, and National School Lunch Program Equipment Grant. For FY26, the department anticipates receiving approximately $29,425,590.24 in federal funds, $24,983,214 from the U.S. Department of Education, and $4,442,376.24 from the U.S. Department of Agriculture as reimbursable program funds. As of June 9, 2025, the department is in the process of obligating $8.6 million, of which is set to expire in September 30th, 2025. Figure 2 gives you that breakdown. There are several contributing factors, as we have mentioned before, that still remain: supply and demand shortages, lengthy revision process, and the department is reducing the number of revisions requested to be sent to USDE because a USDE is in a transitional state, and there's no guarantee on when those revisions would be sent back approved. However, because of vendors' inability to fill orders, sometimes those revisions are unavoidable. The department also has to attract vendors. What we've been seeing is when we request quotes and we don't use that particular vendor and we go back again to ask for another quote, they tell us no. So several initiatives have been implemented. Weekly grant status reports are provided to program leads. Weekly spending plans are required, which outline the available balances, the intended plans, and projected obligation dates, as well as various tools to assist our programs. Those plans are constantly monitored, and accountability is critical. So when you look at figure 2 and 3, what I want you guys to focus on, senators, are the operating costs. Those are the critical ones that must be spent by the programs. Personnel is reimbursable, and of course, indirect comes back to the department in a percentage. So figure 2 shows those grants that are expiring this year, and figure 3 shows those grants that are expiring in 2026. The Virgin Islands Department of Education is committed to fostering an educational landscape where every student can thrive in a safe, nurturing environment, focusing on delivering high-quality instruction and continuous support. The department ensures that all students are fully equipped to succeed, whether it be college, in a career, or in the military, wherever they choose to go. Our vision is transforming today's learners into tomorrow's leaders. This encapsulates our dedication to cultivating the skills, knowledge, and attributes necessary for our students to excel and lead in the evolving world. Through innovative teaching strategies and a compassionate approach, VIDE is not just preparing students for the future, we are shaping the future leaders of tomorrow. Then we have our strategic priorities, which include and will remain quality schools, an effective educational system, engaging our families who are critical partners, and having a community that serves and supports our goals here at the Department of Education. So VIDE has experienced a decline in enrollment over the past 10 years. There are several factors that have contributed to this, and as a result, we have examined our human capital to ensure that we are maximizing the personnel. So no longer are schools having the luxury of having instructional coaches and all of that. If we have vacancies, those persons have to fill those vacancies. The Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation has provided our enrollment data by grade for the school year spanning from 2014 all the way to last school year. And the largest drop in enrollment, as you would see in the table, occurred during 2016-2017, and we know why. That's when we sustained the hurricanes. And what you would see is we're growing a little bit, but it's not like significant growth. The St. Thomas, St. John district enrollment was at 5,094 in 2022-2023, and increased to 171 to 5,265 this past year. The St. Croix district was at 5,072 and has increased by 73 last year to 5,145 students. Monitoring enrollment is critical to the sustainability of districts to ensure that human capital is being maximized. Graduation rates. The data illustrates public school graduation rates across two districts, the St. Croix district and the St. Thomas St. John district, over the academic years from 2014-2015 to 2023-2024 school year. The reason that we don't have the 2024-2025 graduation data as yet is because we have students in summer school, and once they fulfill those requirements, then we will be able to provide this body with our 2024-2025 rates. So you will see that the graduation rate from 2022 to 2023 in the St. Croix district was at 79.5%, and there was a slight dip in 23-24 to 79.3%. And then in the St. Thomas St. John district in 2022 to 2023, it was 76.8%, and then there was an increase in 2023-2024 to 83%. The goal with the graduation rates is to get us to a perfect rate, so we always track that to see if we're increasing in our cohorts of students that enter in 9th grade and complete the 4 years in 12th grade. New school overview. The Department of Education, with oversight from the Office of Disaster Recovery, is moving forward and rebuilding schools. This year, we are happy to report that more than half our projects have been awarded to design-build contractors and are currently out for bid. Additional projects are being designed as we speak. We are well on the way to spend the $3.5 billion to rebuild schools, and we are applying for additional grants for stormwater mitigation. FEMA has provided funds for prudent replacements and modernizations in the St. Thomas St. John district. I'm not going to go through all of that, but we highlight the new school projects, the new Arthur Richards, which is slated to open next year, Whitley Skills Center, which is now located at Gladys Abraham campus, Charlotte Amalie demolition has already occurred, and they are working on the design for Charlotte Amalie High School. BCB, they're working on the design. Julius Sprouse School, they're working on the design. New Central High was just awarded, and so we will begin looking at design shortly. On page 23 and 24 is the breakdown of the funding received from FEMA for our projects at VIDE. So in conclusion, we truly believe that our children, our greatest investment, and education must be treated not as an afterthought, but as the foundation for our future. Budgets are statements of priority. And right now, our students are asking us to show them that they really matter. I urge you, do not delay, do not diminish, do not divert the opportunity to give them the resources they deserve. Prioritize education, fund our future. Let this budget reflect the courage to invest boldly in the next generation. Thank you for this opportunity for us to share our budget for FY25. My team and I are ready to answer any questions regarding this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that comprehensive testimony. Do not delay, do not diminish, and do not divert the opportunity to give them the resources they deserve. Prioritize education, fund our future. Let this budget reflect the courage to invest boldly in the next generation. Powerful statement. Powerful statement. So I want to ask you, first of all, have you received all of your budget allotments for FY 2024 to date?
I will allow Budget Director Gums to answer that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator, we have received up to June.
Up to June. And you have received the full budget allotment based on the appropriations for FY 2024?
No, Senator, we have gotten 7.5% from November through now.
5% cut?
Yeah. No, 8. 7 is 8.33, so 7.5 is the number now.
7.5 you receive?
Yeah.
Okay. And that cut is associated with the single-payer utility or something else? What is it?
Something else.
You know, not, it has nothing to do with the single-payer utility?
No.
Okay. 7.5. And in terms of vendors' payments, what is your total aggregate owed in vendors' payment at this time? Local and then federal.
So I will speak on the federal. We did have a delay in the vendor payments, with those contractors associated with the American Rescue Plan funding. We now have the go-ahead. Before the cut, before the shift in administration, we did have about 8.6 million in the queue for payment. So now we're pushing those through, and any other invoices that the Bureau may have available that need to be processed. DC Harris can give the local side.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
In terms of our local side, we continuing to track and receive invoices and input them into the queue to be processed. I do not have the exact number of what remains outstanding, but it is a key priority for us to get them into the queue for processing.
And are you running into that predicament where you're seeing that invoices is coming in beyond the 90-day requirement? Because I know that there was an effort being made to at least address the 90-day backlog. You continue to see where there's 90-day invoices coming in?
In some cases, Senator, there has been some improvement. I did mention to the team that getting to that 45-day turnaround like the new schools with disaster recovery should be our goal, and following up with our vendors is a priority.
Okay. And is your CFO or your fiscal person also now meeting with the Office of Management and Budget?
I'll let DC Harris answer. Hi, good afternoon again. Yes, we periodically meet with both OMB and Finance as part of the new executive order that was established.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And in that meeting, you get to prioritize those vendor payments as required, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Commissioner.
If I may, Senator,
sure.
We do have a pretty good relationship with Department of Finance. If we have a critical payment that needs to be made from commissioner to commissioner, I can make the request, and it's usually honored.
Fulfilled, good show. Mm-hmm. So I remember when there was this threat about the ARPA clawback, I immediately contacted you, and we had discussion because I wanted to determine the impact on the general fund. And now the governor is reporting that there has been some restoration of the access to the $34 million.
Right.
Have you received any official notice or documentation of that?
We have the documentation that was sent out to all districts, all states, not individualized. What we're doing now is seeking guidance in terms of the drawdown, because before the administration changed, so did the way that we pay changed. And so we are in conversation with OMB and Finance because we have to use the line of credit first and then draw down on the federal funds.
Very well. Yeah, I wanted to narrow in on that, but I'm sure we'll discuss that further as we go along.
Okay.
But we do have the access to the line of credit. As a matter of fact, we have just allowed for the disaster recovery to extend that to up to $200 million so that they have access to that amount of money. And I'm hoping that they've already had conversation with the banks in respect to that. Right now, they do have a $100 million authorization, but we have extended that recently to $200 million.
So I think, Senator, if I may, we still have to continue conversations, because originally when we approached the Office of Disaster Recovery as well as OMB with the changes in the way that payments had to be made, we were allotted a $5 million threshold, I guess, to use the local funds and bring it back. So what we're doing is trying to streamline that process so that the federal drawdowns could happen timely so that we could use it as a revolving fund.
Okay. And my final question before I open up to my colleagues for a 6-minute round. I wanted to ask you, in respect to the third-party fiduciary, what is happening in that space? I know that there is a plan afoot by OMB to close that matter in the next coming. I think he has either July or August, or it might be September as well, to be able to sever that relationship. But what's happening currently in that space in regard to the third-party fiduciary?
So right now, the third party is processing our payment. I know that the director of OMB does want to get rid of the third party. You know, that's something that they're working on to shore up a unit within OMB that can manage our funds. And I also know that the U.S. Department of Education is looking to put the money into the states to manage our federal funds. So all of that is being worked out as we speak.
And you said that they're processing, they continue to process. Is that being done in a timely fashion?
Yes, but it's just for the consolidated grant application. Until now, we have access to the ARP funding.
Okay. All right, so I'll open up the floor at this time, and I'll jump in between. Senator Angelbo, because you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to central staff. And good afternoon to the leadership team of the Department of Education. Commissioner, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
All right. You had 76 staff leave in 2025, including 45 resignations and 33 retirements, with over 70 personnel lost in the fiscal year. What is the department doing for recruitment and retention in those positions? Are any of those high-impact positions? I mean, I assume anybody in education is an important position, but I'm just, anything when it comes to the internal operation of your office?
So I'm going to allow Director Jacobs to speak on that, but every position is critical for me. When teachers leave, that's a big loss, and then we have to be aggressive in our recruitment and retention process, making sure that we do the exit surveys to see why people are leaving, and if it is something that we could shift in the department to stop that. But I'll let Director Jacobs respond.
Good afternoon, Senator. I just want to make sure that I know that it was for the entire 24-25 school year that these resignations occur. But one of the things that we did look at is there a need to refill that particular position? Because there were some areas where we were top heavy and we didn't need to fill those positions. When it came to the school, as the commissioner indicated in her testimony, we had several assessment meetings where we look at school personnel, we looked at student population, class sizes, etc. So we continue to have assessments and conversations as a team consistently.
And I thank you, and I appreciate that response because we want to be as frugal as possible because of what's happening on the national level. With the full-time equivalents, there was a decrease from 1977 to 1954, yet the personnel costs seem to have increased up to about 5.7 million. What exactly is that increase specifically for?
So I can allow Mr. Gums to give you that breakdown, but Senator, be reminded that we have contracts that were negotiated, and so there were salary increases as well. Okay. Director Gums?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator. To what Commissioner said, the increase from the AFT raises and so forth is what drove the increase. Also, we had brought over some individuals from the federal grant that was mentioned in the testimony. We brought them over on local to kind of for sustainability, being that we didn't know what was going to happen on the national level with the way how Trump discussing this.
Okay, duly noted. Rental and land and buildings jumped from 53,000 to 576,000. More than a 900% increase. Was that funded federally before and now is being hit with from the local coffers?
So yes, Senator, that was funded using the American Rescue Plan funding previously. We have approached the federal partners in terms of those spaces because at the mall, for example, is where the office of the Insular Superintendent is because of the damaged building, and then where we are at Crown Bay for the office of the Commissioner, was also an area that had to be shuttered. So we are in negotiations or conversations to see how we could offset that cost.
Okay, well, I wish you well on that. Here, the finance chair is here and the members, and we'll do our best to try to support. Funding for interscholastic sports and STEM were cut for 2026. That disturbs me. What are we doing to ensure the continuity of those programs?
So we've been doing pretty good with our partnerships in the private industry in terms of private donations to support especially the STEM program. We will continue our efforts to make sure that our EDC companies are contributing to the department the way that they should and channeling some of those resources towards those efforts, as well as looking at using some of the indirect funding that would come back to the department to offset some of those challenges.
Historically, have you been seeing any challenges with those EDC companies filling up, living to their obligations?
Yes. I will say, though, that we are aggressively looking at those companies. Before we came to this body, I didn't have a list of who those companies were. And now that we do, we are reaching out to each and every one of them. And they've been receptive. And in some cases, they have given to the Board of Education, thinking it was the Department of Education. And so we cleared that up. So we'll continue to work with them.
And I assume that the board has reimbursed you.
Of course not.
Of course not. Oh, okay. Well, that seems like another issue to deal with at some point in time.
1 minute.
One thing I want to mention is while I appreciate your testimony, and I think it's very, very good, the testimony didn't provide, for me at least, enough timelines or benchmarks with implementation of specifically that $179 million budget. I wanted to see a little bit more on that. Just sort of timelines, but I guess planning for a school year might be a lot
30 seconds.
fluid than we might think.
So I'm a little bit confused. I'm not going to lie, because our allotments are dispersed by OMB. So we really don't have like a timeline of when those would come. But as soon as they come, they're used for whatever purposes they're allocated for.
Okay. Before my time runs out, there was a jump in technology, 221% for data processing. Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. Data processing software, I think it was 367,000 spike in software costs. Can you tell us what those platforms are or the vendors associated? Why such a high jump at this specific moment in time?
Definitely, Senator. Mr. Gums can respond to that.
Good afternoon, Senator. Because of SBITR, subscription-based information technology arrangements, GASB 97, Department of Finance had us move all subscription-based information technology items to supplies.
Okay, noted. And have we, sorry to abuse Mr. Chair, but have we, what's the word I'm looking for here? VI history books, I know we were supposed to transition them over to virtual. Has that taken place?
I will allow Dr. Charleswell to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Dr. Renee Charleswell. Yes, that process is continuous because, again, we cannot have all our resources just on the one platform of having just textbooks or manuals. So yes, we are in the process of transitioning. So as we come on board with VI history and social studies, we are having a virtual platform as well.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Before I go to the next senator, which will be Senator Avery Lewis, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, do you have an attrition plan? The design, obviously, you had the conversation about your recruitment and perhaps retention. Last school year, you recorded 77 separations. This one, it seems to reduce somewhat to 37, but still, it seems like annually you have this massive reduction of personnel, especially your teachers. That's hard to fill. Do you have an attrition plan that you're working towards, incentivization or some other means of trying to allow for some retention?
So we have the Grow Your Own program, which we just started. One of the things I need to put on record today is that we have paraprofessionals sitting right now with degrees in teaching that refuse to go into teaching positions for whatever reason. Those 20 individuals that we were able to recruit to start to grow our own have committed to doing that. I will continue to work with HR. And again, it really involves us paying closer attention to our human capital, especially at the school-based levels where our principals need to check in, need to make sure they support and need to make sure that they have the resources that they need so that we don't have that burnout that we're seeing, or we don't have individuals leaving the profession to go to something that is not as strenuous.
So what is the level of engagement with these school administrators in respect to that?
So I would allow the superintendents to speak on that, Senator. Dr. Bastian Knight and Dr. Yergin.
Dr. Yergin, Superintendent of Schools, St. Thomas St. John District. The subject has come up, and quite frankly, it's an issue with the financial position of where those paraprofessionals are and some of the subsidies that they receive, and not wanting to give that up to become a teacher.
Dr. Bastian Knight, St. Croix District, that's the same. The comfort level is there, and some of them have no intent to grow, and they're comfortable where they are. We do continue to check their pulse, but that's where they want to be, and we can't force them to take something outside.
Very well. That obviously put the department as a disadvantage because you need to make sure that you continue to grow and expand. And that I want to recognize the presence of our Senate President, Senator Potter. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. And next, we recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, Department of Education. My stamping ground. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Jacobs, how many employees do you currently have that is making under 35,000?
One second, Senator. 265.
Good. Thank you. Commissioner, I just talked earlier about your Grow Your Own program. That's a program you talked about earlier this year. We're launching taking paraprofessionals and other professions. How is that being paid for? I looked through your professional services and I saw 2 contracts with UVI and I didn't recognize. How are you paying for that program?
We were able to get a grant through the Department of Labor for that initiative.
Okay, good. And page 18 of your testimony. Active grants. Figure 2, figure 3. One ending September 30th, 2025. One ending 2026, September 30th. Commissioner, you super confident that we're going to get this spent? I taking your word, you say look at operating, I zoning and that.
Yes.
What do you have in place? I see you have weekly meetings and so forth, but I mean, do we have large ticket items, things that, can be tangible? And in these grants, are we still covering private schools as well?
Correct. So there's a portion that goes to the non-pubs. I will allow Ms. Culpepper Smith to speak on what the Federal Grants Division has been doing with the programs.
Yes.
Keisha Culpepper Smith, Federal Grants Director. We have been having weekly meetings with all of the stakeholders within Department of Education just trying to see where they need assistance, technical assistance, whether it's budget revisions. And we have been working with them. Our director of procurement has also been involved in that. We have been pushing through JLs as needed, having them get quotes. We may be awaiting budget revisions from U.S. Department of Education. But while that is happening, we have them still pushing forward.
Great. Commissioner, in your page 8 of your testimony, looking at vehicle supplies, I noticed in 2025 there's a zero. It's zeroed out, and then in 2026 you have $222,600. You want to explain that to me?
So in the past, we have used alternate funding sources to cover the vehicle supplies. This year, the team saw the need based on our actuals to actually have a line item amount to cover those costs.
Okay. In your, well, let's go back. School beginning when? August 13?
Yes, sir.
Not last year. I want to say the year before. I just want to put in this plea. The first day of school, we ain't serving no more pizza. Last year, the year before, I went to St. I taught the schools them here, pizza or sandwich, whatever they had. And I went to St. Croix, and I sat down for a plate. They had stew meat, white rice, beans, and things. I couldn't believe it. I put in the plea for the people, children. No sandwich the first day of school.
Duly noted, Senator.
If I got come and clean chicken the night before, so no, I call me buddy.
If I may, Senator, our
No, you don't answer that one. No, you don't go bother my time today. No. So what safeguards are in place to prevent disallowed meals, Commissioner? And how will staff being held accountable for this?
I will allow AC Som, who manages the school lunch program, to speak on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner. We have a renewed focus on the school lunch program. I am very happy to say that in the St. Croix district, all kitchen managers are now Serve Safe certified, which is a mandate of USDA. We're working on certification for the St. Thomas St. John kitchen managers. One of the things that's happening that hasn't happened before is my office is getting the claims report, and we're doing an analysis of the claims reports. We're also sharing with kitchen managers for the first time, this is what your kitchen is losing, and it takes them by shock because they didn't realize that because of their inaction or because of some personnel issue, how much they were losing. So we're paying more attention. Both directors are meeting with kitchen managers in many instances on a biweekly basis to provide additional training to staff. We have staff, for example, who aren't measuring properly. And so we know we need to test them to see what their knowledge and skills are with respect to testing, and then provide additional training.
Good. Commissioner, as it pertains to your infrastructure, I see you have a contract with SmartNet for over $1 million. Does it include things like cyber attack prevention? How do you plan to harden the infrastructure? Because these days, a lot of agencies are under attack, and it's just not a matter of how, but it's when.
So, no, SmartNet contract is for the purchase and installation of the cameras for the St. Thomas St. John district. We do have an opportunity through Vitima to utilize some cybersecurity funding. I did approach them. We have written an RFP. We're ready to go. We just need some additional funding. It is a priority for us because of all the hacks that have been happening through BIT. We are very concerned about our infrastructure and the level of information that we have that needs to be protected. So I'm on it. I don't have the funding source yet, but I'm working on that.
Mr. Chair, if I may just conclude here. I'm really glad that you went on the road because Vitima was here before us the other day, and they do have some monies for those type of assessments. So let's make sure we keep on it because we don't want, first day of school, we have these type of issues of throughout. Commend you and the governor and the team, all who did lobbying, who went to DC for the $34 million. But where are we with that now? What's next step?
So we are working with OMB and finance on the line of credit. We want to be able to streamline the process so that we're able to reimburse quickly so that we could use it as a revolving fund. So this just happened Friday. So after this holiday stuff, then we'll go back to having
For me,
conversations.
that's the part what will scare me. Where we say after this holiday.
Well, it's a
Because
holiday. We
because-
have 2 days. We have 2 days, Senator, so we're going to be realistic. It's not happening before the 4th of July's holiday is over.
I remember a lady named Dion Wells Hendrington with the superintendent of schools, and she tell the program managers, I think, no vacation, nothing. I need my money spent. You ain't going home.
Still doing it.
All right. Have a good. Thank you very much for those answers.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Lois. Commissioner or Assistant Commissioner, in respect to, I know that there was some discussion or contemplation about consolidation of the school kitchen. Is that something that's still on the table?
Yes, it is. It's something that we're looking at, and it's being driven by the economics, the shortages in staffing. It is something that we are looking at and refining.
Okay, is there a possibility that might be deployed this school year or
More than likely next calendar year,
next calendar year? Next one, like the one that's coming up in August?
2026, yes.
2026,
Not next
the
school
bu-
year, but
the following
calendar
one.
year, yeah.
Okay, all right, very well. Point of information, Senator Vielle, you recognize for your point of information?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, you, in reference to the federal funds that were able to claw back and the documentation as to what took place, is a documentation to all USDOE or a documentation specific to the Virgin Islands getting back the money?
It was for all states.
So all states are able to
All
claw
states
back
are
the money?
able to go back to the extension for liquidation.
Okay, I thought that's what I heard you say. Okay, thank you so much. I think everybody thought they were a bit special, but now we have found out that it's all states, it's a blanket for all states. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Vielle. Senator DeGraff, doing DeGraff, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you listening, present, to come and walk in and go straight on the mic. I love it. I love it. Commissioner, I don't know if, good afternoon to you and your team.
Good
I don't know if your actuals were given for the, could I get your actuals for personnel, fringe, other services and charges, supplies, thus far that you've received, okay?
Sure, Senator. I'll have Director Gums respond.
And the date when you received those, your latest actuals. You ready now or need to?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, anybody receive any wage increases in the 25 year?
Director Jacobs?
No, Senator. Negotiations are ongoing.
Okay, they're on the way for teachers or all personnel?
All.
All personnel. What unions are those?
So we have AFT, we have SIU, we have USW Masters, which supports the supervisors. I think, and that's it.
Okay.
EAA. I'm sorry, EAA.
Okay, good. Take care of education one time. Okay, ready?
Good afternoon, Senator. You wanted the actuals for the allotments received?
For this year?
Allotments received to date?
To date.
Okay.
Personnel?
As of June, as of June 5th, we received $70,094,985.11 in personnel. Fringe is $34,407,175.85. Supplies is $498,003.34. Other services and charges is $7,397,139.
Wait, supplies, $498.
$3.34.
Okay.
34.34.
0.34. Okay. And now other services?
$7,397,139.76.
7,397,000.
Yes, sir.
134.
139.
139.76.
Okay. Along with the miscellaneous funds of for the 5,000, 100,000, and 125,000.
Wait, say that again. 45 or 5?
5.
5,000.
For the miscellaneous accounts.
Yeah, 5,000.
100,000, 125,000. Total 230,000.
No, I missed something. Miscellaneous. 5,000, 125,000.
And 100,000. And $230,000.
No, we go back again. $5,125.
No. 5,000 flat.
5,000, 5K flat.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
100,000 flat.
100.
And 125,000 flat. Equates to 230,000 of the miscellaneous funding, giving us a total allotment to date of $112,627,304.06.
Okay, and your ask from this year to 26 is greater or less? Have you taken the cut? Or do you have an increase?
Our ask for this year, for next year?
For 26, your total for this year, you said is 112.
That's to date. That's to date as of as of June 5th.
Okay, and what is your ask for 2026?
Our ask for 2026 is 179. Give me a second there.
179 is with federal funds?
No, you said our ask is
your
local
ask.
funds.
Okay. 179.
179. $179,316,999.
Right. So is that an increase or a decrease for 26?
It's an increase, Senator.
Of how much percent?
5.5%.
5%. So we're
Yeah.
looking at the increase in what category?
Mostly personnel because of the AFT increases that was issued this fiscal year.
No, but you say you're negotiating, so no one has received wage increases.
Negotiation is for the up and coming.
Right, for 26. Right, but I asked if anyone received any wage increases this year. I was told no.
Oh, yeah.
So you're asking now yourself 5% increase in personnel.
5% increase overall budget.
Oh, okay. Overall, how much increase for personnel?
The total personnel increase is 5.55%. Yeah.
5.55%.
Yeah.
Right. For what I'm trying to get at is for what? If you need it, you need it. You know, I mean, you ain't got to get crossed up. I ain't trying to cross you up.
No. It's for everything. It's for the whole. So with the increases, we had to.
1 minute.
With the personnel increases, this is the total that it costs. The estimate for the increases for this fiscal year that was issued was about $7 million, but that's with lump sums included. So when
hold a second. Again, I go back to the questions I asked.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone receive wage increases for the year? The answer was no. Correct?
Good afternoon,
So
Senator.
I just try and follow. No one received wage increases for the year, 25.
30 seconds.
No?
We did process the increases, the AFT salary increases for the effective date of 9/1/2024. Those were effectuated this fiscal year.
Okay, so was there any retro owed to those people?
Yes, because as a result of it being effective 9/1/2024, retro was included.
Time.
9/1/24 retro. How much retro is owed?
We'd have to get back to you with that number.
Yeah, I don't have that figure right now. But for the most part, we have paid out all the miscellaneous payment to most of the workers that were entitled to the AFT salary increases. We probably just have a handful of those that needs to be processed, but it's very small. We have pretty much caught up on the miscellaneous vouchers that are owed.
Okay, so in closing, Mr. Chair, is if you had wage increases from 24 and retro, and you got 5% increase for 26, right? 25, where you get the money from to pay them?
That would
And
have
we're
to.
finishing out now. So does it carry over now into 26? Is what it is I try to get, so nobody don't get shortchanged.
So Senator OMB is aware of the fact that if we do have any other increases associated with any contractual agreements, then allotments would have to be given. I want to tell you or remind you as well that we did transfer individuals over from the ARP budget onto the local budget, as well as some of our SPED positions, which also caused that increase.
No, like I say, education, I get what education is about. I'm for education. I just want to make sure that we're covering, because we're looking at some issues going forward with funding. We want to make sure everybody's covered first, and then we move forward.
Excellent point, Senator. One of the things that Director Reimer realized when he took the seat was the fact that over the years that we have been given increases, there was no increase in VIDE ceiling. So we were absorbing all of these increases into our budget allotment, which now created an issue because we don't have enough money for the mandatory costs. So that's where the $8.6 million came from, to help us with those increases.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Clearly, there's an $8.6 million increase, and again, it's inclusive of fringe. But some of that actually, again, with the federal individuals coming over from ARPA, now subjected to the general fund. So that's what. From now, yes, moving forward. Moving forward into FY26 now, yes. Yeah, that's a separate issue, though. That's a separate issue. This FY26 increase is really to absorb those additional, the retroactive and those things, and increase in payment was from the 24 coming on to the 25. All right. Senator Fredericks, you recognize for your 6 minutes. Hubert Fredericks.
Thank you very much. 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again. A pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, and the team from the Department of Education. Thank you guys for coming out and spending some time with us today. This is a very tough budget, I'll be honest with you, because when you add 5% on a situation that's already difficult, $8.6 million is a lot. It becomes permanent now. We assume federal debt. And so we have to dig somewhere in this book to see where we're going to be able to sustain that. And that's a challenge, I could tell you, starting off. Can you tell me how much of that is instructional support and administration? How that's broken down? Commissioner.
We would have to get you that information, Senator. I don't have the breakdown in front of me. But I will tell you this, that there were teachers, paraprofessionals, counselors that were on the ARP budget.
Yeah, we just need to know percentage-wise.
We can get that to
if
you.
we're absorbing more teachers, that's one thing. If it's more other things that we, could do without, it's just going to be tough. And I want every agency that comes in here to understand it's not just, this is what was given to us as an appropriation, and so the legislature is going to stamp it and just move on. It's not going to be. We have to go through it, as you guys are aware, and so this is the process. People want to know how their monies are being spent, so we're going through this process, especially when it's such a material increase like that. Let's talk about some of the graduation rates. I want to commend you because the rates look great. Let me put on my glasses here for a second. This is a good thing. 78% territory-wise. Congratulations. This is good. Compared to where we were, 62.4%, this is where we want to brag about. This is good. So we're investing our money in improving the educational output, and this is proof. Now we put more money into it. So this number should go where now? What can we anticipate from 78 to 93?
Well, last year it was at 81. I'm hoping it goes to at least 83. I wouldn't know that until the end of summer.
Okay. And how are we doing with the Smarter Balance results? Are they looking good?
So we've seen some growth. Some schools have made some remarkable jumps at particular grade levels. What the principals are doing is looking at those individual teachers who may have had significant gains and using them to assist in providing support to their colleagues in terms of preparing the students for the assessment. Right now, we're doing the report card. So all of that is coming out in the next school year around October.
Page 5 of your testimony, you talked about the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps. How many students are enrolled in that program? Because that's a good number there. I like that, because the previous group that came in before, it was $1 million we were paying for 53 plus students. So I'm just curious to know how much we're getting for the bang for our buddy.
I will allow Dr. Bastian Knight or Dr. Jurgen to respond.
At least 500 students are enrolled. St. Stefan Jurgen, Superintendent of School, St. Thomas St. John. At least 500 students are enrolled in the JROTC program. It's an excellent program, and I would even like to see the program grow and also include junior high as well.
For $385,000. Wow, that's awesome. That's what I'm talking about. I love it. I love it. I'm happy so far, Commissioner. Good job. So that's what you call getting value for your money. Let's talk about some leases real quick. I see we're at around 800,000, including federal leases. What can we do to reduce that number to a more manageable level? Because you do have a lot of vacant schools. So is there any way we could utilize one of those vacant schools for administration or something to reduce some of these numbers?
So those vacant schools will require maintenance and retrofitting and modernization, which would be more costly than the rental. Like I said, we are in conversations, and it looks very promising with FEMA for those 2 sites that are housing our employees who have been displaced as a result of the hurricanes. So we would be able to offset some of that cost, Senator.
I have a question. This is just a hypothetical. If we were supposed to repair every school in the territory, this is after ODR did their thing, how much personnel will we need to house those buildings compared to where we are today? Because we're working towards a future that's really uncertain. We're replacing assets, and they're beginning to be, revealed. Like, for example, Arthur Richards. That's a huge school now, and so
30 seconds.
Are we planning to fill those? I mean, the enrollment hasn't changed much. We're still around 10,500 students in the territory. How are we going to maintain buildings like that?
I think that's a question for the Bureau, Senator. However...
No, specifically with instructions and staffing.
Oh, instructions, we have that. When Arthur Richards is scheduled to open up next year in 2026, one of the schools that will be closed is John Woodson. They're going into Arthur Richards as well as some other students. We cannot keep John Woodson open any longer. So there are things that we're doing to maximize the resources and, distribute the students that we have accordingly.
Mr. Chair, one more question, if you don't mind, please. Thank you, sir. So in terms of the school food program, since I'm the chair of the Agriculture Committee, I'm excited to see that we're going towards more healthier foods, and we've got salad bars now in the high schools. That's all being funded through federal funds to the farmers, local farmers?
You see some?
The Victor Sum, the third assistant commissioner. It is being funded through reimbursables. So whatever local funds are expended for the salad bars, we would hopefully recapture on the federal side.
But the food is local food.
For the most part, yes. Where we
For
can.
the most part.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to us really feeding our people with our local foods. So we'll talk some more. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. Senator Avery Lewis, a point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers. Commissioner Wells-Hendrington, I know everything's not going to look the same in both districts, but do we do like strategic planning together? like the same type of activities in both districts.
Definitely.
And when we do these type of things, we do, do the superintendents collaborate to say, well, I'm doing this. Are you going to do this or whatever?
Yes, so we've been working on bridging that gap so that it's not just two separate districts, but sharing resources, sharing ideas, different initiatives that may work in St. Croix or work in St. Thomas. So I think they represent what we see moving forward, where that's a tight collaboration.
So let me hone in a little straightforward with you. Earlier this summer, just before a summer break, some flyers went out for credit recovery. In one district, you're free. In another district, you have to pay. I mean, parents called my office. It does that. I gave the best answer I could give them and referred them to both superintendent's office. I don't know if they received the calls, but I'm just saying in the future, let's see what we could do to collaborate. I don't know what St. Croix did to make it free. I don't know what St. Thomas do. But
So I can speak to that if you would like, Senator. St. Croix budgeted in their federal budget for credit recovery. St. Thomas did not have the funds for credit recovery. So your point is well taken in terms of summer school, but if I may put on the record, I personally feel that summer school should be at a fee. That's just me.
I ain't disputing that, but the challenges come in now where you are the helm and, also at helm too, where people see, well, one end in charging, another end charging. That's like if we were charging for workbooks. I'm just
so
saying.
next year, it would be for a fee.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Senator Vieira, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So the commissioner is saying next year pass all your classes and don't mess around so you don't have to go to summer school. So just putting that out there. Your present population of Woodson is 461, and I just heard you say that after next year, Woodson would be at Arthur Richards. I didn't even know that. That is going to be one of the largest schools on the island, because if you have kinder to 6, and then an average junior high school population of already close to 500, you're talking about an 800 population.
Yes, Senator. Kind of like Lockhart at this moment.
Okay. I hope you're able to assemble a really strong leadership team, because you're going to have additional issues, and Woodson already have a lot of issues right now that need to be hopefully fixed this year. In reference, I'm seeing a number of areas cut. I'm very concerned about no money is allocated for interscholastic or the athletic program equal division. So what is going to happen to sports in the territory in terms of tournaments, in terms of participation and inter-island participation? What is the plan for that?
So we're in conversation with OMB because that's a valid point. There are several areas, Senator, where we have concerns. And so the team is working with OMB to make sure during that budget markup we can have some of our concerns addressed. In the interim, if we don't, we're going to be limiting the amount of travel and competitions that our students can participate in. So it is a critical area that has to be addressed.
I'm also seeing that the STEM program and St. Croix being cut. And that's a next very important component. In reference to the federal grants, you said that in the process of being obligated, I'm talking about the consolidated grants and those other areas. I see that we have like some $6 million left that's going to expire this school year. What's the plan for that?
So
what do you mean when you say in the process of obligating? I mean, is it obligated, or are they still trying to get bids? Because this is June, and these monies expired at the end of September.
So I'd let Ms. Culpepper-Smith speak about her meetings with those programs.
Okay, and matter of fact, it's $9 million. So I want to really focus on the fiscal year 2022 consolidated grants, which have $1.7 million left to obligate, and the FY23 consolidated grants, which have $6.2 million to obligate. How are you moving to make sure that we're able to spend those monies by September 30th?
Keisha Culpepper-Smith, Federal Grants Director. Senator Vele, we've been meeting with the programs to ensure that they get their quotes out. We have quite a few revisions at U.S. Department of Ed. So we've already alerted them. We've told them, get your items ready so that when the revisions come back, they're ready to go straight into the system.
So what is the amount of those revisions?
I can get that information to you.
And what if the revisions are not approved? If they don't receive authorization for those revisions, and we don't have a next plan, then those monies go back. Did we have an initial plan that it could fall under? Can we revise that? Okay.
We do.
So
but for the most part, our revisions, they come back approvable. So
Okay.
that is what we are definitely depending on.
Okay, let me ask you the bigger question. Why haven't these program managers submit all the necessary documentation from months ago that we are not now in June asking for? What is a hold up for 2022? Monies that we had from 2022 to the tune of $1.7 million that only now we're trying to get those revisions.
If I may, Senators, I'm going to allow the superintendents to respond to that because the money is really in the district. So Superintendent Dr. Bastian Knight.
Dr. Bastian Knight.
Hold up, Dr. Bastian Knight. The Deputy Superintendent. Where's the Superintendent?
Superintendent is on leave, Senator.
Okay. Go ahead.
Dr. Bastian Knight, Deputy Superintendent for the St. Croix District. We do have our spending plans in place. Like Director Culpepper said, we are awaiting those revisions. They're usually favorable. We have our quotes and everything in place. In some cases, because of the length of time, we have to go back and update those quotes, but we are preparing ourselves so when those revisions do come, we're ready to push them out. There are cases where some things have changed, programming changes, so we're just moving money from one category to the next. My $52,000 that I didn't use this summer, I'm reprogramming it to pay for one of the professional development for August for the upcoming school year. Just simple things like that, but those items are in place and ready for when they're received to be pushed out.
So do you believe that we're going to have monies returning to the federal government from the consolidated grant for FY22?
For the CGA, we usually do a good job at spending out that money, and that's the goal, is to move it out. We have enough programs and initiatives to cover. It's just a matter of making sure that they are in the correct category.
Let me ask a different question, and I'm trying to get, are your program managers responsive to spending the money? Every year, this is every year or no? This is like, from the time I've been in the legislature, 2015,
30
we've seen
seconds.
it. Do they understand the importance of spending these monies timely?
Yes, they do, Senator.
I beg to differ. Superintendent Jurgen.
And when it comes to CGA, I think it's a lot easier to spend, and the spending plan is there, and we are ready for, those, as soon as the revision comes back, we are ready to move forward.
You have $6.2 million to 23.
Correct.
So you're ready to spend that by September 30th?
We are.
Okay.
Time.
I am chair of the Education Committee, so I'll have the luxury of calling you back in November to see how much of these monies we were actually able to expend. Now, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I see that you're losing 10 administrators, 5 on each island to retirement or...
Right, correct. So administrators are not just school personnel, coordinators as well.
Okay, so and administrators include coordinators?
Yes.
How many administrators, how many coordinators?
Director Jacobs?
So there were actually more of the administrators this go round, but we right sizing and following the CBA we did.
I was going to ask you that because we have more administrators than we ever had when we had 15,000 students. We now have more administrators in school when schools are populated at 1,400 and elementary schools at 800-900. So there's no need to hire any additional administrator. You need to right size. There's no need. You have a number of individuals, you're moving around like pawns, trying to find a right fit, and you never find a right fit. So let's reach to the point where we're going to hold people responsible to run those schools and not continue to move people, individuals from one school to the next because they're not living up to the expectations. If they're not, there's a route that they could go, and a lot of those individuals have 30 plus years. So I don't know why you're still having to have challenges with individuals with 30 plus years and just moving them from one school to the next. Is there an HR assistant director in St. Croix?
No, Senator.
How come?
I don't really have an answer for that, Senator. The assistant director was already here.
Do you have a need with the assistant director in St. Thomas?
Yes.
Are you like the school Bureau of Construction Management, everybody in St. Thomas?
No.
Why would you have a director and assistant director in St. Thomas? I'm trying to understand that. Why don't you have one on one island and the next one on the next island so that they could provide the supervision that you need? I'm not really understanding this trend. Recently, in the last 18 months, all the leadership positions being on one island and St. Croix not out. Nobody on St. Croix could have been assistant director?
The assistant director was already in place on the St. Thomas Indian District, but we also have our personnel, labor relations administrators there. They're also HR managers, but with a different title. So
I'm just putting this out and I'll finish. And this is to all departments. You have a commissioner on one island, try to have the assistant commissioner on the next island. You have a director on one island, try to have the assistant director on the next island. Don't just put all. And if this is the same, if the HR director and assistant was on St. Croix, I would be complaining. That's not right. The next island should have the assistant. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Commissioner, you wanted to respond to that? Or you good?
No. I agree, Senator. So we definitely would have to look at HR, but we do well. I will put that on the record. We do well with our budget and other categories. So duly noted.
Balance. That's a parity. All right. So Senator College Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes at this time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good day to the hardworking individuals at the Department of Education. You break the cycle of poverty. It is true education that we all are uplifted, and education, as one of my dear colleagues would say, is the greatest equalizer. Mm-hmm. And I really appreciate that. Knowing that we all came up from rough beginnings, very challenging beginnings, and yet we are here because we become educated. But don't let all of that education get to your heads. Let's keep it real and let's keep it moving in a serious manner. I want to begin my line of questioning with your statement here on page 5 of your presentation, where you mentioned the school-based positions that were federally funded, and now they have been shifted to the general fund. How many of those positions? I didn't get from you the amount.
Director Gums.
Good afternoon, Senator. Melvin Gums. The number is 79 employees.
79 employees? Okay. I don't need to know where they're located. And these are different, Commissioner, from the new school-based position that we had budgeted in the fiscal year 2025 budget according to Act number 8916. We had a line item. These are in addition to that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I follow you there. And so what is the highest level of pay you're looking at, including the fringe, Mr. Gums, for those individuals?
You're looking at about $5.7 million.
$5.7 million for these 79 positions. That's including the fringe. You're saying 5.79 million, that's what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And these are, okay, now I have to ask you the question now. Are these mostly administrative positions based on what positions are these?
No, Senator. It's a combination of paraprofessionals, special ed teachers, elementary teachers, computer technicians, and so forth.
Any of these costs could be shifted to any of your other federal sources, like your consolidated grants that you need to expend based on your grant agreements?
So right now, Senator, the consolidated grant funding is allocated to the schools to support their school improvement plans. So there's really not enough wiggle room to absorb that cost.
Okay, understood. Now, I want to also ask you a question regarding page 15 of your testimony. You said at the bottom, very bottom, the grow your own. Is this, I remember, is this like an apprenticeship?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to big up the Virgin Islands, Board of Education, because they had a role in this as well. If I'm not mistaken, they didn't have a role in this?
Not this one, Senator. This was the Department of Labor, University of the Virgin Islands, VIDE, and Office of the Governor.
Office of the Governor for the payment, but I believe, didn't they have a structure?
They may have had a structure in the past, because I participated in apprenticeship programs before, but this particular one is a grant through the Department of Labor.
Okay, so this is an apprenticeship program, and they're starting their new cohort this.
So 20 individuals will start online in the fall at different areas. We do have paraprofessionals that have associates, so they will start with credit, so it depends. They have an individual path.
Okay. How many persons are in your personnel with your 2025 vacancy do you see that you can fill?
Mr. Gums will tell you none. Based on where we are and the fact that we can't even meet our mandatory costs. So us moving those personnel over filled, they went into the vacancies.
Okay.
So if we have a separation now, we're able to fill that now. And those that may have left during the course of this year, we're able to fill, but we're not in a good place to fill what we may have filled in the past. So what we've done is maximize the personnel.
Okay, and so you're not in a good place because your budget doesn't allow it? Is that it?
Well, the budget doesn't allow it in some cases, but we really have downsized a lot in terms of our enrollment. And so we were able to move some individuals around to fill some of our vacancies, and then we are still recruiting.
Okay, so you're still recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I want to go to your federal grants now. Do you have in your federal grants any indirect costs?
We do. We haven't been seeing indirect costs.
1 minute.
In the past couple months because they were negotiating the contract. When I spoke to Director Rima, it's done. And so we should be seeing some of that indirect money coming back.
Okay, so you haven't seen any of it?
No.
So hopefully, did he give you a time frame when he's going to complete that?
It's completed, so I think we should start seeing something within the next couple of weeks, hopefully.
And did he tell you what your indirect cost rate is? I recall it was about 19...
30 seconds.
I would have to get back to you on that one, Senator.
Okay. I can't wait until Director Julio Rima is here so I could ask him some question regarding the cost allocation plan and your indirect cost rate, because they were supposed to get that finished with a contractor. So I'm really anxiously awaiting that. I understand you're not anticipating and hoping that any of your grants are going to be clawed back.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, may I? I'm just going to ask 2 more questions and then I'm done.
You need to wrap up, Senator.
Okay, let me just mention this then, rather than going to the grants. We had, I looked at your overall budget, and it takes, and based on the schools, it takes about $16,338.57 just for the general to educate one student. And when we had the Bureau of Correction here to house a inmate detainee, theirs is $320 per day, and they had 191 on island detainee. We spend as a government $61,120. Education is definitely the key to help fight crime, help bring a level of parity and understanding. And so we have to do our combined best in our community to educate so that we don't have all of these detainees. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I just wanted to conclude with that. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator College Joseph. Point of information, Senator Baylor.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be quick. Mr. Gomes, you said for personnel, your actuals are $70,904,985.
That's the budget. That's a budget received to date. As of allotment received to date.
But what are your actuals in terms of your spend? That's received to date, but how much have you
Actuals to date. Give me a second.
Okay, I think when Senator DeGraff asked you the question, he wanted actuals and not allotment.
Right, spent
He
to
he
date.
had said allotment, so that's why we're giving that number. Oh, so our actuals to date is 63,252,984.81.
63,254,252. 252.
984.81.
Okay, and fringe?
Fringe is 31,428,715.44.
31,428 to the last ring?
31,428,715.44.
Supplies?
100,968.33 with 78,935.56 in encumbrances.
Smart answer. Other services?
Other services is 3,747,995.50, and we have 736,953.57 in encumbrances thus far, while we await the school year to start, so we can encumber the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your response. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands at recess for 2 minutes. We're out of recess, and again, we're in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and we have before us today defending the budget, the Department of Education defending $179,316,999. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Commissioner Hendrington and your management team there with you, and thank you so much for that most comprehensive testimony. You have a very, very large department, over $100 million to manage. So let's get to it. I'm going to speak from the budget book. Page 2. It speaks to an additional $875,821 that was earmarked for the final quarter to cover School Bus Inc. contracts, transportation, and vehicle maintenance. First of all, where's that money coming from? And second of all, what can be done to avoid that happening again?
So I will allow Mr. Gums or DC Harris to respond to that, Senator.
Page 2. And while Mr. Chair, in a minute.
Please hold the senator's time. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator.
Afternoon.
That 875 is what's encumbered to date. There's still some other encumbrances to take place.
That's how much has been encumbered to date?
Yes, sir. So we have encumbrances of 875, but there's still a few more encumbrances to take place that would carry that amount higher.
But it's stating that that's an additional amount for the final quarter. That's what it's stated there. Not encumbered to date. So that's an error?
Yeah.
Okay, very well. But thank you for that clarification. Go to page 3. Right? And okay, you know what? Let's skip that. Go to page. My bad. Go to page 4. In the postal report, also under the general fund, you have for rental of buildings a mark for the 2026 recommendation of $575,510 from $53,000. Why such a large variance?
So if I may, Senator, those rental properties were on the ARP budget and now had to be placed on the local budget.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Also, on the professional services, there's a variance of 11.15%, which represents $793. What's the reason for that discrepancy also?
What page are you on,
Page
Senator?
4, sorry, page 4. Same page.
Can you repeat that question?
Under professional services, there's a large discrepancy. What's the reason for the discrepancy?
Good afternoon again, Senator. Again, as mentioned previously, because of the subscription-based information technology arrangements, those contracts will move from professional services down to supplies.
Oh, I didn't know that was asked already. I apologize. Thank you for that. Also, go to page 5. I'm sticking to the numbers. On the other services and charge, NOC, that's a very large discrepancy of $7,092,000. What's the reason for that? That's a large discrepancy. On the grants, on the top.
Yep.
On the federal grants, except our grants. You see what I'm talking about? That's a very large discrepancy. Can you speak to that, please? Okay. And And while you're looking for that, in respect to professional service contracts, do you have an outstanding balance? Local and federal, under the professional service contracts? Are you up to date with your payments?
On the federal side, Senator, those contracts that were tied to ARP, we now are able to expend that funding. The other contracts that are in place with CGA are going through the process. I would say that we are pretty much up to date on our vendor payments, with the exception of some of the challenges on the local side.
Okay, through the chair, if we can get a count of who, what, when, why, we appreciate that. Okay, that's important. Also, your bank accounts. Your bank accounts, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Do you reconcile your bank accounts, and how often do you do that?
We do that on an annual basis, and we also do internal audits of our accounts.
And also, how do you account for the different accounts for the different schools, etc.? How do you have that oversight process?
So the schools are assigned accountants who reconcile on a monthly basis.
Okay, very well. Did they get that information from me yet? So I'll continue then.
1 minute.
In respect to there's a budget hearing, right? And we know we have crunch for funding, etc., and we have challenges. I know I've been speaking to and talking about the $10 million project, whereas with T-Mobile, and I've been communicating with you guys and sending you information. What's the update? What's the status on that? Because that's very important.
Senator,
30
I would have
seconds.
to get back to you on that. I will have to check with Chief Reddy on that.
Very well. Please take a note, and next time when you come back, we need to have an answer, please. I'm not going to push you today. Okay, can you respond to the question in respect to that law discrepancy?
Senator, we're going to get back to you with that information.
Okay, through the chair. Very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Just a point of note, in the post-audit report, a lot of the positions that's carried as unclassified should actually be classified positions, and of course the exempt will be the unclassified there. So we need to correct the listing to reflect that. Commissioner, we didn't hear a lot about the special education students today. What's happening in that space as we prepare for the new school year?
I would allow Dr. Charleswell to respond to that.
Good afternoon, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. Specifically with special education students, as it pertains to the budget, we are in need of a lot of money. As you know, our federal funding has been cut, and in terms of our students and their needs, those have increased, and we don't have specialized personnel available on island to serve these students. So we're contracting a lot of these services, and these services are quite costly. We're over the ceiling, and right now we are under budgeted for providing services for our students with special needs.
Is there some type of a plan being put forth to address this shortage and a cost analysis to make a determination what type of funding we need to look at to support this?
Yes, there has been a cost analysis. One of the things, and it's been talked through this discussion, is to move some of the personnel to the local side. However, again, it's just an astronomical amount that we're dealing with, because the services, like I said, have increased for our students. The needs have increased. We're doing the best we can. One of the things is talking to our federal partners to see how much we can get, on that end. However, right now, that effort is mute.
Okay. Commissioner, you said that Dr. Belton Gonzalez is on leave?
Yes, Senator.
Is she job hunting? Is she transitioning or what?
She's on annual leave, Senator.
She's on annual leave? It's feeling like a repeat deja vu with Ms. Atley Herman. We'll stay tuned. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, good afternoon, good evening to the whole Department of Education Commissioner. I want to say congratulations to the Teacher of the Year, Miss Sharice Davis, and also the runner-up, the finalist, Mr. Cornell Hanley of Yvonne Bowski Milliner. She's from Wadena Gardine, and also the teacher Chiselle McConnell from the last year. So that's great. You have a tough job. Being the Commissioner of Education is a very tough job, big department. Couple questions. So on Appendix 2, the 33 million at risk is because of the positions being to the ARPA and now they transfer back to you. That's the explanation.
So I want to do a point of clarity for that. So a decision was made back when ARP funds came into the territory to move critical positions onto the ARP so that we would have more local funding. So those were existing personnel that we had to move back.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I want to go quickly to the shortage of the CTE instructors. Construction, healthcare, agriculture, the board, the Career Board of Technical Education, they've made it known. How is that coming along?
Those are very hard to fill positions, to be quite honest, Senator. We continue our recruitment efforts, but at this point, I think that the conversation needs to be a little bit different in terms of what other states have done, where it's a contract rather than hiring a full-time person. You would hire individuals that have the certification to come in to teach the theory and to do the hands-on. I think we're at that place because when the long-term CTE teachers retire, we just can't fill the vacancies.
Right, especially with the construction boom we have now. Right. They're in very, very high demand. I mean, extremely high demand. They can probably get 6 figures. I want to ask you, now that we've implemented the Bureau of Construction and Maintenance, it's no longer your headache. Are the funds still going through the Department of Education for the Bureau of Construction and Maintenance?
So the Bureau has its own budget on the local side. They are managing some of our ARPA projects, which we were recently granted permission to move forward. So about 30 million of those ARP fundings are for maintenance-related projects.
So you're still signing off on
Yes.
some of the... So how soon before is a complete transition where they know...
So to be quite honest, Senator, the U.S. Department of Education does not recognize the Bureau. That's a local legislation.
Okay.
So any funding that is granted to the territory will be given to the Department of Education as the grantee. And then we would have to make arrangements internally to facilitate any projects, etc.
Okay, so I want to ask you real quickly about the nurses. I was looking at the pay for the nurses. It's a little low compared to the other nurses. What is a separate contract? You have your nurses a separate contract, and how are you going to fix that? Because what you're paying the nurses as opposed to what the other nurses make, seems like you'd have a retention problem. So
We do, but we cannot fix or go aside from what is in the collective bargaining agreement.
So that's a separate contract from the
yes.
other. Okay, so does that contract expire in September? Is that the nurses' contract that expires in September of this year, or that's another one?
They're part of the American Federation of Teachers, and we're in negotiations as we speak.
Okay, good. Okay, so now I want to go to page. Well, first of all, you made the comment that the OMB director, when the chairman asked you about the third-party fiduciary, that they are pushing to get out of the third-party fiduciary. Is that going to happen, and what's the timelines for that?
So I don't have any timeline, Senator, but I had the opportunity to meet with the Secretary of Education, McMahon, and at that meeting, she did indicate that the U.S. Department of Education now wants to move all of the jurisdiction of federal funding to the states. So that means that OMB has to create an arm that would manage the money. In addition, she mentioned that the third party was a level of bureaucracy
1 minute.
that his administration was trying to get out of. So that is a conversation that is happening on the governor's level and with the director of OMB. And once that's in place, I think we will be able to transition. But timelines, I don't have.
Okay, good. I like that because, that's the exact same testimony the director of OMB gave us. So I like when there's a lot of consistency here. Okay, on page 13, you said as far as
30 seconds.
it was 10,312 students, 10,400 and something students. And your average is about 5,000 in each district, so they're more or less balanced. Lockard Elementary School, where is their playground? I mean, it's not an elementary anymore. It's they have up to 8th grade. Where is their playground?
They don't have a playground, Senator.
Yeah, they don't have a playground. So when are we going to be able to fix that? Because, kids from 1st grade through 8th grades, they want to run around.
Time.
So when the Charlotte Amaya is finished, we're going to have the playground back, or how
So,
do
of
we-
course, all of the modernizations and the new builds will have the amenities, which include playgrounds. But until then, I'm not sure where funding would come from to put a playground there. But those are conversations that we could have with the Bureau and, of course, the Superintendent's office.
Okay, Mr. Chair, one more question. Okay, so on page 8, the essential supply costs, you have the ARPA expiration, and that's transferred to the local. Again, that's the same reason why those funds were in jeopardy. Okay, so
Well, not why the funds were in jeopardy. That was a decision that had to be made because critical personnel was put onto the art project that expired.
okay, so what's the reason for the essential supply costs? Since there are no more ARPA funds, that had to go back to the general fund. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, so a lot of the day-to-day operations of the department was placed on the ARP to help to ease up the local funding and now have to be returned.
Okay. And what's your total indirect costs that's waiting in the drawdown queue now?
Ooh, Senator, I don't have that number. We don't have that number.
Okay. Through the chair, can we request the total indirect cost drawdowns?
Yes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Fonseca. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Clifford Joseph, Commissioner, I noticed in your testimony you talk about security services that there were zero disbursement. Zero disbursement. So who paying for that? Who paid for this money that you had here for St. Croix District as well as the St. Thomas District, almost $1.4 million?
So this service, Senator, was on ARP, and that's no longer available. So this is an additional cost that's needed. We are in conversation with OMB about these mandatory costs, and like stated in the testimony, we are reducing our usage of Ranger America for any more services since we've installed cameras or in the process of installing cameras.
Yeah, we're going to have to have a lot of conversation about that, Senator Viale, in terms of... So, obviously, I know that I offered a bill recently for school security issues as well as the monitors. So tell me, what is being done in terms of investing in our school monitors training?
So I let AC Som speak to that. He's over the monitors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Victor Som, the third Assistant Commissioner of Education. We are pumping in a tremendous amount of professional development. Every time teachers and administrators have professional development, so will monitors. So there are two great examples. At the end of this school year, both districts provided professional development. When teachers have professional development on August 11th and 12th. Again, both districts will be offering professional development to include things like de-escalation, to include things like conflict resolution, social emotional wellness. So we are pumping in a tremendous amount of professional development to attempt to professionalize our school monitors.
So you're offering off-island training? Are you doing a training curriculum locally? What is the plan?
We're using local resources such as the Bureau of Corrections, the Virginia's Police Department, the Department of Health. We're using in-house on-island support for professional development.
Okay. At some point, I'd love to share in that and review that curriculum that's been put together.
I'd appreciate that.
All right, thank you. A point of information, Senator Hubert Frederick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again. Commissioner, can you let me know if anyone in your senior management team received raises in this $8.6 million increase? Was executive raises included in any of that whatsoever from last year to this year?
Oh, no, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. You'll be followed by Senator Potter, our Senate President.
Good afternoon, or good evening to the listening public. Good evening to the central staff here at the legislature. Good evening to Dr. Wells and her management team. First question I have is, the post-audit report have a contract with VIA for $110,000 and one for $53,000 to provide telephone service to all schools in St. Thomas and John District. Is this accurate?
Yes, Senator.
Page 11. It's accurate?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, let me ask, with the Mitel telephone system that you have for $796 for the phone system, how much schools are covered by this system?
All of our schools, Senator.
For the whole island of St. Croix as well, or
St. Croix?
all the schools? So.
All schools, Senator.
So okay, so you actually could pick up a phone from one school and just dial an extension for everybody else.
Correct, and that includes our offices as well.
Good. So, do you guys use BIT, or you? Because I noticed that you have you also ordered software from One in Corp for $250,000.
So we are not on the BIT infrastructure. We do use BIT for consultation should we run into any issues. BIT has its separate and apart infrastructure for technology.
Okay. Okay, I just find it that if they already have most of the licensure for GIV for the administrative branch, why you guys are not apart? But if you're saying that you guys are different, okay. As far as St. Croix, with the 5 or 6 bus drivers that you released, that were part of the APRA funds?
No, that's a part of management decision to outsource the maintenance and operation of the sped routes to where we're in negotiations right now with Abramson.
So come for the new school year, these folks will just be out layoff?
Well,
the 6 bus drivers?
We met with all of the employees that are affected, Senator. They were asked to present their resumes so that we could see where they may qualify for additional positions within the department.
Okay, as far as what does the chief turnaround officer do?
So this year we have 6 schools that will be receiving intensive support in terms of instructional strategies, online support, professional development. And we are doing that because we need to create some model schools within the territory, laboratory schools that will serve as demonstration schools to assist the other schools. This year, we are producing our report cards, which will rate our schools based on a formula that was created by the department. Once that's released, the territory will see that there is definitely a need for us to work intensively with our schools and the level of instruction that they are providing to our students.
And the strategy planning manager, what's the difference between,
So,
go ahead.
So the strategic planning manager deals with our strategic planning processes. We are in the process of downsizing some of those positions within the office of the commissioner senator and placing individuals in places where there may be additional needs. And so that position, along with some others, are being considered as well.
So you don't think any of them would need to go over to the school, the Bureau of School Construction?
No, Senator.
Okay. You say you had 79 positions that's no longer with the feds. Again, what's the plan for those individuals? Like
1 minute.
You brought them over, you got back. Prior to the ARPA being taken away, you had a plan in place. So realistically, you guys are planning for the return of this money. I know you said you had 2 days coming up, but you're going to have a plan in place that's going to go rapidly in spending the money and correcting issues that we have around here for the upcoming school year?
So thank you for that question, Senator. That's a twofold question. So I mentioned
30
that
seconds.
some of the local employees were placed on the ARP budget during the time that the ARP fundings were available to help to relieve some of the funding off of the general fund. Now that the ARP budget has expired, we have to move them back to the local budget, which are critical positions such as teachers, paraprofessionals, IT technicians, etc. When it comes to the management of the liquidation of the ARP fund, the federal grants unit at the state level will be managing or keeping track or holding the individuals accountable. Like I said, 30 million of that money is going to be executed by the Bureau. And so that will require us to be in constant conversation to get updates on those projects. Right now, before the administration changed, we had about $8.9 million in the queue that was ready for payment. So we're going to start to process once we have the go-ahead from OMB and Department of Finance, then we will be able to push through the invoices that have been sitting there for payment.
That'll be good. Mr. Chair, can I ask one more question, please?
Yes, Senator, you may.
Okay, Commissioner Wells. The Supreme Court issued a ruling relative to the special education, the case of AJT versus Osseo. So you guys, I know you said you might be losing a few of the special education teachers, but any plans of over this summer, and a steady recruiting, especially for special education, because I surely don't want to see any suitcases coming forward from here in the VA pertaining to children not getting the service that they need.
So, Senator, we share the same sentiment. We were able to, or we're in the process of transitioning some of those critical SPED positions onto local to allow for some additional funding to be used to provide the specialized services that our students need. So in terms of vacancies around special education, the HR division is constantly recruiting, and we know the importance of having those individuals available, and we will continue our efforts to fill any vacancies that we may have in that particular area.
Thank you for your answers, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph, for your line of questions, and we are nearing the end. Commissioner, I know we did a recent soft rollout of the VI-centric civics textbooks recently. Where are we with getting them out into the schools and making sure that we get that curriculum going?
Dr. Chaswell?
Good evening, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. So the schools actually have the textbooks. They have what they need to roll out for the upcoming school year.
Excellent. What about textbooks on the whole? Is there funding, sufficient funding available for textbooks? Or are you moving away from that? We're doing electronic textbooks these days, or what's happening with funding for textbooks?
So we have the textbooks that we need. There may be some additions that need to be updated. Dr. Charleswell, do you have any information on that?
You're talking about overall textbooks, Senator?
Correct.
Can I yield to the districts on that as to what their textbook needs?
Dr. Bastian Knight, St. Croix District. In the past year or two, we have done adaptations in the different content areas. So for the most part, all our textbooks are up to date and new and disseminated to the schools, except for the social studies, correct.
Oh. So there is no funding requirement for textbooks at this time?
No, we were able to take in a lot of that cost under the ARP funding where we did those major adoptions.
Okay, great. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Milton Potter. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and special good evening to you, Commissioner Deanne Wells-Hedrington, and the members of your executive team. I want to ask you, Commissioner, right out the gate, how do you justify eliminating programs that impact hundreds of students for such minimal savings? I'm talking about the elimination of the interscholastic program. You're talking about like 0.13% of the overall budget. Just wanted to get your feedback on that.
So, Senator, the department does not want to eliminate any programs. We just don't have the funding to offset that cost.
But considering and I don't see interscholastics as just an extra or add-on. I see it as really fundamental to educating our kids. I know we have issues with retention, and those types of programs really lead to, increased retention. Students are coming to school, scholarship opportunities for some students. So I think just from a cost-benefit analysis, it just seems to me to be something that should be a greater priority.
So, Senator, after this budget season, I know that we have an opportunity to do some budget markups. Those are conversations that we are having with the Office of Management and Budget, because like you, we know that these are critical things that need to be offered for our students.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Given that 53% of teachers lack proper certification, what concrete steps will be utilized, I should say, to address this crisis? I know you have the Grow Your Own initiative. That might be one of them.
So Grow Your Own is to fill vacancies. We're talking about having our teachers certified. And so one of the measures that we took this year was to include certification as part of their evaluation processes. So there's a percentage of their evaluation that goes to teacher certification. So I've gotten a lot of feedback from teachers who are not pleased with me with the department taking the position to include it in the overall evaluation, but that's part of your responsibility as an educator, is to be certified. So we will continue our efforts. We've provided a professional learning suite that gives them professional development courses to get the credit hours so that they can get their recertification. We've done all that we can do except to hold hands and take them to to complete.
How does it? I mean, do we have a sense as to how it really impacts the quality of education? The lack of certification. Is it something that's real, that has a significant impact, or is it just something that
Well, it has a significant impact because it's part of your professional responsibility. There's nowhere that you can go that you don't need your certification. Sure. But when it comes to them receiving professional development and being supported, it doesn't change that. Whether you're certified or not, the district still gives the requisite support because we want to make sure that our people have what they need and the strategies that they need to have in order to work with our students. But as a professional, you should be certified. I am going through certification as we speak.
Absolutely. As a professional, you should be certified. And, but I just wanted to get a sense as to, do we do any sort of analysis, certified teachers versus teachers who are not certified, the quality of the delivery of instructions, retentions, and all
So
that.
I think, Senator, we could probably go a little deeper with that. Thank you for that suggestion because it would be a good analysis to see if those who receive those high, evaluation scores actually, are certified. That's a good study that we could do.
Dr. Renee Charles, but I wanted to add something else as well to that. So even with certification, Senator, it's also tied to some of our federal funding. So we look at how we look at highly qualified teachers, and certification falls under that, and it actually affects the funding that we get in some of the grants when it comes to certification. So overall, there is some effect. Even if the delivery is good, we're still looking at how it impacts our funding.
Understood. Thank you for that. Now, with 174 employees eligible for retirement and only 51 new hires, how will you prevent a staffing crisis?
So, like we mentioned earlier, Senator, we've done some right sizing. We did a complete analysis with the Division of Human Resources, with our PRE director. We looked at our numbers, the superintendents as well. We looked at our numbers. We saw where we had overage of teachers in some schools, and we made the adjustments accordingly. As Director Jacobs indicated, recruitment is ongoing. We are in competition now with other states because everybody has teacher shortages. So we'll continue to do our best effort to fill our vacancies in the interim, where we could use distance learning.
30
virtual
seconds.
Teachers, we will do so as well.
Thank you. Graduation rates vary between districts. I think St. Croix was 79.3%, Thomas St. John 83%. Would that be considered significant?
Yeah.
And if so, what accounts for the disparity in districts?
That's a good question, Senator. There may be several factors that would account for that variance that you see there.
Time.
But I want to say that let's wait for 24-25 data to come out. Let's see how St. Croix really does in terms of comparisons. I know that I was able to attend the graduations, and Complex, for example, had 100% graduation rate. So I think those numbers are subject to change. But what I want us to pay attention to is look where we were in the 60s, and now we're moving towards the 80s. So we're moving in the right trajectory.
Definitely.
We just have to continue our efforts.
Thank you for that. Just one final question. I know a friend of mine will not let me rest if I don't ask you this question. It's about, again, about interscholastic sports and funding for travel. Is there a division, a specific percentage that is allotted based on the specific sport? Like softball, basketball, track and field, and the like. How do you decide how to, utilize financial resources for travel? Where I think the perception is the popular sports like basketball tends to get the lion's share of the funding, when the less popular sports, not so much.
Well, it depends on the league, Senator. So we have inter-island competitions, and it depends on the league. It just so happens that basketball, to me, has the most leagues outside of the Department of Education that our children participate in. But we don't limit the offering. So if the softball teams want to travel outside the territory, those are things that we would entertain. They just have to bring the proposals forward. But when it comes to the inter-island, it depends on the leagues, it depends on the schedules, and that's how we distribute the money.
Okay.
So we're always looking for ways to expand. We are looking to support the cheerleaders, and we have done a little bit more of that. The girls came after us for that. And then exposing our girl basketball teams to stuff outside. We're also open to anything. So it just is
Like track
what is
and field
available.
and
Anything that's available that they need support with, they just have to let it be known to the Division of Sports and Athletics, and we work with them.
And they'll be getting fair and equal
It's
consideration.
fair. It's just that sometimes people don't come forward, Senator.
Okay.
So if you don't come forward and make your petition known, we're not mind readers. We're not going to figure that out. We're focusing on the inter-island stuff. So anything outside would have to be them coming in to tell us, hey, we wanted to provide this opportunity for our students. This is what we've done. This is the proposal, and then we work from there.
Thank you, Commissioner. I won't abuse my time anymore. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. And Senator Potter, talking about the interscholastic funding, also reminded me about the music programs, having sufficient funding for instruments and everything else. What's happening in that space in regard to our music programs?
I don't think we have a need for instruments at all. I know that they have done a large order through the funding, but the superintendents can speak to that. Dr. Bastian Knight.
Good afternoon, good evening, Bastian Knight, St. Croix District. Like the Commissioner said, we have no need for musical instruments in the St. Croix District. Through the ARP funding, we're able to maximize our ordering for all our schools. We are stocked with instruments that you've never seen before are sitting in our schools.
Excellent.
Same response.
Same
Dr.
response.
Yogi.
Yeah. What about travel expenses? Our students, whenever they go away, they seem to excel. I mean, with STEM, mathematics, whatever they're involved in. Do we have sufficient set aside funding for travel expenses?
So I know we did in the past through the ARP funding, but I don't know, superintendents, if we've budgeted anything within the consolidated grant application, like the Harvard experience and some of those other things that the students were involved with. Any thoughts?
Dr. Jurgen, St. Thomas, St. John. A lot of those things came out of ARP, but we do have some funding in the CGA for scholastic travel as well.
Yeah, I saw you gloat a lot about that during the graduations in terms of those exceptional representation that our students had. So
I love to see when our students compete nationally and do well.
And excel, of course. And Vivis, is Vivis up and running in the schools?
Vivis is up and running. I don't think that the utilization within the schools is where it should be. My PRE director, James Richardson, is working on that. We have been able to utilize that platform to give us tremendous amount of data. So it's a matter of educating our teachers, which are our principals, which would be a focus for this upcoming school year.
Okay. And technology infrastructure, how does that look for our schools at this time? I mean, it's so important.
It's creeping along. It's coming along.
Connectivity, interconnectivity and everything.
Connectivity is coming along. So the team is steadily working. We did some restructuring within the IT division. We now have a lead in St. Croix and a lead in St. Thomas, responsible for the infrastructure for our schools. So that's work in progress, but the team is committed. We do have some consultants that have been working with them to identify the areas of gaps. And so we're working to make sure that we have not only reliable internet access, but a backup system as well.
Okay. And my final question, do we have any further consolidation of schools? Are we satisfied that we have arrived at the threshold that we want to be, or are we still contemplating or considering additional consolidation of schools?
Senator, to be honest, I don't think that would ever be off the table. based upon the trajectory that we're seeing with population. For example, a school like Juanita Gardin has gone down to about 200 as a K-8 school. So we definitely can't say hard, fast, no. It's based on what trends we see at the time.
Okay, that's a good honest answer. Colleagues, I think this round out any burning questions. Senator Vela, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted before the meeting is over to put on the record that congratulations to Ricardo Richards, Blue Ribbon School. Just presented at the conference. Where was the conference? Model School Conference. And that's a giant accomplishment for the Virgin Islands. Yes. That's why I want the school to stay open and not consolidated with the next school, because it brings everybody that think about Ricardo, just think about excellence. And I don't want to change that. It's just like a given. So everyone that works, everyone that goes, they understand that there's these high expectations. I don't want to change what they have. So if we could somehow maintain that, let's maintain that. And I wanted to put on the record, I heard the conversation in reference to the graduation rate, which is a very interesting conversation. But I always think to myself, what about the number of students who are tested on grade level? And how do we correlate those students on the honor roll as to what percentage of them are tested on grade level? I always want to kind of know that data. Those students are members of the honor society. How many of them are actually on the honor roll? And then look to see as to whether or not the numbers are a true reflection in terms of what we're trying to say. You know, like all your honor society students should be on grade level. You would agree?
I would agree, Senator.
Okay,
and that's an analysis that the districts definitely should do.
And when you look at it, because the St. Thomas district actually had more students, or the graduation rate is higher. But the St. Croix district test scores are higher, right, but the graduation rates are lower. So then, you know, let's have those deep dive as to exactly what is happening and what is working and what are the expectations. And I'm hoping that as we move on, that a lot of those areas we begin to have norms in which the grade point average to be on an honor roll is the same in every district and every school.
Right.
Honor society, the same in every district and every school, because there are times when you're saying, well, at one point at Complex, I had X amount of students in the honor society, and I saw a next school that had way more students, and I was like, my God, I'm not doing well. But then when I asked, our requirement was 90% in every class, and the next school was 85, so naturally they had more. So if you begin to make that standard, you know, then we could really begin to determine what is going on at those schools. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you so much.
So if I may, Senator, you're absolutely correct, and we have started to look at creating that parity in both districts and within districts itself. So the team, the superintendent's teams, have been looking at the multi-tiered system of supports, how we address behavior, how we address academics, and start to standardize the process. So thank you for that. That's a good point.
Thank you very much, Senator Bayless. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Again, vacancies. How many vacancies, yeah?
Director Jacobs?
I'll actually give that to Mr. Gums.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
We have on the budget for 26, we have 17 funded vacancies.
Funded at what? 50%, 100%?
Funded at 100%.
Okay.
And we have a lot of unfunded.
How much is that number a lot?
I would have to get back to you with that, the unfunded total.
Okay. Okay, we could get that through the chair. You have on your testimony, Commissioner, just to close out, page 6, unclassified employee salaries, 2026, $10,392,470, a variance of $1,010,124. What is that for, or how does that work? Page 6 of the Commissioner's testimony. The unclassified employee salaries.
DC Harris or Mr. Gums, can you respond to that? It's on page 6.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
On page 6, there is unclassified employee salaries. FY26, 10,392,470. It's a variance or difference of from 25 up, an increase of 1,010,124.
Well, I want to say salary increases because it's unclassified.
Unclassified? Yeah, in table 2.
Senator, the most I could attribute that to is the hiring of some additional exempt employees for the fiscal year.
Okay, so you don't have how many?
But remember now, when we brought over those individuals from the federal onto the local side, some of those individuals are unclassified and classified employees.
So the total is 79 that you brought over.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the 79 are classified and unclassified.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so and it amounts to the same 5 million, 5.7 million overall.
Overall.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Commissioner, I deliberately left these questions for last. How are you doing? How are you making out? I mean, you have a lot on your plate. How are you making out? How are you taking care of your behavioral health?
Very good question, Senator. I'm well, and I want to say thank you to my team, because without the team, this wouldn't be possible. So kudos to my team, and I am taking a little time for myself in a few weeks just to disconnect. The job is a lot, but again, I'm committed, and I will do whatever I need to do to make sure that these children have what they need, Senator.
So what about this assignment, this mission that you're on, keeps you up at night?
What keeping me up at night is when Melvin Gums tell me I don't have money for critical positions. So right now it's just getting this budget to where we're able to adequately sustain ourselves and do what we need to do for our schools.
Very well. Yeah, we have a lot of, it's a scary time for government. It's a scary time with the federal, drawbacks, clawbacks that we're having, and it put us all in a disadvantage and create some anxiety. So I just wanted to get that from you. So I'll give you a minute to just issue your closing statement at this time.
So I just want to say thank you to this body. You guys have been a breath of fresh air. I have to say it publicly. It is truly a blessing to be able to collaborate and for us to work together for the betterment of the Virgin Islands and for our children. So thank you for the opportunity for us to put our budget needs on record. And we're looking forward to a wonderful 2025-2026 school year, Senator.
Very well. Again, thank you very much to the team, Department of Education, and again, your defending of the governor's proposed budget of $179,316,999. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, again, want to thank the central staff, everyone that participated, our post-audit division, everyone that participated in making this hearing a success today. Tomorrow we continue with our efforts with 3 more agencies. I want to thank my staff as well, and the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned. God bless.